Chapter 103, A virtuous paragon. Life treasure was an item that could cause many people to shiver. A virtuous paragon, no matter which era, was an existence that could cause the rain to fall and wind to blow in an entire corner of the world. They could even trample the 8 Desolaces. However, to become a virtuous paragon was not such an easy matter. In any given generation, a virtuous paragon was enough to establish a sect, or even establish a profound heritage. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had lost its emperor weapons, it still had 3 or 5 virtuous paragon life treasures. These were the last hidden cards of the cleansing incense ancient sect. To many great sects and powerful nations, virtuous paragon life treasures and true treasures were the national treasures or sect-protecting existences. The cleansing incense ancient sect still had 3 or 5 virtuous paragon life treasures left. This was called a thin camel is still greater than a fat horse. Before, when Wuxia only said one word, he then immediately cut the imperial word and destroyed the mortal king's will. Towards this legendary character with a mortal physique, mortal life, and mortal fate, the prime disciple of the 3rd generation of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he was a bit dreadful. Marquis of Violet Mountain, as a previous generation royal noble, had seen many waves and winds. He had a good eye for judging other people, as well as the ability to guess people's thoughts. There were many cultivators and sects here who were surprised because, after the cleansing incense ancient sect lost their ancient kingdom, it no longer had the chance to participate in the evil-infested ridge. However, at this moment, the heavenly jewel kingdom was especially compromising for the sect to enter the ridge. Could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect of today had truly revived? There were royal nobles that knew the inside stories, so they sighed. It seems like the 9 Saint Demon Gate has decided to support the cleansing incense ancient sect. At this moment, Gu Taizhou also glanced at Wuxia. Currently, whether or not to kill, it was up to a single phrase from Wuxia. As for Marquis of Suppressive Might, he was a fish on a platter and couldn't do anything but accept his fate. His Majesty said that this time, for the journey into the evil-infested ridge, all of the sects and royal nobles of the heavenly jewel kingdom have to be harmonious, and work together, hand in hand, to seize the treasures. Seeing Gu Taizhou glancing at Wuxia, Marquis of Violet Mountain was smart enough to say a few words that were advantageous for the cleansing incense ancient sect. As for the harmonious and hand-in-hand comment, the mortal king did not say. However, outsiders had no way to know. At this moment, Marquis of Violet Mountain didn't want to escalate this matter. Last time, he could only bring the heads of Dong Shenglong and Marquis of Fierce Warfare back. If something also went wrong this time and he had to bring back the head of Marquis of Suppressive Might, then he would have nothing to say to the mortal king. This matter forced him to throw away the face of the heavenly jewel kingdom. If everyone was just confused, then let us forget about this misunderstanding. Wuxia leisurely smiled. He was very comfortable and at ease, like he was standing in his own garden. Gu Taizhou didn't say another word and put away the virtuous paragon life treasure, then he silently went back to his place. As for Marquis of Violet Mountain, he could only bitterly smile. He could only swallow the bitterness of this situation. Under these circumstances, his intuition told him that the most frightening thing was not the number 1 expert, Gu Taizhou, but this Wuxia, who seemingly had a shallow cultivation. Marquis of Violet Mountain didn't have any other choice. Unless there was an enlightened being or an ancient saint that came, named heroes and royal nobles were not capable to reversing this situation. His instinct was telling him that if he dared to make a move, this young person in front of him would eat him alive. This was a demon who would eat humans without spitting out the bones. Marquis of Suppressive Might was mortally wounded and more than 100 experts were eaten alive, yet only one word, misunderstanding, was enough to let the whole thing go. To Marquis of Violet Mountain, as a royal noble, even in his whole life, this was harder to swallow than a fly. However, if he didn't deal with it like this, then not only Marquis of Suppressive Might, but maybe even his own head would be brought back by another person. Many cultivators glanced at each other and felt that the cleansing incense ancient sect was too arrogant this time. Could it be that the backing behind the sect was this frightening? Bang, 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 when the cultivators were still staring at each other, a thunderous sound appeared. It was like an army of 10,000 stallions riding and the sounds of heavy battle drums beating. At this time, many people lifted their heads up to observe this phenomenon. They could only see ancient chariots, crushing the empty space. They came like a wave of steel, leaving behind mottled marks on the golden wheels. There were not many chariots, there were only around 10. However, these chariots sounded just like 10,000 riders. The chariots were made from godly gold and rushed forward, causing others to think about a powerful division made from thousands of wolves and tigers. The chariots didn't land on the ground, they stopped in the air above the ridge. Each and every ancient chariot emitted a powerful aura and was scarred with battle marks. This was not a decorative carriage but a chariot of the battlefield. Before, the Jiangzhou clan used 1,000 stallions to arrive with a surging momentum. However, compared to these 10 chariots, the presence was much greater than the Jiangzhou clan. The Nantian clan, seeing the banners on the chariots, a person exclaimed, "They are the ancient chariots from the southern heavenly nation. Which prince has arrived?" Seeing the aura of the chariots, the old expert of the Violet Cloud sect lost his colors as he murmured, "To travel with more than 10 chariots, only a prince would have this standard." Hearing the words, Nantian clan, many cultivators lost their colors. Although Marquis of the Eastern River was from the Jiangzhou clan and it was an ancient family, but in front of the Nantian clan, the Jiangzhou clan wouldn't dare to call themselves an ancient family. The Nantian clan was much older than the Jiangzhou clan. The Nantian clan dated back to the Desolate Expansion era. During that era, heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were rampaging about, but the Nantian clan still towered in one direction. They overcame all obstacles and treacheries during the desolate time of the world. Chapter 104. Even a weak clan that had survived from the Desolate Expansion era had had an immortal emperor, such as immortal Emperor Fei Yang. His whole life, Fei Yang proudly wandered over the 9 worlds. What was even more extraordinary was that the Nantian clan ruled over the southern heavenly nation for more than 1,000,000 years without falling. Think about it for a moment, between the Desolate Expansion era to the Emperor's era, there were countless years with countless ups and downs. Many heritages came crashing down into smoke and disappeared from the river of time. However, the Nantian clan was able to dominate an entire sphere and rule over a vast nation, standing strong without falling. Think about how frightening this clan had been. The Jiangzhou clan might have existed for many years, but compared to the Nantian clan, they were far too lacking. Plus, the Jiangzhou clan also didn't rule over a persistently powerful nation like the Nantian clan. The Nantian clan established their nation a long time ago, and it was called the Southern Heavenly Nation. It had an immortal emperor, Fei Yang, and had enough power to be considered an ancient kingdom. However, even though others referred to it as the Southern Heavenly Ancient Kingdom, they themselves called it the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. As for why, not a single person knew. This was why people assumed that it was because the Nantian clan was modest. At this point, a leading young teen came down from the chariot. He had the presence of a dragon and tiger. Wearing a golden silk crown with a 4-clawed dragon engraving robe, he was handsome and arrogant. As he walked, step by step, he was no different from a dragon and phoenix amongst the human race. In fact, all of the strong experts in the ancient chariots had a similar presence. Despite their attempt of suppressing their own auras, people were still shivering. The person who came down from this chariot was the eminent genius of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. The Southern Heavenly Regional Monarch, Nantian Hao, a hero not limited by his age. The Southern Heavenly Ancient Kingdom has 2 great heroes, truly worthy of being an ancient nation. Seeing this young man, the turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake, with his vast knowledge, emotionally revealed the identity of the young man. Hearing the name, Nan Tianhao, many cultivators were shocked. Even the ones who weren't convinced also lost their colors. There was a saying within the southern heavenly kingdom, in the court, there was young King Nan Tian, outside of the government, there was Nan Tianhao. Li Qiye's words caused many people standing on the ridge to glance at each other. This boy was truly too arrogant, he didn't notice how gigantic a monster the southern heavenly kingdom was. He just opened his mouth yet already offended the southern heavenly kingdom. If this boy was an absolutely brilliant genius with a heaven-frightening origin, then so be it. However, this boy's blood energy and cultivation were both ordinary. Just a glance was enough to tell that he was someone who feeds off of a woman. No one could believe that he would still be so arrogant. These words caused Nan Tianhao and the expert on the chariot to become angry. The expert jumped down from the chariot and coldly yelled, "This thing doesn't comprehend life from death. The regional monarch asking you is already a great honor. Shuangyan, slap him." Li Qiye didn't even give him a glance as he commanded Li Shuangyan. Pa, the expert from the southern heavenly kingdom had just jumped down and wasn't even fully situated, but his two cheeks were already slapped by Li Shuangyan more than 10 times. Even though this person was a new rising star of the kingdom, compared to a true genius like Li Shuangyan, he was far too lacking. "I'll risk it all against you." The expert roared, but Li Shuangyan immediately exerted her royal noble aura and pointed one finger towards him. With a bang, this expert was knocked away and couldn't stand up in a short amount of time. Li Shuangyan's gaze emitted a chilling air as her royal noble aura billowed. She not only covered the sky with her momentum, that was like a patrolling king, causing 10,000 laws to retreat, but the heavenly Grand Tao also didn't dare to approach her. Such momentum and grand cultivation caused many younger experts to lose their colors. To reach royal noble at such a young age, this was a matter that would make others dreadful. What was even more frightening was that even the laws and heavenly Tao were running away, this left others in horror. Could it be that she is a grand completion pure jade saint physique? The old informed turtle from the flying dragon lake became palely aghast. If this was a grand completion saint physique, then it was a very scary matter. At this moment, not mentioning Marquis of the Eastern River who was a young talent, but even an experienced royal noble like Marquis of Primordial Origins was also alarmed. A young royal noble truly caused others to be fearful. Li Shuangyan's cultivation was the void imperfection immortal physique. The void imperfection physique was also known for not having any stains or corruption. When this physique was completed, all of the laws and heavens had to retreat. This was an extremely frightening physique. The void imperfection immortal physique that Li Shuangyan was currently practicing was the ultimate ancient physique in this world. Imagine for a moment how terrifying this physique was. It was not something that the pure jade saint physique could compare to. At this moment, Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique was very far from grand completion, but it still caused a frightening scene where 10,000 laws had to retreat. "Boy, do you dare to fight me once or not?" At this moment, Nan Tianhao's expression was extremely ugly. He pushed all of his fiery anger on Li Qiye. His aura surged as his gaze became severe. A sharp cold air surrounded Li Qiye. Li Qiye finally glanced at Nan Tianhao and calmly said, "Your southern heavenly kingdom holding its tail and behaving with integrity was the correct decision. Your ancestors called themselves a kingdom and didn't dare to proclaim themselves as an ancient kingdom. At the very least, this was 3 parts wise. Today, you are so arrogant. Do you truly think that you are an ancient nation? Do you truly think that you are of immortal emperor lineage?" Immortal Emperor Fei Yang had never announced that he was a member of the Nantian clan. Li Qiye's words caused the people at the ridge to become silent. With regards to public defiance, with regards to overbearing arrogance, no one here was comparable to this guy. This thing that can't comprehend life from death. You dare to talk big and disgrace the southern heavenly kingdom. I will certainly exterminate your 9 familial relations. Exterminate my 9 families? At this moment, Wuxia bursted out in laughter and slowly said, You're only a kingdom yet you still dare to say that you would exterminate my 9 families? You are painting too much gold on your face. The spectators on the ridge were silent. They had seen many arrogant people, but arrogance to this level was truly invincible. He didn't even put the southern heavenly kingdom in his eyes. This was either an immortal emperor or a crazy madman. You truly have a big tone. Did a mad impetuous disciple appear in the cleansing incense ancient sect? At this moment, a voice rang. A young man stepped forward, followed by many old men. Even though these old men suppressed their pressure, it still caused others to be moved. The young man wore a yellow robe and still maintained his overwhelming aura. The youth had an imposing appearance. With bright eyes and sharp brows, he exuded an extraordinary presence, like a crane in a flock of chicken. The arrival of this young man caused the royal nobles of the heavenly jewel kingdom to come and greet him. Even someone from the previous generation, like Marquis of Violet Mountain, also had to try his best to be respectful in front of this young man. Dao Child Xingtian, seeing this young man, the sect masters of the heavenly jewel kingdom's great heritages couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 105, Dao Child Xingtian, the genius of the Grand Middle Territory. At 15 years old, he was already ruling over one part of the heavenly jewel kingdom. With the power to order 1,000,000 troops, he had made many illustrious contributions for the kingdom. The elegant demeanor of Dao Child Xingtian would be outstanding no matter where he went, like a crane amongst the chickens. Dao Child Xingtian was the descendant of the heavenly god sect. There were some that believed he was a noble of the heavenly jewel kingdom, and that he was a prince. The origin of Dao Child Xingtian was quite mysterious. His cultivation was very heaven-defying. There were early rumors that believed he was already a royal noble. Even though he was not bestowed a title, but he had the status of a royal noble, and were even respected by many of them. Dao Child Xingtian's arrival, with his heroic presence and natural royal aura, garnered the attention of the many people present. Even though he rarely appeared, and likewise with the grey-robed old man next to him, they forced others to notice them. Dao Child Xingtian arrived at the ridge and his gaze focused into a celestial light that was seemingly able to pierce through the void. At this point, Dao Child Xingtian glared at Wuxia and said, a junior of the physique accumulation realm. Do you think that with the backing of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, you could do whatever you feel like? The new golden era has begun. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere, with wave after wave of geniuses appearing. You are only a junior, simply a floating piece of dirt. Even though many grand characters noticed that Wuxia's cultivation was shallow, they couldn't pinpoint the exact level. At the moment when Dao Child Xingtian was able to discern that Wuxia was only of the physique accumulation realm, it caused many to glance at each other. For the aggregation of the cultivators here, the physique accumulation realm was not enough to be put on the table. To be able to stand in this place, at the very least, they had to be at purified rebirth or heaven's primal. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Wave after wave of geniuses appearing? Wuxia perched his lips and nonchalantly spoke with a meticulous pronunciation, dragons and tigers are only mounts beneath my crotch. No matter the type of genius, they are nothing in front of me. In my presence, geniuses are only dry bones for me to step on as I reach the apex. The Grand Tao lasts for ages, only my will is invincible. How many coins are these geniuses worth? You truly have an impetuous and arrogant tone. Wuxia saying such thing made others perplexed. One couldn't help but say, such crazy and foolish words, you actually dare to say such phrases? Many cultivators looked at him with disdain. This was indeed bragging straight to the heaven, saying, how many coins are these geniuses worth? Even a peerless genius wouldn't dare to say such a thing. The Grand Tao lasts for ages, only my will is invincible. At this time, a clear and beautiful voice appeared. She praisingly exclaimed, "Well said. Geniuses aren't anything special, they were only born with good bones and physiques." Suddenly, these words appeared, confusing the nearby cultivators. At such a key moment, saying these words. Wasn't this making things difficult for Tao Child Shengtian? Unknowingly, a horse carriage appeared in the sky. This horse carriage was not anything special and it didn't garner any particular attention. The driver was an old man who wore a felt hat. However, seeing the words on the horse carriage, they were surprised. A cultivator exclaimed, "The Jewel Pillar Sacred School." The Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Many people's expressions changed after hearing the name of this sect. In the name of this sect was the word pillar, meaning body, and also meaning physique. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School was renowned throughout the Grand Middle Territory, and even the whole mortal emperor world. Even though they never had an immortal emperor, they had many of the best physiques. There was a rumor that stated that this school had the most physiques, that it was number one in the Grand Middle Territory. Some even said that they possessed an immortal physique. Legends had it that the Jewel Pillar Sacred School had many virtuous paragons who almost achieved grand completion for their immortal physiques, thus, people believed that the school had immortal physique merit laws. Seeing this horse carriage, Shengtian Dao was not angry. Instead, he handsomely smiled and said, "Baojiao, you coming to the evil-infested ridge, are you trying to help your husband or are you trying to make me feel vexed?" Tao Child Shengtian's words caused many people to guess the correct identity of the person in the carriage. A surprised person exclaimed, "It is the princess of the Jade Valley country. I heard that the princess of the Jade Valley country and Tao Child Shengtian had a marriage arrangement. Several years ago, the Jade Valley country proposed to the Heavenly God sect. As a result, they married their princess to Tao Child Shengtian." A cultivator spoke softly. Tao Child Shengtian, with unparalleled talents, is the one and only of his kind in the current generation. Many descendants and princesses want to marry him. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School wanting to establish an in-laws relationship with the Heavenly God sect is a normal matter. The school, of course, wants to have Tao Child Shengtian. A cultivator who knew the inside stories explained. "You are too full of yourself. Who did you say was your fiancé?" A cold voice rang from the carriage. Without a doubt, the woman inside the horse carriage was not happy with Tao Child Shengtian's words. Tao Child Shengtian smiled and said, "Baojiao, the great matter of marriage was arranged by our parents. If the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wants you to marry me, you should be a gentle wife and a good mother." Roll. At this moment, the princess inside the carriage suddenly became angry and made a move. A shot like a rainbow immediately headed straight for Tao Child Shengtian. However, Tao Child Shengtian was still calm. He simply waved his hand and his royal aura spread out like an entrapment of this world. This hand was gigantic and easily blocked the offensive move of his opponent. However, this woman inside the carriage was very fierce. The moment she had made her move, she unleashed another 10 powerful and domineering strikes. The blood energy of one wave was higher than the previous one. However, under the bashing of this woman, Tao Child Shengtian nonchalantly blocked them all. One could only hear the sound of his sword energy as he used his finger as a substitute for the sword. Each edge was filled with profound truths and was able to easily dissolve the power of the enemy. Pop! Finally, the sword energy of Tao Child Shengtian rose vertically. With one sword encompassing all existences, it easily suppressed the woman. Without a doubt, this woman was not a match for Tao Child Shengtian. The moment the woman stood still, people could finally see her appearance. Witnessing her features, many people went into a daze and were overwhelmed. The woman in front of them was around 23 years old. With extreme beauty, her blue hair was like a waterfall and had tall brows and eyes like a red phoenix. Her oval face was blessed with crimson luscious lips. This woman was seductive while she also carried a gentle feel like the water. One frown, one smile, one glance was already enough to charm all human souls with her seductive beauty. Her figure was even more fascinating, it was enough to turn your spirit and soul upside down. Even though this woman was wearing a silk gown, one could still see the milky breasts that could shake others straight to the core. The milky breasts towered like the high peaks, very full and round. Even her baggy clothes were not enough to hide their appearance as they seemed to be trying to break free. Her figure was poised and elegant and had a very thin waist while her thrilling bottom was mind-blowing. It perched upward, round and plump. Even her large dress was not enough to hide the supreme valley. What made even more people to lose their minds were her slender and long jade-like thighs. They seemed to be roundly crafted in a meticulous manner, one part bigger was too fat, but one part smaller was too thin. The woman before them, her features were not peerless in this world, but she was definitely a charming existence that caused others to be emotional. She was absolutely a femme fatale that made all men want to embrace her. Seeing this woman, everyone was frighteningly marveled. This was truly too entrancing. Alluring features along with a devilish figure, this was absolutely an extraordinarily beautiful woman in any man's eyes. Baojiao, you have just ascended to named hero, you are still too far from being my opponent. Dao Child Xingtian smiled. He greedily glanced over, then said, "Don't force me. Be a good girl and follow me. Get the hell out." But this woman's temper was very hot and she yelled, "You should stop your daydreaming. It seems like this husband has to personally subdue you." At this moment, Dao Child Xingtian became serious and reached towards the woman. "Roll," the woman roared and counterattacked Xingtian Dao. The woman was a princess of the Jade Valley country. Chen Baojiao was betrothed to Dao Child Xingtian. Even though she was very opposed to this marriage, she had no power to resist. Chen Baojiao's appearance made Li Qiye stare at her non-stop. Finally, he nodded his head and said, "Excellent, truly excellent. This girl, I absolutely must have." Seeing Li Qiye stare at Chen Baojiao, Li Shuangyan, standing beside him, became angry and glared at him, "You're truly lewd. You don't need to make it so obvious." Seeing Li Shuangyan's angry expression, Li Qiye replied, "Shuangyan, you are looking at this matter in such a shallow manner. I am praising her as a good seed, not about her beauty. Beauties, in my eyes, are only a container made out of skin. Even if it was a beautiful woman akin to a fairy, should she be without potential, I wouldn't keep her by my side to waste my resources." Li Shuangyan gave him a stern look and felt a little strange inside. This boy was only around 14 or 15 and was younger than anyone else here, yet he still commended women as if he was a highly seasoned old man. Bang, bang, bang. At this point, the fight between Dao Child Xingtian and Chen Baojiao was reaching its end. Even though Chen Baojiao's talents were very good, there was still a huge gap between her and Dao Child Xingtian. If it wasn't for Dao Child Xingtian going easy on her, she would have lost a long time ago. Many people were envious of Dao Child Xingtian as they observed the fight. Some were also jealous, but they had to admit that only a heaven's proud son, such as Dao Child Xingtian, was worthy of Chen Baojiao. "Baojiao, follow me back." At this moment, Dao Child Xingtian opened his palm. Chen Baojiao was no longer a match. His palm was like a spider web catching a butterfly. Seeing this scene, the old man controlling the horse carriage for Chen Baojiao had a serious expression, but he still remained seated. Chapter 106, Make a Move and Hit Him. At this moment, Li Qiye smilingly said. Clank clank. Right when Li Qiye's words came out, Li Shuangyan immediately took action. With one sword flying forward, even the stars lost their colors. Dao Child Xingtian's expression greatly changed and he had to rapidly retreat. This sudden change of events shocked everyone. No one expected for Li Shuangyan to suddenly make a move. Goddess Li also wants to be involved? Dao Child Xingtian looked over at Li Shuangyan, then he laughed and said, could it be that Goddess Li is jealous? If this is the case, I don't mind marrying two beauties. Who would compete for a bastard? Shuangyan, kill him for me. Li Qiye gave Dao Child Xingtian a completely annoyed look. You truly don't know life from death. Dao Child Xingtian, with a ferocious gaze, reached over towards Li Qiye's direction. Clank. Li Qiye didn't need to make a move. Li Shuangyan already threw out a sword energy and immediately cut towards the hand of Dao Child Xingtian. Against this sword energy, Dao Child Xingtian didn't dare to be careless. He immediately withdrew this hand while he clenched his other hand, and a life treasure immediately wedged at Li Shuangyan. Seeing this scene, people didn't know why Li Shuangyan had to listen to such a mediocre person. One had to remember, Li Shuangyan was the heaven's proud daughter, and she was also a genius royal noble. No wonder why this person, who feeds off women, is so arrogant, he has a woman as his backing. Marquis of the Eastern River contemptuously exclaimed. Even though these were words of disdain, they carried a hint of jealousy. Young lady, come with me. At this moment, while looking at Chen Baojiao, Li Qiye rode his snail into the air and slowly said, as the old saying goes, follow me and I will let you eat delicious food and drink fine liquor. Li Shuangyan's steps were as natural as the flowing water and floating clouds. These steps exceeded the countless magical runes of Dao Child Xingtian. These magical runes could grind out the void, but Li Shuangyan was like the blooming lotus, nothing could stain her. As such, the countless magical runes had no effect on her. The void imperfection physique, a supreme immortal physique. Her immortal physique was already number one. Poof! Li Shuangyan's heaven-piercing sword stabbed the chest of Dao Child Xingtian. When his life was hanging by a thread, a zheng sound occurred and the armor on his body blocked the sword. However, despite this being the case, this sword was still too sudden. Dao Child Xingtian's body was struck away for more than 100 miles by the sword's power. When he finally stopped, his face was deathly pale. Such a frightening physique, could it be that Goddess Li is really a saint physique at grand completion? Seeing this scene, the turtle monarch of the flying dragon lake lost his colors. He continued to murmur, to be untouched by all Daos, this is the pure jade physique at grand completion? At this point, everyone was left aghast. Even the grey-robe old man, who was following Dao Child Xingtian, was no exception. To be untouched by all Daos was a very frightening matter to all cultivators. Meeting such an opponent was absolutely like meeting death. Li Shuangyan was also moved by her improvement. At this moment, she truly understood how heaven-defying the immortal physique Li Qiye taught her was. Even if there were void imperfection physique merit laws in this world, they couldn't compare to the supreme immortal physique of Li Qiye. This was the number one immortal physique. Shuangyan, your attack is too weak. Li Qiye shook his head and said, in the future, you need to learn some killing techniques. One sword should have been enough to kill Dao Child Xingtian. Unfortunately, Li Shuangyan was not gifted in the art of killing. She had spent more time drowning in the art of formations, but she also didn't have a suitable killing formation. At this moment, Dao Child Xingtian's expression was very ugly. He had become a royal noble not long ago. He thought highly of himself and believed that he could be the number one person in the Grand Middle Territory. He didn't expect to lose in the hands of Li Shuangyan. The Crystal Jade King physique, it truly is great. Dao Child Xingtian coldly said, Goddess Li, today, I will show you what is considered a grand killing technique. Boom! After a loud explosion, a wild scene appeared behind him. At this moment, with ferocious killing intent from countless desolate beasts, Tao Child Xingtian was like a fierce beast coming into life. All existences within 100,000 miles were shivering. His life will surfaced and his longevity treasure started to channel all of his blood energy. His royal noble aura also appeared, as if he was the king of all royal nobles. Watch out, there is a fierce weapon hidden on his body. Feeling the ancient fierce beast's presence, Gu Taizhou was worried. He stepped forward and reminded Li Shuangyan. Elder Gu, if you want to fight, I will humor you. At this moment, the gray-robed old man, who was with Tao Child Xingtian, came out. This old man exuded a powerful presence. With vague momentum, he was like an enlightened being growing wings into an immortal. Others felt as if they were looking at the heavens and had to lift their heads up to see. Imperial Advisor C2, seeing this person, Gu Tieshou's expression greatly changed and his eyes became serious. Enlightened being C2. The Imperial Advisor of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, an enlightened being, ah. Seeing the face of this gray-robed old man, many people greatly changed their expressions, including the experts from the Violet Cloud sect and the Flying Dragon Lake. Enlightened beings were above royal nobles. If royal nobles reigned over humans, then enlightened beings suppressed the royal nobles. Like the stars in the sky, they were worshipped by all. Becoming an enlightened being during the difficult Tao era was extremely amazing. One could even say that although royal nobles and enlightened beings were only one realm part, the gap was like the heaven and earth. Chapter 107. At this moment, the entire scene was silent. Seeing the situation today, royal nobles were no longer enough. If an enlightened being was to enter the evil-infested ridge, then this would not be a positive thing for many grand sections. Plus, only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter the ridge, so this meant that enlightened beings were the strongest. Enlightened being, so what? Ferocious weapon, so what? Not worth a single coin. Li Qia elegantly waved his hand and said, Elder Gu, take out the item and destroy everything. I am talking about grand matters with the young lady, don't delay my business. Hearing Li Qia's words, even though Gu Taizhou hesitated for a moment, he still took out the painting of the ancestor. The moment the portrait came out, the emperor's aura appeared. The ancestral painting was flowing on top of Gu Taizhou. At this moment, it encompassed all living beings and ruled over the heavens. At this very second, even the gods had to prostrate before its might. Emperor's aura, everyone was frightened and caused loud commotion. The ones with weaker cultivation couldn't help but kneel straight down on the ground. Emperor's aura. Right, is this an emperor treasure? Under the pressure of the emperor's aura, even virtuous paragons couldn't reach the apex. The portrait of immortal Emperor Minran, a sect master from a grand sect, lost his colors and murmured, a personal portrait painted by the immortal emperor himself. Even though this is not an immortal emperor life treasure, it was personally painted by him. Inside lies endless thoughts and efforts from the immortal emperor, so its emperor's aura is still incredibly startling. The old turtle of the Flying Dragon Lake muttered. Both Marquis of the Eastern River and Nantian Hao were in astonishment. Looking at the supreme immortal features of immortal Emperor Minran, Marquis of the Eastern River appeared to be unsettled. One could only look up to an immortal emperor, but what was even more shameful to the Jiangzhou clan was that Minran was the one who ultimately defeated their virtuous monarch Jiangzhou and took away his chance to carry the heaven's will. As for Nantian Hao's chilling expression, the Nantian clan claimed to be the descendants of immortal Emperor Fei Yang, but like Li Qia had said before, after carrying the heaven's will, immortal Emperor Fei Yang never came back to the Nantian clan. Seeing the unparalleled portrait of an immortal emperor, many cultivators had to prostrate themselves. Even masters like the old man from the Violet Cloud sect bowed his head from the distance. This was a sign of respect towards the supreme immortal emperor. The immortal emperor's portrait, at this moment, enlightened being C2, as the national teacher of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, also took a step back from amazement. For Emperor's possessions, even though they were not as precious as an immortal Emperor life treasure, they were more readily obtainable compared to the life treasures. It was also easier to activate, unlike the life treasure that needed blood energy to channel. Although an Emperor's possession would be worn out, many became useless after one use, but once it was activated, even a virtuous paragon would be in trouble. At this time, enlightened being C2, Tao Child Xingtian, and many royal nobles' expressions became ugly and had to retreat to the back. As for the spectators, they didn't even dare to come close. Everyone would be crushed once the Emperor's possession was activated. This atmosphere caused many people to be breathless. Who would dare to be reckless under the presence of the Emperor's aura? This was the secret power of an immortal Emperor's lineage and the reason why people were always cautious of them. This was also why these lineages could stand strong for millions of years without disappearing. Using an Emperor's possession to bully other people, what kind of skill is this? If your cleansing incense ancient sect is capable, then use your own power to fight us instead. Tao Child Xingtian took a deep breath and said. Li Qie glared at him and replied, I just love using Emperor's possessions to bully others. You got a problem? If you have a problem, then come and bite me. If your heavenly god sect is so great, then find something to stop the Emperor's aura. If you could stop my Emperor's aura, then that would be called skill. If you can't do it, then call your ancestor and watch whether I will annihilate him or he will annihilate me. Of course, at this moment, Li Qie hoped that the heavenly god sect's ancestor would appear because right outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he had too many methods to use to murder. Tao Child Xingtian vomited blood from anger and wished that he could strangle Li Qie to death, but under the presence of the Emperor's aura, he couldn't do anything. In this moment, in the eyes of Xingtian Dao, Li Qie was even more disgusting than a lowly cockroach acting arrogant. Elder Gu, amiability makes one prosperous, amiability makes one prosperous. Enlightened being C2's expression was not any better, but he had no choice but to smile as he said, everyone is just trying to coexist in this world. If one can't see others while looking down, one just needs to look up. Everyone should take a step back and notice the high sky and vast ocean. Why the need to talk about killing each other? As an enlightened being and the national teacher of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, he was always in a powerful position, but today, this little brat, at the age of 15, was looking down on him. How could he not be angry? So? Not convinced? If you aren't convinced, then come and bite me. Li Qie sat properly on the snail's back and calmly said, if everyone has revealed their faces, then there is nothing to talk about. If you want to fight, then fight. I will take on all of you. Not only enlightened being C2, even Marquis of Violet Mountain and Marquis of Primordial Origins were amazed. This little son of a bitch was not joking, he was actually serious. They finally realized that they had teased a little demon. This brat essentially didn't know how high the sky and how vast the earth was. The Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were just names to him. He didn't even care about how his actions would bring about a calamity to the cleansing incense ancient sect. It wouldn't be an issue if this little bastard was just arrogant, but what was damnable was that this arrogant brat could command the person holding the Emperor's possession. This was the most terrifying thing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The stone doors suddenly opened, emitting many lights. The layers of lights intertwined together and turned into endless magical incantations to form a portal. Why did the evil-infested ridge open before the date? The stone door's sudden opening caused Li Qie's expression to become serious. When he buried himself underground, he had tried to communicate with the earth and the Emperor's foundation in order to check the heaven-defying existence of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though he couldn't find the answer he was looking for, he was able to calculate the opening date of the evil-infested ridge. However, the ridge was opened before the time of his prediction, and knowing its origin, Wuxia knew that this was not an auspicious sign. The evil-infested ridge has opened, the evil-infested ridge has opened. Someone loudly shouted. At this time, the spectators regained their wits and rushed inside. We shall go. The grand characters of the big sects brought their disciples inside. Suddenly, they disappeared inside the evil-infested ridge. We will also go. Other people rapidly rushed into the stone monoliths. Hurry up. In a short period of time, the ridge became chaotic. Many people pushed each other to get inside. Originally, people needed the qualifications before going in, however, because Marquis of Suppressive Might was gravely injured to the point where he couldn't stand up and the other Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's members were suppressed by the Emperor's aura and were afraid to offend Wuxia, they could only watch the small sects and weak characters rush inside. They were truly hesitant to provoke Wuxia because he could kill all of the royal nobles of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and that would be a great loss. At this moment, Gu Taizhou glanced at Wuxia. Wuxia observed the stone door and finally said, "Go, we shall enter." The early opening of the evil-infested ridge made Wuxia perplexed. He no longer cared about Xingtian Dao or enlightened being. See Tuesday, young lady, would you be interested in going with us? Before leaving, Wuxia looked at Chen Baojiao and asked. One has to know that Chen Baojiao was the fiancé of Dao child Xingtian. At this moment, Wuxia was teasing his fiancé in front of everyone, so Dao child Xingtian was extremely angry. Little man, who said we wanted to go with you? Chen Baojiao glared at him, and then she went inside before Wuxia. Her old servant quickly followed with his horse carriage. The group of Wuxia immediately went into the stone doors and were transported into the evil-infested ridge. After this god of misery went inside, Marquis of Violet Mountain and enlightened being C2 took deep sighs of relief. At this moment, they just wanted to curse the little bastard Wuxia 1,000 times. This little bastard was a natural little demon king. Humph! Dao child Xingtian gritted his teeth and his visible killing intent penetrated the air. First, we need to take a step back and ask His Majesty for an immortal emperor life treasure. Then, the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't carelessly harm us either. Enlightened being C2 consoled Dao child Xingtian and said, we can let the little bastard have his little moment. We should deal with the evil-infested ridge first. That day when Marquis of Violet Mountain couldn't stop the cleansing incense ancient sect from killing Dong Xinglong, even with the imperial decree, and the mortal king's will was destroyed, the mortal king went to seek his ancestor in anger. Chapter 108 There was an unknown reason that caused the ancestor of the heavenly god sect to not leave his mountain. This made the mortal king of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom change his mind and ask for an immortal emperor life treasure instead. Even though the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom had many royal nobles, as many experts as the trees in a forest, and its mortal king was a supreme mortal king, they were still wary of the possessions containing the aura of an immortal emperor. An enlightened being, ancient saint, or even a heavenly king without an emperor's possession would not necessarily be able to stop the aura of an emperor's possession. Xingtian Dao released an outrageous and awe-inspiring brilliance as he coldly said, the cleansing incense ancient sect, one day, I will personally annihilate it. Without killing this little animal with my own hands, I cannot let go of this hatred in my heart. It was not just Xingtian Dao who became crazy from anger, even enlightened being C2 was holding it back. However, they didn't have any other options when the other party had an emperor's possession. The other royal nobles of the kingdom also didn't want to think too much so, in a flash, all of them entered the evil-infested ridge. After entering the stone doors, everyone was transported to the evil-infested ridge. The moment they went inside, an ancient desolate presence struck their faces. Outside of the ridge was the territory of the cleansing incense ancient sect. After the great change, the mountains were faded and the rivers ran dry, the sect had declined. However, after coming into the evil-infested ridge, everything was completely different. The mountains were lively with long vibrant rivers and the mountain ranges were monstrous. Taking a glance of the entire surroundings, this place was no different from a primitive era that was void of all human presence. In this place, the jagged mountains were intertwining up and down, like giant sleeping dragons. In this place, the roots were like dragons and giant trees were like umbrellas, covering the entire sky. The faint voices of the tigers and dragons were deep in the earth. Each of their ferocious roars stirred the souls of the people. It was as if this place was guarded by invincible beasts, as if the forest was infested with ruthless longevity spirits, causing others to have frightening chills. Everyone felt the rich world's energy in this place. It exceeded the natural energy of the immortal sects and ancient grounds of nations. The world's energy was as dense as the mist, only an immortal emperor's lineage could be comparable. After the first group, wave after wave of cultivators went inside. They were all emotional from this place's rich world energy. If they could cultivate here, then their improvements would be much greater than outside. The evil-infested ridge setting foot into this place, even Wuxia had to softly sigh. There were many legends in the Grand Middle Territory about the evil-infested ridge. Some said that this was the central area of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so not only was this place was filled with world's energy, but it had even more heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. In this place, the trees were the spirit medicines and the earth was gold. This was why immortal Emperor Min Ren used his supreme art to cut off this place from the rest of the world and created its own heaven and earth inside. There was also another legend that the evil-infested ridge was not born in this place. It belonged to an outside world where the gods used to reside. Afterward, immortal Emperor Min Ren carried it back to the cleansing incense ancient sect and made it into their private property. A different one stated that the evil-infested ridge was an evil ground. There used to be godly invincible devils in this place, but they were killed by immortal Emperor Min Ren later. There were too many legends about this place, no one knew which were true and which were false. Don't go in too deep. We should only go 1,000 miles inside. Watch out for heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. A grand character reminded his disciples. Many sects knew their own strengths. Even though there were many treasures that would blind the eyes, it was extremely dangerous. The deeper the area, the stronger the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. They could reach the point where they could easily slay royal nobles. The truth was, within the last 30,000 years, the amount of sects that had entered the evil-infested ridge was not few. However, there were so many royal nobles that died in this place. Even enlightened beings shared their last moments here. So later on, the experienced sects didn't dare to take risks, especially at locations that were deemed as dangerous. No one knew just how deep the evil-infested ridge was. There were many locations that were left untouched by humans. We're going. Wuxia told everyone. He commanded Gu Taizhou to open the portrait of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Anyone who stepped inside this land would immediately feel like they were observed by ferocious beasts from the jungle. However, the moment this portrait was opened and exuded its emperor's aura, all of the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits ran away and didn't dare to stay around. One had to know that this piece of heaven and earth was sealed by immortal Emperor Min Ren. No one could provoke his aura in this place. Sitting on the snail, the cleansing incense ancient sect was the first to head deeper into the evil-infested ridge. An immortal emperor's lineage is truly great. With the portrait up above, all of the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits avoided them. Many people were envious that the fierce beasts were not drawing close to the cleansing incense ancient sect. It's only a portrait, not even an immortal emperor life treasure. Of course, there were some people with bitterness in their hearts, such as Marquis of the Eastern River, Nan Tianhao, and Shang Tiandao. The more arrogant Wuxia was, the more uncomfortable they were. Hearing these words, Wuxia turned around and looked at everyone, then he said, "Yeah, so what if it is only a portrait? Not convinced?" Come and bite me then. Many people were vomiting blood from anger because of Li Qiya's provocation, especially Nan Tianhao and Xing Tiandao, who had grievances with him. Ah! My hand is feeling a bit weak. You absolutely must not secretly follow behind us. If I am not careful when holding this portrait, I might slam it into everyone. That would be so embarrassing. Ah! Li Qia leisurely said while he gazed at the group of Nan Tianhao and Xing Tiandao. Such a blatant provocation made the group of Xing Tiandao lose their colors. Even Li Shuangyan had to glare at him once. This guy was extraordinarily arrogant. Li Qia wanted this result. Since the sect forced itself into the ridge, the Heavenly God sect and Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were definitely not happy. He wanted to show off the Emperor's portrait, just so that they would think twice before acting. At the very least, this would allow for the disciples of the sect to calmly hone their skills inside the ridge for a short amount of time, lest they have to watch their backs the whole time. Bang, bang, bang! Finally, under the glares of many, Li Qia, along with the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect, disappeared into the depths of the forest while riding the snail. What people didn't expect was that even though the snail appeared to be bulky, its speed was as fast as lightning and wouldn't lose to flying treasures. Xiaofan carried everyone and, under the command of Li Qia, went lightning fast into the danger area of the evil-infested ridge. Even the ordinary grand sects would not easily penetrate this area. Where is this place? Seeing Li Qia with a clear goal, Li Shuangyan was perplexed. If Li Qia wasn't so young, she would have thought that he had come here before. Down south. Li Qi answered while watching the far horizon as he was sitting on the snail. We have entered the dangerous area. If we keep going further, we would reach the no man's land. Gu Taizhou looked around and worriedly said, we will be meeting with heavenly beasts and longevity spirits over 1 million years old. 1 million-year-old heavenly beasts? Hearing these words, the cleansing incense ancient sect's disciples took a deep breath and lamented, I heard that 1 million-year-old heavenly beasts could even swallow a heavenly sovereign alive. Are we not going towards our death? Big sister, with oldest brother here. 1 million-year-old heavenly beasts, so what? Luo Fenghua, sitting on the snail, confidently said, with oldest brother here, we can avert all dangers. Luo Fenghua's words silenced everyone. The younger generation especially worshipped Li Qia blindly. One had to know that Li Qia was only at the physique accumulation realm. Even the third-generation disciples had a higher cultivation than him. Xiaofan flew with extreme speed towards an unknown location. In reality, they had trespassed the territory of many heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. Maybe these monsters were watching them secretly, but because they noticed the portrait of Min Ren, they didn't dare to come closer. Min Ren was an invincible existence in this place, every being had to avoid him at all cost. After quickly rushing southward, Xiaofan slowed down and gravely said, we have entered the territory of 1 million-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. Sure enough, at this moment, the aura of a fierce beast as vast as the sea permeated the air. Everyone felt as if their souls were strangulated, and it was sucking their essences away from their bodies. This is a longevity spirit. Li Shuangyan was also shocked and prepared her life treasure. All gods, withdraw. At the moment, Li Qia took the portrait from the hand of Elder Gu and loudly roared. At this moment, the Emperor's aura bursted out and began to vigorously flourish. Each of the magical runes intertwining together created the mysterious word, withdraw, that floated on top of Li Qia's head. The mantra of the Emperor's aura was peerless. One has to know that the words of immortal emperors were made from jade and gold. The appearance of mysterious word, withdraw, caused the frightening presence to immediately disappear like the receding tide. At this moment, even 1 million-year-old longevity spirits had to run. No matter how old they were, in front of the profound words of immortal Emperor Min Ren, all had to hide. Chapter 109, How are you able to communicate with the Emperor's aura of the ancestor and turn it into profound mantras? Seeing Li Qiya's usage of the Emperor's possession, not to mention Gu Taizhou, but even Tu Buyu was surprised. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's portrait had always been inside the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though the group of Gu Taizhou could activate the Emperor's aura, they couldn't directly communicate with it like Li Qiya had just done. This was an impossible thing. The Emperor's aura, to a certain degree, was the will of the immortal Emperor. This was not the same as communicating with mere mortals. However, Li Qiya easily communicated with it. This was such an incredible matter. In fact, for Li Qiya, this was not a surprising action. He was too familiar with immortal Emperor Min Ren's Tao philosophy. How could he not understand the Emperor's aura of Min Ren? Plus, when the portraits saw Su Yonghuang last time, it was not only simply just recognizing Su Yonghuang. Therefore, it was not a difficult matter for Li Qiya to communicate with the Emperor's aura. Li Qiya smiled and didn't say anything. How could outsiders know the internal secret? Xiaofan ran along the way, like a madman, into the area without any humans' presence and, because the power of heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were scared of immortal Emperor Min Ren's profound mantra, none of them dared to come close. Finally, they hadn't went too far before they made it to their destination, only to see a giant tree that covered the sky. This tree was incredibly huge and beyond human imagination. Its base penetrated the horizon while the dragon-like branches broadened to all directions. This giant tree was like a giant umbrella that encompassed the mountains thousands of miles away. This gigantic tree shocked everyone. Just a single tiny branch was as big as a small mountain. What was even more amazing was that one could see a waterfall on top of the tree. How was this still a tree? At 1 million zhang high, it blocked out the sky. For all of the disciples, and even Gu Taizhou, it was the first time seeing such a huge tree. When everyone entered the area covered by the shade of the tree, they felt that their spirits relaxed. It was as if their worries were gone and their bodies loosened and were no longer heavy. Earlier, Xiaofan brought everyone to the dangerous area. Even though the fierce beasts didn't come closer, everyone still trembled from their terrifying presence. However, at this moment, under the dome of the tree's shadow, everyone finally felt at peace, as if they were at home. It seemed that the powerful beasts didn't dare to approach the radius of this tree. This was no different from a sanctuary within the evil-infested ridge. There was no distortion from fierce beasts or ferocious birds. Entering this land, Xiaofan stopped advancing noisily and silently went straight to the root of the tree. Here, the scene was even more serene and gave peace to the spectators. It was a safe haven. Even the young deers were eating grass in a carefree manner while white cranes took leisure strolls near the river and elegantly washed their godly feathers. The 1 million miles surrounding this area was the dangerous zone of the evil-infested ridge. The inside and outside of this location was completely different. One step was a stairway to heaven while the other was a road to hell. In a blink, everyone was under the root of the tree. There were grasses and shining medicinal plants. With flying birds singing peacefully, it was as if there were no dangers or the presence of war in this place. There was such a place in the evil-infested ridge? In a short amount of time, everyone was in a daze, including Gu Taizhou. One has to remember that no one dared to set foot inside this area of the evil-infested ridge. Trespassing was the same as death. However, here, at the deepest part, there was such a holy ground, rendering others to be astonished. How did you know about this place? Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qiya in amazement and asked with a perplexed manner. Li Qiya laughed and answered, calculated with my fingers. Then, he immediately jumped down from Xiaofan. The other fascinated disciples also jumped down from the snail. Then, Xiaofan shivered and turned into an old man. When everyone was still in a daze, Li Qiya went to the front of this giant tree that covered their sights ahead. Do you know the summoning formation? At this moment, Li Qiya asked Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan didn't know why he asked, but she nodded and said, yes, but to summon from such a dangerous area, I do not have the capability. An ordinary level of skill is fine. Carve on this tree trunk. Li Qiye commanded Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan didn't understand the reason, but she followed Li Qiye's instruction and engraved an ordinary summoning formation on the tree at a short distance away. Li Qiye converged his spirit and went next to the tree. At this moment, Li Shuangyan was moved. She had rarely seen Li Qiye so solemn. Li Qiye normally wouldn't even put royal nobles or enlightened beings into his sight, but he appeared to be especially serious at this moment. Standing in front of the godly tree, with both hands forming the word 10, he then sat on the ground in a lotus pose and continuously whispered. No one could understand him. You all need to carry these leaves with you at all times, never lose them. When you are of training, never leave this holy land by more than 500 miles. Within this radius, whenever you are in danger, you will immediately be summoned back to this place. This is a holy land protected by the Kasha lotus tree. No heavenly beasts and longevity spirits would dare to venture into this place. In this place, there are many spirit pills and medicinal plants with magical and godly metals. However, remember this, no matter what the treasure is, always follow this one principle: if you see 3, take 1, if you see 5, take 2. This is a law made of steel, and will be personally overseered by Elder Gu. The ones who violate this law will suffer heavy punishments. Li Qiye solemnly told the disciples. Gu Taizhou was also a protector of the sect. He memorized Li Qiye's words because Li Qiye was so serious for a reason. Keep in mind that outside of regular cultivation, you can all hunt the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits within the radius of 500 miles. The majority of these beasts would be around 10,000 to 100,000 years old. The higher-ranked beasts would not dare to come close. However, you absolutely cannot leave this radius, or you would be seeking your own death. Li Qiye reminded. Every disciple memorized the words of Li Qiye. Even under the leadership of Protector Mo, Su Pei, and Chu Daily, they still wouldn't dare to violate Li Qiye's law of steel. After taking care of the disciples, he divided them to prepare their camps for daily living. Li Qiye then gathered Gu Taizhou, Protector Mo, Li Shuangyan, Tu Buyu, and Xiaofan. He looked at them and said, as long as the disciples do not leave the area I specified, there will not be any great danger with their training. From now on, Elder Gu will be leading the group. You have to leave? Gu Taizhou looked at Li Qiye and surprisingly asked. Li Qiye simply nodded his head and told Tu Buyu and Xiaofan, you two also do not need to hide anything any longer. When it is the right time, go ahead and take action. Otherwise, if anything actually happened, I will deal with you too. Since you have commanded, this little brother wouldn't dare to disobey. Tu Buyu kindly said with a smile. I still want to follow young noble. Of course Niu Ren was willing to go with Li Qiye. No need. Li Qiye shook his head and said, other than just protecting the disciples, I also have something else for you to do. I will ask Princess Li to go with you. Gu Taizhou was very worried about Li Qiye because his cultivation was still very shallow. If there was a powerful royal noble, such as Li Shuangyan, with him, he would be more at ease. I'm just doing a few things. Li Qiye rejected. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan didn't say anything else. She knew that Li Qiye didn't want anyone to follow him. After taking care of everyone, they all left. Li Qiye specifically called for Xiaofan and said, today, I will pass to you the 7th solution. 7th solution? Hearing this, Xiaofan was ecstatic and unable to control his emotion. Even though he had the 6th solution, he couldn't understand the 7th solution. Li Qiye slowly spoke, as long as you exert all of your heart, one day, I will pass on the entire 18 solutions to you. You probably already understood that as long as you work your hardest, one of these days, you could become a second calamity god. Chapter 110, Yo, you have seen our ancestor? Hearing Li Qiye's words, Xiaofan became shocked and his vision became clouded. He looked at Li Qiye with complete astonishment and remembered that there was only one existence in this world who understood the 18 solutions of his race. Since Li Qiye understood the 18 solutions entirely, this implied that he had seen the existence in the legend. This is not important. Li Qiye said, as long as you provide your best service, then one day, you will be a god. As long as it is young noble's command, Xiaofan will definitely go through water and tread on fire. Xiaofan bent down on his knees and performed a ceremony. Li Qiye nodded his head and said, now listen carefully, I don't want to say it again. Don't throw away the prestige of your tribe. Xiaofan gathered his spirits and carefully listened to each of Li Qiye's words. After passing on the seventh solution, Li Qiye prepared to leave. He didn't want to stay here long. However, with Li Qiye's current cultivation, Gu Taizhou was still worried. During the moment of departure, Gu Taizhou handed the immortal emperor's portrait to Li Qiye and formally said, bring this item with you, it will protect you. From Gu Tieshou's perspective, Li Qiye was too important to the cleansing incense ancient sect. If something were to happen to him, then it would be such a great loss to the sect and was not something they would be able to withstand. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled, Elder Gu, I am not a flower vase to decorate the interior. Rains and winds are normal occurrences to a cultivator. Plus, since I am daring to go alone, I have my confidence. In my opinion, the Heavenly God sect has not given up. You should still be careful. With this portrait, at the very least, you could still slaughter them once or twice. Li Qiye finished speaking and gave the portrait back to Gu Taizhou. Seeing Li Qiye's determination, Gu Taizhou quietly accepted the portrait and reminded him one last time, be careful, and quickly return. Be at ease, elder. This time, I am going to hellishly train my cultivation. Short will be 3 months, long will be 1 year. Li Qiye said. Then Li Shuangyan, Gu Taizhou, and Xiaofan, one by one, came to say goodbye. Even the quiet Tu Buyu also came. As for Nanhuiren, the self-proclaimed henchman of Li Qiye, he didn't come because he knew Li Qiye wouldn't bring him along anyway. Li Qiye looked at the quiet Tu Buyu and said, you want to follow the path of the patriarch. To be frank, you won't be able to do it. You have started way too late. Plus, you don't have the luck and hellish training of the patriarch. However, you can cultivate the god of war manual and will be a virtuous paragon in the future. And not just any virtuous paragon, but one with extremely powerful offensive power. No virtuous paragons would be able to compete with you. The god of war manual was an extremely unfathomable ancient merit law. It could be considered a scripture. That year, when he taught this merit law to immortal Emperor Minran, in the end, he became an invincible immortal emperor. Thank you for your guidance, big brother. From now on, this little brother will focus on this merit law. Tu Buyu bowed and smiled. Tu Buyu, always referring to himself as little brother, caused the group of Gu Taizhou to feel weird. He could be even older than Gu Taizhou, but he kept referring to himself as little brother in front of Li Qiye. Longevity laws, fate merits, and technique forms, these are the 3 types of cultivators' merit laws. A technique form, to a large extent, referred to the pure offense and defense Dao methods. To be more exact, they were the techniques used in battles. In reality, many fate merits also have techniques for offense and defense, but not all merit laws used it to build the Dao foundation. This was the biggest difference between a technique form and a fate merit. Technique forms couldn't be used to refine the true fate, they were simply battle techniques. Eventually, Li Qiye said farewell to the group of Gu Taizhou and left this safe holy ground. Li Qiye left and headed towards the west. He had his own purpose for leaving. Outside of using this time to cultivate, he also wanted to deal with some personal affairs. Wuxia wanted to hone his own skills but didn't want other people to be by his side. First, he didn't want others to see the real potential of his hell-suppressing immortal physique. Second, he also had some hidden cards that shouldn't be revealed to others. However, Wuxia had only just left the holy ground, less than 100 miles away, before he met a heavenly beast. Even though this was not far from the Kasha lotus tree, there were still a few heavenly beasts nearby. Of course, the 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts wouldn't dare to come close. At this moment, this heavenly beast was blocking Wuxia. It resembled a rhinoceros, but was 3 times bigger and had a horn as sharp as a sword. It exhaled hot fiery air at an exceedingly high temperature. If someone were to be sprayed by it, it wouldn't be just a simple wound. A sword rhinoceros. Seeing this heavenly beast blocking his path, he leisurely said, "Just a 1,000-year-old heavenly beast, yet you still dared to come out. Be smart and step aside, or I will slay you and take your beast marrow and Dao bones." Boom, boom, boom. However, the 1,000-year-old sword rhinoceros used its thick legs to dig into the ground behind it. It took a few steps back, preparing to charge ahead. "You want to compare pure impact power with me?" Seeing how the sword rhinoceros didn't want to back up, Wuxia smiled and rushed straight forward. Bang! After extending the distance, the sword rhinoceros charged forward with extreme speed and power. Without a doubt, this impact could shatter a small peak. The sword rhinoceros was a heavy type of rhino, plus its power and impulsive speed was extremely fast. Its offense was very simple and direct. Once trapped inside its attack range, its horn would pierce through the body or trample the prey into meat paste. The impact power of the sword rhinoceros was amazing, but Wuxia's was even more frightening. When he stomped on the ground, the earth immediately shook. His simple activation of the hell-suppressing immortal physique was already millions of gene. Bang! Finally, Wuxia and the sword rhinoceros collided. The body of the sword rhinoceros immediately flew away with its blood spurting out like heavy rain. Under this impact, the sword rhinoceros didn't even have the chance to bellow before its entire body was broken. Ultimately, the heavy sword rhinoceros fell down to the ground. It was no longer able to move and its body painted the ground red. A 1,000-year-old sword rhinoceros wasn't something a provisional palace cultivator, like Wuxia, could stop. Even an inner longevity cultivator wouldn't be able to. Unfortunately, it met Wuxia. "Comparing bodies with me?" Wuxia came closer and smiled. Such an impact was not worthy of mentioning to Wuxia. The hell-suppressing godly physique, it could even suppress hell itself. Immortals and devils wouldn't be able to avoid it. Just imagine, to have the qualifications to be one of the 12 immortal physiques, how frightening must the hell-suppressing godly physique be? Even though Wuxia's immortal physique was not completed, he still cultivated a supreme immortal physique in this world. One could only imagine the power. Wuxia opened the beast's body and took the beast marrow and bones. To a cultivator, even though heavenly beasts were frightening, they were also rare and precious. The beast marrows could be used to refine physique pastes, and the Dao bones were needless to say. A flawless Dao bone could be used to create life treasures, and these life treasures would be able to keep the power of the heavenly beasts. For example, the Dao bones of a sword rhinoceros. Once refined into a treasure, it would have the strength of the sword rhinoceros. After collecting the beast marrow and Dao bones, Wuxia went on his way. However, he couldn't go far before being surrounded by more heavenly beasts. As he was slowly getting farther to the west, there were more heavenly beasts nearby. Earth wolves were heavenly beasts traveling in packs, very brutal and aggressive. Unless the wolf monarch gets killed, they would become even more bloodthirsty as the fight went on. The rustling sounds increased and more earth wolves showed up and surrounded Wuxia. 300-year-old heavenly beasts, not worth my energy. Worthless things, you even want me to take your beast marrow and Dao bones. Surrounded by the wolves, Wuxia was still calm and spoke. Roar! The response to Wuxia was the howls of a 500-year-old earth wolf. It immediately rushed and, with a bite, aimed for the neck of Wuxia. These wolves were more than just a simple pack. Their claws were like swords, fangs like sabers, and with firm and resolute furs, they were extremely hard to injure. Poof! Wuxia didn't bother giving it a glance. His invisible dual blades came out and each swing instantly cut the earth wolf's neck. Blood began to flow like a spring. It didn't even have the chance to scream. This blade was fast, ruthlessly, and accurate. Wuxia had experienced millions of years of ups and downs. What type of heavenly beasts and longevity spirits had he not seen? What strengths and weaknesses of these beasts were he unaware of? Rar, smelling the fresh blood, the earth wolves became angry and a group of them pounced at Wuxia. Fine, I will use all of you to practice my speed. Wuxia uttered a long roar and his fate palace emerged. The Kunpeng jumped up. At this moment, Wuxia turned into a long shadow and shuttled amongst the wolves with an incredible speed. The heaven transformation within the 6 variants turned into extreme speed and freely flew in the sky. At the maximum velocity with the most profound technique, this speed could become as fast as a real Kunpeng. However, the fastest speed in this world was certainly not the Kunpeng, but one of the 12 immortal physiques, the soaring immortal physique. Its velocity had surpassed the realm of speed, but under the limitation of speed itself, the Kunpeng could be considered number 1 with its heaven transformation. Poof! Each blade equated to one dead wolf. Under the heaven transformation, Wuxia's movement was faintly mysterious, and the wolves were no longer able to keep up. However, as the stench of blood permeated the air, more and more earth wolves arrived. Suddenly, there were thousands of them. Chapter 111, 8 Gale Blades. At this moment, Wuxia uttered a long sound and yelled, "Have a taste of little brat Min Ren's favorite technique." Finished with these words, the shadow of the invisible dual blades became faster and 8 blade edges swept all of the directions. Suddenly, there was a visceral rain of blood. Wuxia rampaged amidst the wolves and killed them in the most vivid manner. Not long after, there were mountains of corpses while blood flowed like the rivers. The stench of the blood pierced the nose, causing a nauseous feeling. Wuxia unleashed 7 blades after 7 steps, and the blades' edges skyrocketed. The invisible dual blades were extremely formidable. Even though they were made from mortal steel, after aggregating the essence of immortal Emperor Min Ren, they were no less than any life treasure. Over a short amount of time, Wuxia had killed so many wolves that he had lost count. Roar! Finally, the Earth Wolf Monarch, at 3,000 years of age, let out a sad bellow. A blade immediately cut through its neck. The head of the Wolf Monarch was like golden metal. Its nails were sharp like cold steel, and its fangs could even tear through armor with a lightning-like speed. However, under the presence of the invisible dual blades, its neck could only be instantly slashed. When its head fell to the floor, Wuxia, with his 2 hands crossed behind his back, suddenly unleashed a backhanded blade, like a butterfly playing with the flowers, directly through his ribs. Fresh blood shot up and the figure behind Wuxia froze. The dual blades edged the figure into 2 halves. This was not a wolf, but a strange monster. It had the body of a badger, with 2 wings protruding from its ribs. There was an old tree branch on top of its head. This monster was either a 4-footed beast or a longevity spirit. Where there are earth wolves, there will be blood-sucking wretched plant spirits. Unfortunately, I had noticed you earlier. Wuxia sheathed his blades and leisurely smiled while looking at the fallen monster. This monster had its eye wide open because it was readying a sneak attack. However, it had no chance to make a move before it was struck by Wuxia. It thought that it could kill Wuxia with a surprise attack, but Wuxia was faster. Longevity spirits were fierce existences that were well known, just like heavenly beasts, in this world. However, longevity spirits were even more frightening than heavenly beasts. Heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were two entirely different races. The heavenly beasts in the legends that came into being at the very beginning, during the era of the gods, were known as some of the most ancient creatures. The most horrifying thing about heavenly beasts was that they possessed an extremely strong body that was able to stop life treasures and true treasures. Their claws were able to even tear through life treasures and godly armors. As for longevity spirits, there were two different claims to their origin. One believed that it was a type of monster raised by the world. The other claim assumed that they were demons with the blood of immortal devils. However, as for what the lineages of the immortal devils were, no one knew for sure. Regardless, most people believed in the second claim and considered longevity spirits to be an evil creature. Same lifespan heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were close in power, but to cultivators, longevity spirits were more frightening. The reason was very simple. For a heavenly beast, when there were people invading its territory, it would appear and fight, and would even eat the humans. However, longevity spirits were different. When people were in the wilderness, they could have been unknowingly targeted by a longevity spirit. Once targeted, it would be very difficult to escape. Longevity spirits were like the ghosts in the dark. They would often come and go without casting a single shadow. They didn't possess tough and unrivaled bodies like the heavenly beasts, nor did they have their sharp claws, but the longevity spirits could borrow the power of the heaven and earth and use the grand Tao to kill the enemy. Once a longevity spirit took action, it would normally be a one-hit kill. They wouldn't make a move unless they were certain, and then, they would also suck the blood dry from their prey. Thus, there was a saying amongst cultivators: meeting a heavenly beast, there is a chance for survival; meeting a longevity spirit, unless it is dead, you will be dead. Even so, longevity spirits were still as valuable as heavenly beasts. The longevity blood of the spirits were the main medicinal ingredient of blood medicines. Also, the life rings of these spirits were used by cultivators to create longevity treasures. There was one special thing about longevity spirits. They were like the trees, and they had life rings. 1 year would be equivalent to 1 ring. Seeing the bodies of the wolves scattered on the ground, Wuxia couldn't help but shake his head with a helpless feeling. With so many bodies, it would take such a long time to gather the marrows and bones from them, but there was no other choice. At the moment, the sect's foundation was still shallow and lacking in resources. The new disciples absolutely needed these marrows and bones. Wuxia killed many beasts and spirits on his way towards the west. The beasts and spirits became stronger. In the beginning, he was able to come out unscathed, but later on, using all of his means to kill the powerful monsters, he became wounded in many places. Despite this being the case, Wuxia became more ferocious and bloodthirsty the more he fought. Inadvertently, his body carried a ferocious presence and had a murderous aura. This aura became even more corporeal. Wuxia's gaze caused others to feel as if there was a ferocious beast watching them, giving rise to goosebumps. Cruel and unmerciful fighting was the best test for Wuxia, the best type of devilish training. Struggling in such a dangerous place was the best way for Wuxia to regain the sensation of that year, when he plotted against the entire world, a feeling of flying freely high in the sky and diving deep into the sea. Kill! Wuxia roared, and the dark space transformation appeared. The world no longer had a spatial gap. He immediately appeared before a longevity spirit and slashed it from behind. This sinister bird plant was 50,000 years old. From under his blade, it suddenly disappeared. Wuxia knew this was a bad sign and he felt pain from behind his back. Even at his maximum speed, he was still slashed by the Tao runes of the sinister bird plant, and his blood began to spurt from the gash. A 50,000-year-old longevity spirit was a frightening existence. Even cultivators at the named hero level would be weary of them. The winner between the two would not be clear. Li Qia's shadow instantly flashed and his body jumped up high. The moment his shadow reappeared, he was already 1,000 zhang away. He disappeared and reappeared again and again. The Kunpeng's 6 variants, dark space transformation, space belonged to my will. Li Qia had mastered the profound truths of the Kunpeng's 6 variants, but his cultivation was still shallow. Otherwise, with the dark space transformation, he could easily travel 1,000 miles with a single step. The sinister bird plant also chased after Li Qia, who suddenly escaped. It flashed and disappeared towards Li Qia's direction. Li Qia ran into the thick forest and finally ended up at a peak. The speed of the sinister bird plant was also frightening and it kept on chasing Li Qia down. However, after reaching this peak, Li Qia's flashing figure disappeared completely. Once locked onto a prey, the sinister bird plant would never let it go, so it immediately hovered in the air to find Li Qia. But suddenly, Li Qia appeared behind it with the dark space transformation. There was no distance between the two. The sinister bird plant flashed, wanting to escape. This was the reason why longevity spirits were so annoying to deal with. They were like ghosts and wouldn't fight directly. After missing a strike, they would hide and wait for another opportunity. It is too late, sinister bird, this old man is fed up with you. Li Qia roared. He pointed his finger to the sky and yelled, "Have a taste of a heaven's will secret law." Boom! With one finger defying the heavens, Li Qia's chest suddenly became as bright as the sky. The sinister bird plant lost its color as a powerful aura came down from the sky. The finger of Li Qia, in a flash, became the heaven's will. Who dared not to follow the will of the heavens? This finger became the heaven's will, with accompanying brilliances. One finger carried the power of the 10,000 Daos. No, the spirit bellowed, wanting to escape, but it had no chance. As a longevity spirit, it could channel the Grand Tao, but under the heaven's will, it couldn't communicate with the Grand Tao. Under the heaven's will, how could the fireflies compare to the brilliance of the moon? Qi blood exploded along with floating feathers. Under this one finger, the sinister bird plant became scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Heaven's will secret laws were extremely frightening. All emperor merit laws, no matter how powerful, would pale in comparison. The heavens will alone ruled all of the 10,000 Daos. Under the Tao of the heaven, the power of the 10,000 Daos seemed insignificant. This was why, whenever cultivators were fighting against their enemies, their worst fear was to meet a heaven's will secret law. This was the highest achievement of an immortal emperor after shouldering the heaven's will. Nothing could exceed the heaven's will secret law. This little brat Min Ren's heaven's will secret law is really amazing. Li Qia murmured. He then covered the opening of his wound. The pain was so terrible that even Li Qia had to grit his teeth to withstand the sensation. Li Qia borrowed the daylight sky merit law in order to help the cleansing incense ancient sect find the daylight sky immortal secret, but he also practiced it when it was convenient. Of course, he knew about the terrifying power of the heavens will secret law, but he tried his best not to use it. This heavens will secret law would cause others to drool. The sect wouldn't want to let others know about it at this moment, otherwise, many extremely powerful sects and nations would become envious with greed. Li Qia also didn't want to rely on the heavens will secret law too much, he had many other means. When it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use it. After killing the sinister bird plant, Li Qia disappeared and continued westbound. Far in the ravine and inside a deep cave, Li Qia hunkered down inside and channeled the revolving crescent sun merit law. He also activated his blood to form the Kunpeng 6 variants, while devouring the energy of the heaven and earth. Chapter 112, The essence of the world was too dense here. In such a short period of time, the world's energy quickly flew into Wuxia like a river, into his master palace where the essence was absorbed by his true fate. Wuxia kept on going west while cultivating and moving at the same time. Outside of killing heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, he also used this place's essence to increase his cultivation. At this moment, Wuxia Finald created his second Fate Palace. As a vice palace, it was even bigger than the master palace. The second Fate Palace does not have the true fate, but when the true fate was absorbing the world's essence, it could also move the world's essence into the second Fate Palace. After opening a new Fate Palace, it would need to be supplied with the world's energy. Without energy, it wouldn't be able to have a gushing spring or an igniting fire and a breaking ground. There were 5 levels in the provisional palace realm. From lowest to highest, they are, 1 starting palace, 2 gushing springs, 3 igniting fires, 4 breaking grounds, and 5 rising pillars. The 1 starting palace was the formation of a new Fate Palace in the Ni Gong Meridian. 2 gushing springs was about establishing a route with the spring of life. 3 igniting fires was about increasing the fire of life, allowing one's essence to be as powerful as the flames. Another difference between the Master and Vice Palace was that the Master Palace naturally had a spring of life, a cauldron of life, a tree of life, and a pillar of life. Only after cultivation could the Vice Palaces also have these things. At this moment, inside the Vice Palace, the fire essence was burning and the spring of life was filled with water, along with a brilliant tree of life. Boom! At this time, in the second Fate Palace, there was a loud bang. The pillar of life suddenly rose up and the Grand Tao's runes continuously floated about, filling up the palace with the world's essence. Wuxia had successfully broken through to the 5 rising pillars level. After this step was the inner longevity realm. In fact, using the amazing property of the revolving crescent sun merit law, Wuxia could have broken through this level much earlier, but because of the sex matters, his cultivation speed was delayed for quite some time. After entering the evil-infested ridge, the world's energy here was so dense that it greatly helped Wuxia's cultivation speed. Bang, 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 the world was extremely bright at this moment. In the depths of the evil-infested ridge, in the desolate mountain ranges, there seemed to be 2 giants fighting. The 2 fought until the earth was cracked and the heaven was frozen, crushing the rivers and shattering the mountains. Right now, Wuxia's body was struck flying away through 5 mountains. His entire body was covered with blood. However, his opponent was not any better, it was damaged by Wuxia's hell-suppressing godly physique. Its entire rib cage was crushed and its gigantic body continued to retreat backwards, destroying many mountains. Wuxia got up from the rubble and spat out some blood. His eyes became bright, and as he channeled the hell-suppressing godly physique, his bones began to shake. All of the broken bones, along with his muscles, connected together once more. Wuxia's opponent was a giant ape, towering at 1,000 zhang high. It was big enough to destroy a mountain with 1 punch and traverse a river with 1 step. The sky-shouldering ape, a heavenly beast at 200,000 years of age. Even a royal noble would not dare to provoke one and would have to take the long way around. However, Wuxia just had to go and fight it. At this moment, Wuxia had met his match. Compared to longevity spirits, Wuxia preferred heavenly beasts. Because they relied on direct confrontation, it would be easier to activate the hidden potential of the hell-suppressing godly physique. Only in a life and death crisis would he be able to refine the maximum potential of this physique. Both sides did not use any techniques nor merit laws, they were only confronting with the pure force of the collisions of their physical bodies. The person with the last laugh would not be the one with the higher cultivation or refined techniques, but the one with the strongest body. Come again. Wuxia crazily screamed again. He was like a mad ox, rushing forward. Each of his steps crushed the earth, detonating the ground that became littered with debris. To a heavenly beast like the sky-shouldering ape, Wuxia's attitude was provocative and he was challenging its honor. It was a giant monster that used its body to destroy the enemy. With one foot, it could destroy a mountain. If it became crazy, it could destroy a mountain 10,000 zhang high with one blow. However, a human, the size of an ant, dared to compete in physiques with it. This was so insulting. So, the sky-shouldering ape roared and also rushed forward, emitting loud boom, boom, freezing the sky and shattering the earth. With the last bang, Wuxia jumped on top of a mountain. He used the hell-suppressing godly physique to destroy this mountain and used the momentum to propel himself forward while channeling his physique to its maximum limit. Boom, the two sides collided. Like two mountains ramming into each other, they destroyed the nearby peaks. Blood sprayed like a spring in the air. Both sides flew more than 1,000 miles away. Wuxia crashed through an entire mountain while the sky-shouldering ape also shattered a few peaks. Wuxia was covered in blood, and there were cracks all over his body. The hell-suppressing godly physique was hard and heavy, to break it was more prohibitive than reaching the heavens. However, at this moment, Wuxia really had met his match. The physique competition between the two was still undecided. Wuxia's body was almost cracked, but the sky-shouldering ape was not any better. Kill, the war was far from over. Wuxia crazily rushed forward, again, with a loud battle cry. As for the sky-shouldering ape, it was not willing to lose to an ant, so it also started its offense on Wuxia. Boom, 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 in a short amount of time, they exchanged many blows. If spectators were to see this, their eyes would drop to the floor due to this spectacular sight. One man and one ape, fighting each other in this desolate mountain, they collided without breaks. Not using any techniques nor laws nor treasures, only body against body. If people were to see how heaven-defying Wuxia was with his matchless body, they would quickly lose all colors. He was only at the inner longevity realm, yet his physique was equal to royal nobles, or even enlightened beings. This was such a terrifying physique. If it wasn't a grand completion saint physique, then at the very least, it would still be a grand completion king physique. One has to be aware that a grand completion king physique could easily crush royal nobles and enlightened beings, an extremely frightening physique. Bang! This battle went on for a whole day. Finally, the two giants fell down to the ground, splitting the rivers and crushing the earth. The blood of the sky-shouldering ape painted this ground crimson. As for Wuxia, he was also on his deathbed. At this moment, his entire body was torn apart, but he was still brilliantly smiling. This absolute physical competition, he was the last man smiling, a supreme immortal physique, it was number one in this world. Even though Wuxia had many methods to kill the sky-shouldering ape, such as schemes, but that would take away the fun from the challenge. To Wuxia, only a tough fight like this was the real challenge. Wuxia had to fully lay there for 1 whole month before he finally finished healing his injuries. Within this process, countless amounts of blood energy poured up and down, like a spring, to recover his wounds. After 1 month, Wuxia extracted the beast marrow and Dao bones of the sky-shouldering ape and continued to head west. When Wuxia was honing his own cultivation, the liveliness had just begun in the evil-infested ridge. The truth was that, since the evil-infested ridge opened early and was outside of everyone's expectations, many sects and nations missed the chance to enter this time around. From the beginning, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, as the host, had already started removing the small sects and sectless cultivators that were trying to come in during the chaos. The smart ones would leave, otherwise, they would die to the hands of the royal nobles from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and their corpses would remain in this ridge. Of course, to some of these people, the evil-infested ridge was filled with temptations. Even when they knew that they would be completely annihilated by the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, they still hid in different places inside and hoped to be lucky that their entire force wouldn't be annihilated. As the host, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom maintained order. Only the grand sects, powerful nations, or extreme experts were allowed to enter the ridge. They had set out and embarked on a journey to find the treasures within. Due to the fact that only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter the ridge, it meant that enlightened beings were the most powerful cultivators inside, and that they could dominate one direction. However, against the dangers of the evil-infested ridge, enlightened beings were not enough. One had to know that, not mentioning million-year heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, when meeting just 300,000 years old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, even enlightened beings had to retreat. Against these ancient beasts, even ancient saints could only be eaten alive. In fact, after the recent end of the difficult Tao era, not many enlightened beings came out because very few people broke through to the enlightened being level during the difficult Tao era. During the last 30,000 years, many enlightened beings disappeared into the earth for so long and wouldn't easily come out. Inside the ridge, there were not that many enlightened beings, only the grand sects and powerful nations had some. The main forces were made up of named heroes and royal nobles. Many of the ancient sects and nations were leaving this great opportunity to their younger generation. This was why many sects formed powerful alliances. It was in order to face the dangers inside the evil-infested ridge. Of course, there were some powerful existences that had capable units and didn't form alliances with others. They only used their own strength to enter the ridge, such as the Heavenly Southern Kingdom, the Jiangzhou clan, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Chapter 113. In the last 30,000 years, some people divided the areas inside the ridge into many regions, and each region was around 3,000 to 5,000 miles long. Of course, these distances were calculated starting from their door that they had just come from. The first starting zone within the 5,000-mile radius was considered the common area. Even though there were heavenly beasts and longevity spirits in this place, they were all under 10,000 years old. To the powerful sects and nations, this area was safe for people to freely move about. From 5,000 to 8,000 miles away, it was called the harvest area. This area was suitable for the disciples of these sects to find treasures and kill heavenly beasts and longevity spirits for their beast marrow, Tao bones, longevity blood, and life rings. Plus, the dangers were not great inside this area. Thus, to the powerful sects, this region belonged to them for their disciples. Around the 9,000 to 15,000 mile radius lies the challenge area. Only royal nobles would dare to come inside. There were many 100,000-year-old beasts in this place. Ordinary disciples would only be courting death if they enter. This area was the zone for the named heroes and royal nobles since the items here were more suitable for them and they usually yielded superlative results. 20,000 miles away was the dangerous areas. Only enlightened beings would dare to go and dig for treasures and kill beasts in this zone. After 20,000 miles was the extremely dangerous area. How dangerous it would be was dependent on one's luck. If one was unlucky, then they would be met with 500,000-year-old beasts. If one's fortune was decent, then they would be met with 300,000-year-old beasts. Naturally, these areas gave birth to great treasures and metals, along with medicinal plants. The corpses of these beasts were of extremely high value and would make others become mouth-watery, as well. After 30,000 miles. No one dared to be involved with this area. There were some that considered this to be a no-man's land. There was a chance to meet with 1,000,000-year-old beasts inside this area. Going inside was simply courting death. Even enlightened beings wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of these monstrous beasts. 500 disciples from the heart-seeking mountain met a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast. They were all slaughtered in the battle. The disciples of the Red River Valley accidentally went into a flame cave and were trapped to death, inside. In the end, only the valley master was able to escape, the rest of the disciples were burned to ashes. However, the dangers in the ridge were not limited to just heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. There were dangerous grounds that could devour humans as well. At this point, the entire ridge became a grand feast. Whether it was for cultivators or for the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, both sides began to sweep through each other and the culling had begun. The stench of blood lingered in this world. Even though there was good news each day, there were also nightmarish stories spread around. However, the sects and nations that were powerful enough were victorious in all of their battles. Nothing could stop them as they swept through an entire direction. Their rich harvest made the eyes of others red with envy, such as the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom or the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Marquis of the Eastern River slayed a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast. In a few short days, there was a piece of news that caused everyone to change their expressions and shudder. A 200,000-year-old heavenly beast. Even a royal noble couldn't beat one. How did Marquis of the Eastern River kill it? There was someone who was skeptical, and asked. Marquis of the Eastern River had 1,000 riders that formed the 6 Wise Monarchs formation. They trapped the heavenly beast for 3 days and 3 nights before finally killing it. An eyewitness explained. When met with a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast, even royal nobles would be fearful and would even retreat, yet the young Marquis of the Eastern River was able to slay it. Truly incredible. The 6 Wise Monarchs formation. A person who knew of this grand formation took a deep breath. The 6 Wise Monarchs formation was the grand formation of the Jiangzhou clan, used to protect itself. It was created by virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, and it had slain heavenly kings and virtuous paragons. Someone was amazed of Marquis of the Eastern River's strength and emotionally said, even though Marquis of the Eastern River was only bestowed the title of Ho by the country, he has 1 foot in the realm of royal noble and already has the power of a royal noble. People were convinced of Marquis of the Eastern River and were also envious of the fact that he could seize the beast marrow and Tao bones of a 200,000 years old heavenly beast. These were extremely great and valuable items. Nan Tianhao fortunately went inside an ancient cave and seized a verdant copper, a part of the 6 runes Saint Copper. The power of Marquis of the Eastern River made others astonished, but the luck of Nan Tianhao was also fortuitous. In just a few short days, these news were spread far and wide. Verdant copper, 6 runes, ah! This is a good item, even millions of refined crystals wouldn't be able to buy it. One person who heard this news was both envious and jealous and said, the challenge area indeed has many great treasures. It even had a 6 runes Saint Copper. Hearing this good news, many cultivators took a risk and ventured into the challenge area. Of course, for many of these cultivators, this was welcoming their deaths. Grand Tao life metals were born naturally into this world and had innate Tao runes. Only the ones with Tao runes would be formally called Grand Tao life metals. Each of them contained the Tao runes from the ancient eras. These Tao runes were called Grand Tao metal runes or Grand Tao life metals. To life treasures, these metals were indeed too precious. For example, when a Grand Tao life metal had the Tao runes of fire, one could refine it using the violet fire merit or heavy flame law to smelt it and turn it into a Grand Tao metal rune. Using the appropriate merit laws with the same element when refining these metals would yield a life treasure with double the power. Chapter 114. Of course, the power of these Tao runes couldn't be activated by everyone. Only experts above the royal noble realm would be able to truly utilize the power of the Grand Tao life runes. One Grand Tao life metal could contain 1 Grand Tao life rune, or even 2 or 3. In short, the more runes there were, the more precious the metal was. It could be said that metals that contained more than 3 Tao runes would be something that couldn't be bought with even 1,000,000 refined crystals. Cultivators named metals having 4 to 5 runes as King Iron, ones that had 6 to 7 runes were called Saint Coppers, and ones that had 8 to 9 were called Immortal Gold. A 6 runes verdant copper was something that would cause people's eyes to become reddened with greed. Its value was much higher than the beast marrow and Tao bones obtained by Marquis of the Eastern River. It was no wonder why people couldn't help but venture into the challenge area after hearing the news. Shengtian Dao used his own strength to kill a 150,000-year-old longevity spirit, and he came out unscathed. But there was an even more shocking message that came from the Heavenly God sect. Using his own strength to kill such a longevity spirit. Hearing this news, many people took a deep chilling breath. Longevity spirits were much more dangerous than heavenly beasts. Being targeted by one would make people feel like there was a gigantic mountain lurking behind them. Killing one was simply unimaginable. This is a true royal noble, he's much stronger than Marquis of the Eastern River. Even the unconvinced people had to admit that Shengtian Dao was way too formidable. A royal noble at such a young age, this was an enviable matter. Plus, under the today's situation, Shengtian Dao appeared to be even more powerful than a veteran royal noble. An ordinary royal noble couldn't compare to him, and same with the other geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. Shengtian Dao, born with a saint fate, exceedingly high talents, and extreme intelligence, he easily understood the Grand Dao and laws. A sect master enviously exclaimed and continued, having such a descendant, it would be a certainty that the Heavenly God sect would continue to grow. I'm afraid Shengtian Dao wouldn't just be a mortal king. In the future, he might even exceed the Heavenly God sect's ancestor. Having such a disciple was an enviable thing. The sect will surely become prosperous. I'm afraid Goddess Li is even stronger than Shengtian Dao, and even more heaven-defying as well. Since Shengtian Dao was so excellent, it reminded others of another genius, Li Shuangyan. One has to remember that earlier, Shengtian Dao suffered under the hands of Li Shuangyan. Goddess Li is truly heaven-defying. Rumor has it that she doesn't just have a king physique, but also a saint fate. When it came to Li Shuangyan, many cultivators were moved and couldn't help but sing praises. I also know that Goddess Li has an even higher potential than Shengtian Dao. At the end of the day, she has a king physique. In the future, she would definitely become a virtuous paragon without difficulty. Her fans couldn't stop praising. There was a debate regarding fate palaces and physiques. Some felt that the physique was more important than the fate palace, while others took the opposite view. Cultivators on the side of the first principle felt that physiques were capable of ranking up, a king physique could become a saint physique, or even the invincible immortal physique. However, a fate palace couldn't do it. One was stuck with the innate fate palace and couldn't rank it up through cultivation. As for the second principle, they considered the fate palace to be the foundation of cultivation. Even though a Xiantian physique had a clear advantage, but once you reach the later stages in cultivation, in order to understand profound merit laws and create a personalized Grand Dao, one would need the aptitude and talents. This was why people thought that a fate palace was more important than a physique. Regarding fate palaces, Goddess Li is no worse than Shengtian Dao, but Goddess Li is also a natural-born king physique. A predecessor from the last generation said, if we're strictly speaking about potential, then no one could be better than Goddess Li. However, Goddess Li has joined the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect while Shengtian Dao has the guidance of the legendary ancestor from the Heavenly God sect. With such a wise teacher, how could he not become invincible? When it came to the Heavenly God sect's ancestor, everyone became silent. Even the arrogant ones turned respectful because the ancestor was the follower of immortal Emperor Takong. This is all because of the damned ancestral law of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A young cultivator felt it was unfair and said, "Who is Goddess Li? She is a fairy visiting the mortal world, but it just so happened that she was betrothed to the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. And this prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, how could he deserve someone like Goddess Li?" Li Shuangyan was the goddess in the eyes of the younger generation. With so many fans, it would only be natural that when this matter came up, countless people would hate Li Qie to the bones. That's right. A flower amidst a pile of cow manure. Li Qie is not only a bag of straws, but also an idiot. Isn't he only relying on the power of the immortal emperor? Just the little power left behind by immortal Emperor Minran, Yet he still dared to be arrogant to the high heavens. One of these days, he won't even realize why he was killed. Many people truly despised Wuxia. Especially when they saw that Wuxia was only relying on a woman to be arrogant, many people took this to their hearts. Besides having the fortunate fate of becoming the prime disciple, then the great fortune to marry Li Shuangyan, what was good about him? Just the thought of the straw bag being so lucky made many young ones grit their teeth from both envy and hatred. A gigolo relying on a woman, what kind of talent is this? While people were talking about the injustice towards Li Shuangyan, or when people were gossiping about her, there was suddenly a piece of news spreading throughout the evil-infested ridge. There is someone entering the dangerous area. He's going in alone. The news arrived and shocked the entire evil-infested ridge. Going alone into the dangerous area? People were shocked to hear this news. Entering alone, this was such courage. Someone asked, is it the imperial advisor of the heavenly jewel kingdom, enlightened being C2? One had to know that the dangerous area would terrorize others to the extreme. Without luck, one would meet a 300,000-year-old heavenly beast or longevity spirit. Meeting a heavenly beast was borderline acceptable, but being targeted by a longevity spirit would likely result in death. No, enlightened being C2 had not made a move. It is Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Someone who knew the inside story said. There were people from the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom here? Many people were stunned to hear this information. No matter whether it was a grand sect or a powerful nation, upon hearing the arrival of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, none dared to be presumptuous. The Jiangzhou clan, the heavenly southern kingdom, or even the heavenly god sect, with its ancestor, wouldn't dare to provoke the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, this was an absolute and influential existence in the Grand Middle Territory. Even though it couldn't claim to be number one, it was still an intimidating giant. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, a true ancient kingdom. One kingdom with two immortal emperors, Hearing the giant's arrival, everyone lost their wits. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had produced two immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Qingxian and Immortal Emperor Sandao. With two immortal emperors, this was a supremely frightening existence. Such a monstrous existence couldn't be shaken. Unless a matchless existence, such as the War God Temple, appeared, no one would dare to compete for the hegemony status against the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Someone exclaimed after regaining their wits, Heavenly Prince Qingxian, a character from the legends, The old turtle monarch from the flying dragon lake frighteningly lost his colors and spoke. Legends told that even though Heavenly Prince Qingxian was only 20 years old, he cultivated two emperor merit laws from two immortal emperors at the same time. This is truly an unfathomable existence. One person with peerless emperor merit laws, who could stop him in the entire Grand Middle Territory? Many people chose to be silent with regards to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and Heavenly Prince Qingxian because they were existences that were too powerful for them to comment on. Not only them, but even the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and Heavenly Southern Kingdom were not comparable. One ancient kingdom with two immortal emperors, there was not a second existence in the entire Grand Middle Territory like them. There was a saying in the Grand Middle Territory, in ancient times, there was the War God Temple, in the present, there is the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. This phrase alone was indicative of its powerful status. Many sects believe that, unless the War God Temple come into being, the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would be the ruler of the Grand Middle Territory. Over the years, many believed that only the transcendent War God Temple could compare to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. The War God Temple was the origin ground of the human race. Many people even said that the most primordial merit laws that humans practiced came from the War God Temple. There were winds and clouds rampaging in all directions inside the evil-infested ridge. Wuxia was massacring everywhere and was covered in blood. He especially intended to stimulate the potential of his hell-suppressing godly physique, so he always provoked the heavenly beasts. Wuxia's physique became more and more terrifying as its potential was being drawn out. To Wuxia, heavenly beasts were the best things for hellish training, but Wuxia truly hated the longevity spirits. Being targeted by them was too troublesome. When met with one, if you rush forward, they would retreat; if you retreat, it would start the offense. One wouldn't be able to sit down in peace. In the last 10 days, Wuxia was targeted by a 300,000-year-old longevity spirit. From the outset, it landed a mortal blow on Wuxia. Unfortunately, it was a blow to Wuxia, who possessed the hardened hell-suppressing godly physique. Thus, its blow couldn't kill Wuxia, and Wuxia immediately ran away afterwards. Chapter 115. After successfully escaping, Wuxia utilized the dark cover of the evil-infested ridge to counter this 300,000-year-old longevity spirit. Unfortunately, this spirit was also very cunning. After being wounded twice by Wuxia, it became a lot more cautious and no longer took careless actions. However, it didn't run away and kept on following Wuxia. This was the reason why Wuxia despised longevity spirits. Heavenly beasts would fight until the collapse of one party, but longevity spirits would always hide and sneak attack without ever giving up. Oh, a sad scream rang after the longevity spirit, who was hiding in a mire, was killed in one decisive blow. There was suddenly an arm that appeared from the mire. The hell-suppressing godly physique, one hand as heavy as 10,000 mountains. Even if this spirit was stronger, it wouldn't be able to bear the weight of this one hand. It pierced through the head and chest of this spirit with an unblockable strike. Motherfucker, unkillable ghosts. Even if you are a ghost, you would still fall into the trap of your grandpa. Finally, Wuxia climbed out of the mire. In order to deal with this spirit, he spent a lot of effort and created a trap before finally tricking the spirit and dealt a deadly blow. When it came to calculations and scheming, although longevity spirits were gifted in these arts, they were not comparable to Wuxia. One had to know that when he was the Dark Crow that year, he plotted against the entire world. After obtaining the longevity blood and life ring, Wuxia became stiff and slowly turned around. At this moment, he gazed intensely at one direction and felt a chilling presence. 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. At this moment, Wuxia realized that he was targeted by a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. It was still more than 10,000 miles away from him, but even from such a far distance, it was able to lock onto Wuxia and considered him as its prey. A 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit, not to mention Wuxia's shallow cultivation, even if he was an ancient saint, he would still die at the hands of this monster. Treating me as prey? Wuxia laughed and murmured, "That year, little brat Xueshi left many things here that remained unused. Today, I will let you see the schemes of your grandpa. Let us see who will be trapping who." Wuxia finally headed west. This spirit was still watching Wuxia, but wasn't Wuxia trying to trap this beast? Many people always thought that longevity spirits were smarter than heavenly beasts. A 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit would have an extremely frightening intelligence. It tracked Wuxia but didn't make a move. Regarding a weak human that dared to travel alone in the no-man's land, it smelled the scent of danger, so it didn't make a move and remained vigilant. While on this road, Wuxia's path became mysterious. He started to twist and turn, and not just move in a straight line westward. Meanwhile, the spirit was still watching. After a long time, seeing that Wuxia didn't have any hidden cards, it finally couldn't wait any longer as it took action. Fluff, longevity spirits always killed with one move. A blow from a 1,000,000-year-old spirit, not mentioning Wuxia, even an ancient saint would have to die. However, Wuxia disappeared as the blow was coming. No one knew how he did it while being watched by this spirit's spiritual sense, but Wuxia actually disappeared. From the sky, there was suddenly a bloody light and a bloody spear pierced straight downward. This spear that traversed the sky, not to mention this spirit, but even a virtuous paragon would shiver in fear. The million-year-old longevity spirit bellowed. This spear penetrated the top of its head. Under this one murderous spear, no matter how powerful one was, death would be the only result. However, the moment when it was about to die, it saw Wuxia standing still without moving. He essentially never left his position. Plotting against me? You should know that this is my territory. Wuxia smiled and said. At this moment, he reminisced and murmured, that year, it seemed like little brat Xuexi expended a lot of effort to prepare inside of this place. Originally, this place was meant to slay that evil being, but he only ended up using a small part of it. Today, they would only be used for things such as this. With Wuxia saying, little brat Xuexi, he was referring to immortal Emperor Xuexi during the ancient Ming era. During that era, the evil-infested ridge was not the private property of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It was a small world, a holy land per se, but there was an evil existence in this place. At that moment, immortal Emperor Xuexi had not carried the heaven's will. Wuxia brought him around to increase his understanding of the heaven's will, and they went inside the evil-infested ridge. At that time, they wanted to slay the evil existence. One had to know that even then, immortal Emperor Xuexi could have been considered unbeatable, but that evil existence saw that he didn't carry the heaven's will and challenged him. Because they wanted to eliminate and destroy the evil existence completely, immortal Emperor Xuexi prepared countless methods in this world to form an inescapable net. At that time, Wuxia and immortal Emperor Xuexi both didn't allow for this evil existence to remain, not even one hair, because it was simply too nefarious. However, they didn't expect for there to be an accident during that moment. Therefore, there were many methods left behind by Xuexi that were unused in this place. But today, Wuxia ended up using some of these preparations. After killing the 1 million-year-old longevity spirit, there was a great harvest for Wuxia. The longevity blood and life ring of this spirit would even be coveted by heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings. After taking these things, Wuxia wore the life ring around his body and continued to go west. No other beasts dared to come close to Wuxia after seeing the life ring on his body. Even a 1 million-year-old longevity spirit was killed. All of the other beings were left in fear and didn't expect this little human to be so terrifying. Wuxia finally reached his final destination after an unknown amount of time. This was a vast piece of land, but after stepping into this place, Wuxia's expression greatly changed as he quickly rushed forward. He reached a stone monument and it had the word, amnesty. It was shaped like a flying dragon and a dancing phoenix and had an invincible atmosphere. Under the stone monument was the signature, Immortal Emperor Min Run. Without a doubt, this stone monument was left behind by Immortal Emperor Min Run. With the word amnesty inscribed on this stone, it meant that existences were not allowed to hunt beasts in this location. Wuxia approached closer. In front of his eyes were the broken remnants of mountains and rivers that were demolished into little pieces. This land was completely annihilated with terrible holes and craters that had an unknown depth on the ground. Standing on this land, Wuxia's expression sunk heavily. In a short amount of time, it became very ugly. If Li Shuangyan was here, she would be able to feel the terrifying aura from Wuxia. It became murderous, as if Wuxia had become a death god. If gods were in his way, he would slay gods. If Buddha was in his way, slay Buddha. Little silly, Wuxia walked around this area and screamed into the craters on the ground. However, only his echoes replied. No one was there to answer him. Little silly, are you still here? Wuxia screamed loudly, do you still remember the dark crow in the old land? Do you remember the dark crow in the Jasper Pond? Little brat Min Ren carried you to this place, do you still remember? However, no matter how many times Li Qie screamed, there was no answer. Li Qie's expression became as cold as ice. He knew exactly what had happened here. This place had Min Ren's godly aura and even his amnesty mantra. No one dared to kill here. 30,000 years ago, Li Qie taught the Black Dragon King. Even though the Black Dragon King didn't become an immortal emperor, but as the Tao Master for the Black Dragon King's 3 generations, he had supreme authority. Ever since he left Little Silly in this place, 1 billion years have passed and it was always safe here. Even though the descendants of immortal Emperor Min Ren did not welcome it, they would follow the amnesty order of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Little Silly had always been safe in this place. During the era when the Black Dragon King's 3 generations was revered, while it also had the amnesty of the immortal Min Ren, as well as the supreme aura of Li Qie, this could have been considered one of the safest places. However, something unfortunate had happened. This incident definitely happened when he was asleep during the last 30,000 years. At this moment, Li Qie knew who did it. He was chilled to the bones, but he didn't give up and continuously yelled, Little Silly, are you still here? Dark Crow came to visit you." However, no matter how long he called, there was still no response. There was only dead silence in this place. Li Qie called again and again. He visited all of the holes, but in the end, he couldn't find the shadow of Little Silly. Little Silly did not answer him. Eventually, Li Qie stood there in silence. If anyone could see Li Qie's expression right now, only dread would appear in their hearts. At this moment, there was a thing that dropped on top of Li Qie's head and it fell into his palm. This was a Tao bone, shining like a crystal jade. Li Qie tightly held this Tao bone. He knew that the thing he didn't want to happen the most, happened. Finally, Li Qie carefully stored the Tao bone, turned around, and left this place. After leaving, he went towards the north. He had the faint sense of an ominous omen in his heart. He wanted to go north, but he restrained his desire because he had left the holy ground for too long. He had to go back, otherwise Gu Tiesho's group would become worried and search for him. Li Qie finally left, and this time, he quickly went south. With the million-year life ring hanging on his body, no heavenly beast nor longevity spirit dared to provoke him, allowing him to quickly return. Chapter 116. He came back. Oldest brother came back. After returning to the Holy Land, a disciple from the Cleansing Incense ancient sect saw Li Qie from the distance, and shouted. Hearing the loud shout, the group of Gu Taizhou quickly came and saw that Li Qie had returned safe and sound. Everyone was excited, even the cold as ice Li Xuanyan was smiling. "How was the harvest?" Li Qie asked. How did the disciples do with their hellish training? When it came to the harvest, many disciples were excited. Nan Huiran quickly reported to Li Qie, "Oldest brother, at the moment, the harvest is very rich. Even though there aren't that many high-ranked beast marrows and Tao bones, we obtained a lot of spirit plants and Grand Tao life metals. We dug up quite a few 1 and 2 rune Grand Tao life metals. The best was a 5 rune Grand Tao life metal, dug up by Big Brother Chu Daily. Elder Gu also found a 6 transformation soul plant," Nan Huiran excitedly reported to Li Qie. Even a calm person like Gu Taizhou was also inevitably elated, a 6 transformation soul plant, ah. Before, the Cleansing Incense ancient sect didn't even dare to think about it. If this 6 transformation soul plant was sold, the price would be as high as the sky. The disciples were very joyful, the sect had greatly profited. This hellish training session also filled the empty treasury of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Are the disciples okay? Li Qie shared the happy mood and smilingly asked. We conducted several large-scale heavenly beast hunting sessions. Even though we had some injuries, they were nothing too serious. The most serious was when we chased a longevity spirit over the boundary and 3 disciples were killed. Luckily, Su Pei reacted quickly and lured them so that the other's disciple could be saved. If Su Pei wasn't so smart, then the longevity spirit would have killed many more disciples before we arrived. Gu Taizhou said. This time, Junior Su Pei made a great contribution. The quiet protector Mo also praisingly added, otherwise, my insignificant life would have been part of the casualties. As the oldest sister of the cleansing Jade Peak, Su Pei was a little bit shy from all of the praises from her seniors. She had great insight and never tried to steal the limelight from others, but she was meticulous and saw through all things. Even though she usually was a little timid, but when there was trouble, she was very calm. For cultivators, injuries and deaths were normal occurrences. 3 dead disciples could be considered the smallest of losses. Even though it was not perfect, it was still within an acceptable range. After reporting the recent matters, Nan Huairan cheerfully asked, "Oldest brother, how was your hellish training?" In reality, when Nan Huairan asked, everyone all stared at Li Qie. Seeing the gazes, Li Qie smiled and threw his spatial pouch into the ground and said, "See for yourselves." The others didn't intend to open Li Qie's spatial pouch, except for Nan Huairan. He quickly opened it and poured out the items inside. When the items came out, they dazzlingly blinded the eyes with their brilliance. In a flash, everyone was dumbfounded. This, so many longevity bloods. Seeing the bottle containing longevity blood, Protector Mo salivated. His master, elder son, was an alchemist, so seeing the blood, he started to drool as well. Oh heaven! This is a 100,000-year life ring. No, these are the Dao bones and beast marrow of a 200,000-year-old sky-shouldering ape. My heaven, ah! Isn't this a 300,000-year-old life ring? Nan Huairan was not shy, he hugged everything in his chest. Seeing the 200,000-year to 300,000-year-old items, in a short amount of time, his sight became blurry and he hated the fact that he couldn't have all of the treasures in his arms at once. At this time, when everyone was dumbfounded, even Li Shuangyan, with her rich harvest, was also moved. A 300,000-year-old life ring, this was a 300,000-year-old longevity spirit. Even an enlightened being would have to run away, let alone other cultivators. Gu Taizhou also didn't believe his eyes. With his ability, he wouldn't be able to kill a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast, yet they all died in the hands of Li Qie. This was truly unbelievable. As for the other protectors and sectional leaders, they stood there in silence, unable to say anything. There is also something good here. Li Qie smiled and took off the 1 million years life ring in his master palace, and threw it on the ground. My heaven, ah! Even though Nan Huairan's expression was super exaggerated, he was also completely astonished. Even Xiaofan was shocked. A 1 million-year-old life ring. Xiaofan took a deep breath and said, "A 1 million-year-old longevity spirit. A man would be frightened to meet one and a ghost would be sad to encounter one. This being was too ghastly, even a heavenly sovereign's blood would be sucked dry." As for the group of Gu Taizhou, they were stuck with horrors and cold chills. Their hearts were amazed because this was an unthinkable matter. A 1 million-year-old longevity spirit. Young noble, did you sneak attack it? Xiaofan took another deep breath and asked. It was because it wasn't sensible and targeted me. Li Qie shrugged his shoulders and nonchalantly said, since it brought itself to the door, I had no choice but to accept its life ring and longevity blood. At this point, not to mention Gu Taizhou, even Xiaofan was looking at Li Qie as if he was seeing a ghost. Li Qie's cultivation was still very far from heaven's primal, let alone named hero or royal noble. However, he was able to kill a 1 million-year-old longevity spirit. Even if you told someone this story, they wouldn't believe you because this was an impossible matter. However, Xiaofan was only shocked for a moment. At this point, he remembered about the immortal emperor's reinforcement inside Li Qie's sea of knowledge. That day, when he tried to look inside, he was immediately suppressed by the immortal emperor's reinforcement. If Li Qiye didn't spare his life, then he would have soon become clouds and smoke. What type of person was someone who was reinforced by immortal emperors? One had to know that the most recent immortal emperor was immortal Emperor Takong, who had disappeared 30,000 years ago. However, Li Qiye was only 14 and he had these reinforcements. How frightening and unfathomable was this? At this time, Nanhuiren regained his soul and threw away the treasures in his arms. He embraced the 1,000,000-year-old life ring, instead, and spoke while drooling, "Older brother, you are too extravagant. This is a 1,000,000-year-old life ring, ah. Yet you threw it down like a piece of scrap metal." Even though Nanhuiren's expression was exaggerated, but in the eyes of everyone here, it was quite appropriate. Older brother is still the best. If older brother personally appeared, then you would be invincible in this world. Slaying the Buddha and gods that block your path. What type of person is oldest brother? You are the revitalization of our cleansing incense ancient sect, a wise disciple of the immortal emperor. Who in this world could oppose? Nanhuiren was sucking up to Li Qiye while embracing this life ring. Li Qiye stared at him and naturally said, "Don't you think about this life ring? First, this life ring isn't suiting for you. Second, you don't have enough contributions. Since Su Pei saved so many disciples, she has the highest contributions, so this life ring will be rewarded to Su Pei, ah." Hearing Li Qiye's command, Nanhuiren's expression became sad, but he still handed the life ring in his embrace to Su Pei and flattered, "Little sister Su's wisdom is unrivaled, this life ring is best for you." Su Pei couldn't believe what she was hearing. Right now, as she embraced the life ring in her chest, she was still in complete confusion as she asked, "This is for me? 1,000,000-year-old life ring, ah." Even a protector or sectional leader wouldn't dare to want it, yet it was given to a third-generation disciple. Older brother, can you give me one item?" Nanhuiren looked over at the treasures as a ridiculous amount of drool was coming out of his mouth. However, without the command of Li Qiye, he didn't dare to act recklessly. "So be it, you have always followed me. Even without any contributions, at least you tried your best. So, you can pick one." Li Qiye had never been stingy to his loyal followers, so he nodded his head and said. Hearing Li Qiye's words, Nanhuiren's mood immediately rose again. He embraced the 300,000-year-old life ring in his chest and laughed, "Older brother, I'll take this one." Seeing his greed, not to mention Li Qiye, even his master, Protector Mo, glared at him. However, he was very glad on the inside. Nanhuiren was his disciple and his future would surely be promising. As the master, he was also ecstatic. Finally, Li Qiye looked at Gu Taizhou and said, "Elder, the longevity blood and beast marrows will go into the treasury. Half of them will stay in the treasury while the other half will be the rewards for the disciples with contributions, depending on their actual merits." Long live oldest brother. Hearing Li Qiye's words, the disciples here all cheered. Even the protectors and sectional leaders were happily smiling. Li Qiye brought back many good things. Gu Taizhou agreed and carried out the rewards while Li Qiye and Li Shuangyan stood to the side. The trip was not successful. Li Shuangyan looked at Li Qiye and finally asked him in a, rarely seen, gentle manner. Even though Li Qiye was smiling the whole time, Li Shuangyan, who had always followed him, noticed his loneliness. Li Qiye slightly shook his head and sighed without saying anything. This matter couldn't be assisted by Li Shuangyan nor the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he had to rely on himself. Li Qiye didn't say anything so Li Shuangyan stopped her questioning. Finally, she spoke, "Recently, many things happened in the evil-infested ridge. It was quite bloody. You went outside?" Li Qiye was a bit surprised as he asked. Li Shuangyan nodded and said, "I went outside to experience some things.
I had some small enlightenments regarding formations and wanted to polish them in order to enhance my killing potential with formations. Li Shuangyan's talents could be described to be impeccable, but her weakness was her insufficient offensive power. She was always immersed in formations, so her cultivation techniques were lacking. Chapter 117, Fine, so be it. I will help you with your incomplete formation. Take out the formation and turn it into an array, no different from the immortal emperor slaughtering formation, and it shall be your killing formation. Li Qie spoke while looking at Li Shuangyan. Hearing this, even Li Shuangyan had to smile. This time when she ventured outside for training, although Xiaofan who carried the patriarch's portrait went along with her, she also went into a really dangerous area. Of course she had to work for her harvest. Outside of just understanding her formation better, she also refined her void imperfection physique even more. Why are you so insistent on formations? Li Qie shook his head and continued, with your talents, you can go so far on the road of cultivation. You shouldn't expend so much effort on formations. Li Shuangyan's talents were great and without flaws. If she put all of her effort into cultivation, then her Dao would be much higher than the present, but she always chose to study formations instead. The reality was that the 9 Saint Demon Gate was not well versed in formation arrays. Their main formation was just an incomplete copy from the formation progenitor. Li Shuangyan's choice could be considered to be a waste of her own talents. The path of cultivation is endless, as long as one stuck to it, this would already be correct. However, in the end, without a little interest, a little personal hobby, wouldn't it all be meaningless? Li Shuangyan revealed her rarely seen playful charm of a young woman as she took a quick glance at Li Qie with fascinating elegance. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. He stopped opposing her. In the end, he couldn't take away other people's hobbies. I heard Heavenly Prince Qingxian of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom has arrived. Li Shuangyan went outside once and found out many things, and she said, in my opinion, they brought many great characters that were usually hidden. I heard that they came here for an ancient treasure. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Hearing Li Shuangyan's words, Li Qie smiled and replied, treasure? For this treasure, whether it is a blessing or a disaster for them, it is difficult to tell. Although the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom is powerful, there are many things that they can't swallow. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan changed her expression. Without a doubt, Li Qie knew this place like the palm of his hand. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that this place only opened once every 100 years. How old was Li Qie right now? You have been to the evil-infested ridge before? Li Shuangyan curiously asked. Li Qie glanced at her and said, I can't be knowledgeable without being here. Immortal Emperor Min Ren spoke to me in my dreams, how could I not be knowledgeable about the ridge? This response clearly expressed his intent to avoid the question, so Li Shuangyan glared at him, without losing her alluring youthful charm. The appearance of the patriarch in his dreams, she essentially didn't believe any of it. However, outside of that, there seemed to be no other explanation. Is there any other news? Regarding the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, Li Qie didn't really harp on it in his mind. Even though it was powerful, could it exceed the soaring immortal sect? Could it surpass the Heaven Protector City? He had seen much more powerful existences. There were a bit of skirmishes between the sects, but no one dared to provoke and compete with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Shuangyan continued, I'm afraid these other pieces of news are trivial to you, but Heavenly Prince Qingxian, alone, killed a 150,000-year-old longevity spirit. And Marquis of the Eastern River has the 6 wise monarchs formation for protection. I also heard that Nantian Hao found a 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass. Nantian Hao had good luck. He originally already got a Saint Copper, but now he even obtained a 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass.
That little brat definitely has a treasure that can seek other treasure. Otherwise, how would he be able to find such an old silver maple grass so easily? Li Qie shook his head and said. That is not known, but I heard that this grass was not successfully obtained by him. Instead, it was eaten by a frog. Now the entire evil-infested ridge is looking for this frog. Li Shuangyan said. A 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass, this was a priceless treasure. Even if a frog had eaten it, as long as one could capture it, it would still be possible to cook and refine it. A frog eating a 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass. Hearing this news, Li Qie changed his expression and asked, "What kind of frog is this?" This wasn't made very clear. I heard that they couldn't catch it because its speed was too fast. Li Shuangyan shook her head. She found it strange that Li Qie didn't care about a 1,500,000-year-old grass, not to mention that it was a silver maple grass. He seemed to be more interested in this frog. Come, we will go on a trip. Call for Xiaofan. Li Qie's gaze became serious and said. This frog sparked a fragment of his memory. It was a frog that escaped from him that year. Li Shuangyan was also shocked. She was not thinking about the silver maple grass, but about the frog instead. Since Li Qie treated such an old grass like trash, this meant that the frog must have a heaven-frightening origin. She immediately called for Xiaofan. Li Qie told Gu Taizhou that he needed to leave again for a short amount of time. Gu Taizhou didn't pry and immediately agreed. Come, we shall go find out where the frog appeared. Finally, Li Qie and Li Shuangyan rode the snail and left the holy ground. The group of Li Qie went south and eventually entered the lively area of the evil-infested ridge. Here, Li Shuangyan quickly found out about the frog situation. The frog most recently appeared near the root of the silver maple grass. Obtaining the information, Li Qie immediately went to that area with Li Shuangyan. The growing location of the silver maple grass was a swamp occupied by many ferocious beasts, but this place had been swept through by others, so there were no more creatures here. Once they arrived, Li Qie was like a dog, lying straight on the ground, and sniffed the soil. Then, he carefully observed the hydrology of this area. After another detailed inspection, with an ecstatic expression, Li Qie understood that the frog was here. My grandma. I didn't think that this sly bastard was hiding here. Chapter 118, A Godly Light as Beautiful as Blood. Hearing this, Li Qie's gaze dimmed. A godly light as beautiful as blood, this was the thing he didn't want to see the most. One had to know that during the ancient times, the evil-infested ridge was its own world, a separate piece of heaven, but this was not a peaceful ground. What is wrong? Seeing Li Qie's expression, Li Shuangyan felt something was wrong. Li Qie said, "We will go check it out and see if there are heavenly beasts and longevity spirits hibernating, or whether they have ran off somewhere." In the past, Li Qie absolutely believed that this thing will not appear. This strange existence was not only mysteriously powerful, but was extremely difficult to deal with. It was extremely tenacious like the wild weeds. It was basically impossible to destroy its roots. In fact, the first time he came here as the Dark Crow, he already swept through everything once with immortal Emperor Xuexi. Later on, he did it again with immortal Emperor Min Ren and almost turned this place upside down. However, if this ghastly thing could just leave behind a little bit of its roots, then it could tenaciously rise again. Even though he left behind a method to suppress it as the Dark Crow that year, it seemed like it was no longer there. Many cultivators are rushing east and some are even crossing the dangerous area. However, there are no longevity spirits or heavenly beasts. As they were heading east, Li Shuangyan reported back to Li Qie. It was indeed so. Li Qie murmured, "I also want to see what type of appearance it will have after millions of years of gestation." The treasure of the gods? This is only a rumor, but someone said that the evil-infested ridge was a land of the gods and that this place had godly treasures. Li Shuangyan looked at Li Qiye and said. Regarding this matter, Li Qiye smiled and slowly spoke, treasures of the gods? I have never seen them, but there could be a godly bone or two in the sea of bones from the gods. There are gods in this world? Li Shuangyan emotionally asked Li Qiye. Regarding immortals and gods, not just the mortal emperor world, there were many legends in all of the 9 worlds. Some said that this world used to have immortals, but they were exterminated later on. Some even said that during the ancient eras, there was an era of the gods. The gods used to rule over the 9 worlds and 10 earths. However, whether there were gods or not, no one could really say. There had been a few who obtained treasures and even life treasures, not from the wise sages during the desolate era, but of an even earlier age. These were heaven-defying treasures, but because one couldn't go back in time to find out, some cultivators considered these the treasures of gods. Gods? Li Qiye loudly laughed and leisurely said, if there are gods in this world, then I am the lord of the gods. If there are immortals in this world, then I am the king of the immortals. These words were too unbridled. Lord of the gods, king of the immortals, anyone who heard this would think that Li Qiye was lying, but Li Shuangyan was used to it. Sometimes, Li Qiye said many arrogant things, but in his hands, matters were easily settled. This was downright frightening. As they continued eastward, many cultivators were foraging everywhere. They were either looking for spirit pills and medicinal grasses or digging for treasures and godly metals. Many people rushed here when they knew that there were no longevity spirits or heavenly beasts left. In a short period of time, this news spread throughout the entire ridge. Someone said, I heard that there is a godly treasure appearing in the east and it alarmed many great sects and nations. Right. Even Shengtian Dao was heading east quickly. Another cultivator said. Another added, people saw the fierce beasts leaving the east. It was probably because they couldn't handle the godly treasure's presence, so they left. We should also go quickly. At the moment, everyone is going there. There will be so many treasures everywhere that will be ripe for the picking. If the dangerous area is no longer dangerous, then everyone will become rich. This news quickly passed through the grapevine and, in a short amount of time, all of the cultivator crazily rushed east, wanting to find treasures since the fierce beasts were no longer present. As for the rumors regarding the godly treasure, no one knew for sure because they didn't know what it was or whether the gods ever existed in the first place. As for why many people actually believed in the appearance of a godly treasure, this was because this piece of news came from the disciples of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Particularly, Heavenly Prince Qingxian. He wasn't like Marquis of the Eastern River and Shengtian Dao, who were just killing heavenly beasts and longevity spirits for the beast marrows and longevity blood. He was only searching in the dangerous area, as if he was looking for something. Heavenly Prince Qingxian definitely came here with a goal. Finally, this news was confirmed by the old turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had always been standing strong with 2 generations of immortal emperors. What Dao bones would they be lacking? What heavens will true stone would they require? The treasury of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom is heaven frightening. At this moment, Heavenly Prince Qingxian is definitely not here just for beast marrows and Dao bones. I'm afraid that he is only here for the godly treasure. If there was something that could cause the mobilization of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, this would be it. The turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake had lived for a very long time and was rich with knowledge. If he said so, then many cultivators believed him, that there was a godly treasure appearing in the east. Li Qiye heading east naturally was not for the treasure of the gods. Whether it existed or not, he knew too well. He was only here for the frog. However, as he was going to the dangerous area, he met an illustrious character. Heavenly Prince Qingxian has arrived. At this moment, an unknown cultivator yelled out. Everyone else lifted their heads and looked towards the horizon. In the far distance, there was an azure aura that spanned 1,000 miles. In a flash, this azure light crossed over the heads of many people. The azure light swept past the sky with a great presence, like a king patrolling his land. There were many people of all ages flying inside this azure light, led by a young man. This young man's stature was proud and tall. He was encompassed by a green light, as if he was born in the chaos, like the sun of the heavens. Even though one couldn't see his features clearly, he wore a godly crown while wearing an imperial robe, like a heavenly king patrolling the world. What was especially noticeable was the azure aura coming out from his gaze, like a morning celestial, being able to see through all things. Heavenly Prince Qingxian, descendant of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Some said that he was the son of mortal King Qingxian. Some said that he was the descendant of the progenitor, immortal Emperor Qingxian. Some also believed that he could be a descendant of immortal Emperor Sandao. However, these were not the integral points. What was amazing was that there were rumors that Heavenly Prince Qingxian cultivated 2 emperor merit laws at the same time. There was even a rumor that he was cultivating the heavens will secret laws of both immortal Emperor Qingxian and immortal Emperor Sandao. The descendant of the ancient kingdom, he's truly a dragon. As the aura of Heavenly Prince Qingxian illuminated the field, many people were shocked. No matter how talented the younger generation cultivators thought they were, in front of Heavenly Prince Qingxian, they all developed an inferiority complex. 1 kingdom, 2 immortal emperors, 1 sect, 2 heavens will secret laws. In this entire world, there is no one who can defend themselves against him. Even the older royal nobles were lamenting. Needless to say, all of the royal nobles were wary of him, or even avoided him in fear of potentially provoking him. Heavenly Prince Qingxian was not only powerful, but behind him was the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. There was another man next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Heavenly Prince Qingxian had a powerful and magnanimous presence without peers, but this young man next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian could follow him without losing too much of his own charm. This young man was excellent and had a serious expression with the fortitude of a mountain. Even though his presence was not as terrifying as Heavenly Prince Qingxian, he was still very great. Aside from this young man, there were also many older men next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Even though they suppressed their aura, but with just their glances, they caused others' hearts to be chilled. One could imagine that these old men were the experts of the ancient kingdom, and their cultivations must be formidable. Isn't that the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Leng Chengfeng? Seeing the young man next to the Heavenly Prince, someone recognized his origin and surprisingly said. The 9 Saint Demon Gate didn't only have a genius like Li Shuangyan. In fact, the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was also absolutely brilliant. However, for unknown reasons, as the oldest disciple, he was not chosen to be the descendant. Instead, Li Shuangyan was chosen. Some said that it was because Li Shuangyan had a Saint Fate palace and a king physique, so she was greatly valued by the Demon King and chosen to be the descendant. Some also said that because Leng Chengfeng was not a disciple of the Demon King, he didn't have the qualifications to inherit the position. In any case, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had 2 great geniuses and were envied by many sections. Li Shuangyan, needless to say, was a natural Saint Fate and king physique and had unlimited potential. Even though Leng Chengfeng's natural talents were not as great as Li Shuangyan, he was very powerful. Some believed that the number 1 person in the younger generation of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was Leng Chengfeng. He was believed to be even stronger than Li Shuangyan. The 9 Saint Demon Gates, Leng Chengfeng and Heavenly Prince Qingxian going together. Could it be that the 9 Saint Demon Gate wants to build a good relationship with the azure mysterious ancient kingdom? Some people saw this scene and emotionally said. Chapter 119, When the blue lights hovered over the group of Wuxia, they suddenly stopped. Heavenly Prince Qingxian, from high above, glanced downward. Encompassed by his azure energy, it caused others to be unable to see him. He was blindingly brilliant like the stars from above. At this moment, the heavenly prince glanced at Li Shuangyan and revealed a surprised expression. At this moment, Leng Qingfeng saw Li Qiye standing next to Li Shuangyan. He gave Li Qiye a look of disgust and told Li Shuangyan, "Little sister, this person is His Royal Highness, Qingxian. Come up here and greet him." The heavenly prince also noticed Li Shuangyan and nodded his head. Then, he spoke in a rhythmically soothing manner, "The great name of goddess Li, Qingxian had heard of before. I didn't think we would meet today." As for Li Shuangyan, she only slightly nodded her head and said, "The name of the heavenly prince is also very famous." Even when facing heavenly prince Qingxian, she was still as cold as ice. Even though heavenly prince Qingxian could be deemed the number one person within the younger generation of the Grand Middle Territory and he came from the azure mysterious ancient kingdom with a frightening origin, as a heaven's proud daughter, she didn't think lowly of herself and didn't care that he was a young talent. She would simply treat him as an ordinary person. Seeing that Li Shuangyan had no intention of coming forward to greet them, Leng Qingfeng was not happy as he said, "Little sister, becoming acquaintances with the heavenly prince here. In the future, our 9 Saint Demon Gate will come hand in hand with the azure mysterious ancient kingdom." At this moment, Li Qiye lifted his head. He looked at Leng Qingfeng, and then heavenly prince Qingxian, and he calmly spoke, "Shuangyan, at the moment, is a person from our cleansing incense ancient sect. When is it going to be your place to tell her what to do? As for the greeting, people next to me, with the exception of myself, do not need to greet anyone else. You're only a descendant from an ancient kingdom, you're not qualified to be greeted by the people by my side. This thing doesn't know how high the heavens and how wide the earth is." Hearing Li Qiye, many cultivators took a deep breath. Someone even cursed at him. Everyone felt that Li Qiye was too arrogant to the point of ignorance. He even blustered in front of heavenly prince Qingxian. At this moment, heavenly prince Qingshuan's gaze condensed into godly swords, as if he wanted to slay Li Qiye. Humph! At this moment, an old man next to heavenly prince Qingxian coldly snorted. He tried to grab Li Qiye with one hand while shouting, "Ignorant brat, hurry up and kneel. Kneel your mother." Li Qiye didn't say anything yet, but there was already a loud roar. A huge hand from the snail's shell protruded and snatched the hand that was reaching for Li Qiye. A hiss sound appeared, and that hand was ripped apart. Blood flew everywhere. The old man bellowed. His face became as pale as a sheet of paper and took several steps back. At this moment, Xiaofan threw the hand inside his mouth and started chewing loudly. Then, he said, "This meat is too old, too sour to eat." This sudden change caused everyone to take a cold breath. Many people glanced at each other. This snail was a bit too powerful. The reversal caused the face of heavenly prince Qingxian to dim, and the old men next to the heavenly prince lost their colors. Their gazes immediately turned into swords and unleashed their frightening auras. In just a moment, their presence was like a storm and caused many cultivators to shiver in cold chills. A heavenly ancestral snail. The moment a fight was about to break out, an old man next to heavenly prince Qingxian whispered. His voice was very low, and very few people heard him. He turned towards heavenly prince Qingxian and shook his head. His expression was sinking. He didn't expect to meet a heavenly ancestral snail that was so rarely seen in this world. At this moment, he remembered an ancient legend from the cleansing incense ancient sect, an extremely frightening legend. My servant was too rash. At this moment, heavenly prince Qingxian glanced at Li Qiye, then Li Shuangyan. He nodded his head, then said, "Goddess Li, I bid you farewell for now. We will meet again in the future." Finished speaking, he took everyone and disappeared again after becoming azure lights. His sudden departure was a surprise to many. A cultivator praised, "Heavenly Prince Qingxian is indeed worthy of coming from an ancient kingdom. With a forgiving heart, he didn't bother with the ignorance of a brat. Acting so wise, just like how Heavenly Prince Qingxian would. It's no wonder why so many people were willing to place their trust in him. Other cultivators saw the giant snail. Earlier, they had seen it eat humans in the ridge, so they were a little bit scared. Someone quietly whispered, "This is a monster bred by the cleansing incense ancient sect, ah. It's so ferocious. It must not be a regular monster." Many cultivators were now taking the long road around the giant snail. This giant snail was eating humans for just little grievances, causing everyone to be afraid of it. A snail eating humans. This is my first seeing it. A cultivator whispered. After the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian left, Li Qiye smiled and said, "It seems like the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom has some talents. They unexpectedly recognized your origin." Then he patted the shell of Xiaofan. "Young noble, the old man wearing the hat is not simple. From my observation, he is also like me and also suppressed the small path." Xiaofan looked at Li Qiye and said, "Even though only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter the evil-infested ridge, if one used treasures to seal their own cultivations to something under ancient saint, then they could still enter. However, once inside, they could only exert the strength below ancient saint. Who cares what his cultivation is?" Li Qiye said, "As long as he doesn't bother my business, then it has nothing to do with me. If he is not so smart, however, and dares to ruin my matters, then kill without mercy." Xiaofan carried Li Qiye and Li Shuangyan away. On the road, Li Qiye asked Li Shuangyan, "Your 9 Saint Demon Gate is going together with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom?" Li Shuangyan shook her head and said, "The 9 Saint Demon Gate and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom only has a normal diplomatic relationship. Only, I heard from my master that recently, my oldest brother is becoming very close with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. This is for the best." Li Qiye continued, "If, one day, the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom becomes my enemy, then watch out as I will annihilate them. I don't want others to say that I didn't give your master some face, then." Li Qiye's words made Li Shuangyan speechless. She had to add, "This is an ancient kingdom. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom is still thriving, even now. So what if it is an ancient kingdom?" Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said, "If they are smart, then they could live peacefully for millions of years. If they aren't smart and stop my path, then this ancient kingdom does not need to exist any longer." Li Shuangyan was silently staring at Li Qiye. At this moment, she didn't know whether Li Qiye was joking or not. One had to know that this was an ancient kingdom, ah. It had existed for many, many years. People daring to arrogantly say that they want to destroy the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, there were only a few. Young noble is invincible, what does the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom have? They are still not eternal everlasting existences. Even if they are eternal everlasting existences, they would still be destroyed." Xiaofan laughed and said, "There is a rumor in my tribe that during the ancient Ming era, an eternal endless existence was destroyed by a grand character. I heard that this eternal endless existence even had gods, but after being destroyed by this grand character, none was left alive. Today, young noble is coming into being in this heaven, destroying the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom is an easy matter. You could even break that grand character's record." Hearing Xiaofan's words, Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and remembered that time that was stained with blood. Then, he slapped Xiaofan's back and said, "Good. Less sucking up, you should just do your job." Xiaofan quickly rushed forward and still muttered in a low voice, "Young noble, our ancestors used to follow that grand character. If, in the future, you could be as accomplished as that supreme character, I could also be as glorious as my ancestor." "Shut up," Li Qiye suddenly thunderously roared in a cold manner. With Li Qiye's sudden yell, that was filled with a majestic and unchallengeable prestige, at this time, Xiaofan was shivering and afraid from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had said something he shouldn't have, so he immediately became silent and quickly rushed forward. Wuxia rode the snail crazily. With the speed of Xiaofan, he realized that he was getting closer and closer to the frog. This caused him to be very excited. This frog had disappeared for many millions of years, and now, this was the final chance to catch it again. Wuxia was hellbent on catching this frog, but at this key moment, even more trouble had showed up. He had not arrived inside the dangerous area, yet there was a cavalry that entered from left and right and immediately surrounded Wuxia in the middle. There were more than 1,000 experts. This blockade was so tight that not even one drop of water could trickle through. This cavalry's battle aura pierced the sky, like a lion on the battlefield, with frightening killing intent. Seeing the sudden emergence of this cavalry, many nearby cultivators were afraid and didn't dare to come close. They were afraid of being involved. Being suddenly surrounded by this cavalry, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smirked with the corner of his mouth. The Jiangsu clan's cavalry, not too bad, ah. Seeing this cavalry, a cultivator emotionally said, even though Marquis of the Eastern River was only one step away from reaching Royal Noble, and is a bit weaker than Shengtian Dao, Marquis of the Eastern River has the always victorious cavalry. He had never been stopped before. This made Marquis of the Eastern River no inferior to Shengtian Dao. A cultivator said, the Six Wise Monarchs formation personally led by Marquis of the Eastern River. I heard it can even slay royal nobles. A demon monarch saw this formation and lost his colors. He then continued, a few days ago, Marquis of the Eastern River personally led the Six Wise Monarchs formation and trapped a 200,000-year-old longevity spirit into a wall before he finally killed this longevity spirit under the power of the formation. At this moment, many cultivators stopped at this location. They were excited to watch the lively commotion. At this point, Marquis of the Eastern River slowly came forward. He then looked at Wuxia and Li Shuangyan on top of the snail and smilingly greeted, "Goddessly, such a coincidence. I didn't expect for us to meet here." Chapter 120, Li Shuangyan gave him a cold glare and didn't speak. Wuxia, on the other hand, squinted his eyes and looked at Marquis of the Eastern River, then he said, as the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the road. Don't disturb my good mood and get the hell out of the way. Hearing this, even Marquis of the Eastern River, who was good at controlling his emotions, had his expression become cold. He glared at Wuxia and chillingly said, "Little boy, don't be arrogant. This hoe does not want to bother with you. If you don't know your place. Humph. Even if Gu Tai's hoe comes here with the Emperor's possession, he still wouldn't be able to save you. Don't you worry, Elder Gu isn't here right now. I don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, you are thinking too highly of your Jiangsu clan." Wuxia, hearing Marquis of the Eastern River's words, smilingly replied, "Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's possession? Stop thinking that your clan is so powerful, who do you think you are? Even without an Emperor's possession, killing people from the Jiangsu clan is still as easy as killing dogs." Marquis of the Eastern River was shivering with anger, and his face became flushed. He gazed intensely at Wuxia. Even a clay statue would vomit blood after hearing Wuxia's arrogant words. This kid's banter is too wicked. Even the observing cultivators had grievances with Wuxia's harsh words. Another cultivator sneered, "Not only wicked, this brat is also too naive. He doesn't know how high the sky or how vast the earth is. He doesn't know the extent of the cleansing incense ancient sect's declination, and he still dares to provoke the Jiangsu clan. The cleansing incense ancient sect having such a blind brat, sooner or later, it will end with a sect-destroying disaster." Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes shot out awe-inspiring gazes as he said, "Such big words. This hoe truly wants to see what merit laws your cleansing incense ancient sect can present that would allow you to provoke the Jiangsu clan. Even if your sect has 1 or 2 emperor merit laws remaining, I'm afraid a person like you still isn't eligible to learn them.
I understand.
Li Qie glanced at Marquis of the Eastern River and laughed out loud. Then, he leisurely said, so it turns out to be a psychological tactic. In this day and age, everyone only relies on their fists to talk, so don't continue to hide. You want to be a bandit, so don't pretend to be a holy saint, a prostitute yet still wanting to be respected. You are simply aiming for our emperor merit laws. Marquis of the Eastern River's face became red. Having his cavalry to suddenly surrounded Li Qie was just to mess with him, and then find an excuse to capture Li Qie. He didn't expect this 15-year-old boy to recognize his intentions and embarrass him in front of everyone. At the ridge, he saw, with his own eyes, the power of the Kun Peng's 6 variants. It made his heart beat excitedly. Emperor merit law, truly unparalleled, yeah. To Marquis of the Eastern River, his clan was currently extremely strong and had astonishing secrets, but it was lacking an apex emperor merit law. When Gu Taizhou was using the 6 variants to destroy Marquis of Suppressive Might, at that moment, Li Qie noticed that Gu Tieshou's emperor merit law was lacking. Right then and there, Marquis of the Eastern River immediately knew that Li Qie also cultivated the Kun Peng's 6 variants, and his version might even be better than Gu Tieshou's. It could even be the handwritten copy from Immortal Emperor Min Run. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to understand its profound truth at his age. Thus, Li Qie suddenly became a fat sheep in the eyes of Marquis of the Eastern River. He was only wary of the emperor's possession in the hands of Gu Taizhou, so he didn't dare to make a move. Then, once they were inside, Li Qie suddenly disappeared, so he had no chance to take action. Today, Li Qie appeared in the east of the evil-infested ridge and only had Li Shuangyan with him. Hearing this news, Marquis of the Eastern River immediately led his troops to this place. One had to know that because of this emperor merit law, Marquis of the Eastern River had invited a grand character from his clan. To Marquis of the Eastern River, it was crucial for this ploy of stealing the emperor merit law to be successful. At this moment, when Li Qie revealed the intricacies behind these matters, many cultivators glanced at each other. Some even wondered why they didn't think of this. If this little brat cultivated an emperor merit law, then he was indeed a fat sheep. Since he was seen through, Marquis of the Eastern River coldly snorted and no longer danced around the issue, and directly demanded, "That's right, this hoe is here for the emperor merit law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Your sect has declined, so it is time for the emperor merit law to switch owners." Li Qie squinted his eyes, looked at Marquis of the Eastern River, and slowly spoke, "Your Jiangzhou clan was always a bunch of hypocrites. Especially virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, he was a shameless son of a bitch. Even though you are annoying, at least you dare to admit your doings. You are an honest villain, and more respectable compared to your ancestor, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. Little demon, you dare to insult my ancestor." Marquis of the Eastern River's expression greatly changed. He roared as a great palm rushed towards Li Qie, wanting to capture him alive. Bang! Li Qie didn't need to do anything, Li Shuangyan had already knocked away this palm with one finger. Marquis of the Eastern River lost his colors and immediately withdrew his palm. He then took several steps back. "Goddessly, do not seek trouble for yourself. The 9 Saint Demon Gate is promising and shouldn't be dragged down to the muddled water just because of one unknown little brat." Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes were emotionless as he threatened. Li Shuangyan coldly glared at him and said, "It is not your Jiangzhou clan's turn to tell my 9 Saint Demon Gate what to do. If young Miss Li is determined to protect this little demon, I'm afraid this old man will not be able to hold back." At this moment, a cold voice appeared from behind Marquis of the Eastern River. It was an old man with a thin figure and chilling glare, wearing an armor that weighed 1,000 jin. With his iron armor, he seemed to be a steel mountain. However, the armor did not hinder his movement. "Jiangzhou Tie. Jiangzhou, he was not only the oldest brother of the Jiangzhou clan's clan master, but also a ruthless royal noble. His hands were stained with blood. Legends has it that many cultivators and sects that opposed the Jiangzhou clan were personally massacred by him. Jiangzhou became a royal noble 1,000 years ago, but because he lived during the difficult Dao era, he couldn't improve after becoming a royal noble. After the era had finally ended, he had shown improvements and was very close to reaching enlightened being in these recent years. His strength was truly frightening. Jiangzhou Li Shuangyan became serious and glared at this old man. She had heard of his ferocious name before. Even the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate wouldn't dare to fight against Jiangzhou. Little demon, be smart and hand over the Emperor Merit Law. At this moment, Jiangzhou glared at Li Qia and said, otherwise, I can't guarantee your life. The cultivators who were watching were silent. In the cultivation world, using force to take something was too common. If the Jiangzhou clan wanted to let go of all face and steal the Emperor Merit Law, it would not be a surprising matter. There were even cultivators with regrets in their hearts. If they knew this would happen, then they would have made a move sooner to steal the Emperor Merit Law. It would have been beneficial for their own cultivations. At this moment, the Jiangzhou clan already made the first move, so there were only regrets in their minds. If I knew this little brat was carrying an Emperor Merit Law, then I would have done something earlier. Now, the Jiangzhou clan had found a fat sheep. A cultivator whispered. Li Qia laughed till his eyes were narrowed, and he said, it really seems like all of you think that I am a fish on a cutting board. And that I will let all of you do whatever you want. So be it, since your Jiangzhou clan has come to my door, then don't blame me for not being merciful. Li Qia was still so calm and comfortably cozy. It was to the point of causing Marquis of the Eastern River to be alarmed. If Li Qia was so weak, would the cleansing incense ancient sect allow him to go outside? Or could it be that Gu Taizhou was secretly following him? Thinking about the emperor's possession in the hands of Gu Taizhou, Marquis of the Eastern River's heart became cold. Everyone was wary of this item. The immortal aura of the emperor's possession was too terrifying, even an immortal could only die. The law of the jungle, where the strong survives and the weak perishes, a never-changing law throughout the ages. Marquis of the Eastern River slightly smiled and said, but the Jiangzhou clan is a great clan and will not seize your Emperor Merit Law. Since you are so arrogant, will you dare to make a bet with me? Marquis of the Eastern River suddenly changed his tone and confused many people. At the moment, his cavalry surrounded Li Qia, so there was no way he could escape. Why did Marquis of the Eastern River change his mind? Right now, many older cultivators suddenly realized that if this junior, Li Qia, was acting so arrogant, then there could be someone protecting him in the shadows. Bet? What kind of bet? Regarding schemes, who could compare to Li Qia, who had lived for countless years? Marquis of the Eastern River suddenly letting go, Li Qia immediately understood what he was thinking. Marquis of the Eastern River's cleverness would end up being his own undoing. You announced that you would slaughter the Jiangzhou clan. Marquis of the Eastern River coldly said, so this hoe wants to see whether you are capable of doing so. Do you dare to fight me once? If you lose, then hand the Kuan Pang's 6 variants over to me. This hoe will also not make things difficult for you, and will allow you to safely leave. Turning this robbery into a duel was a bright idea that suddenly occurred in Marquis of the Eastern River's mind. First, he was afraid that Gu Taizhou was nearby. Second, this was an acceptable and commonly used method. A one-on-one duel between cultivators, life and death was up to fate. If one lost or was even killed, then one could only blame themselves for not being as skillful. If Li Qia lost, then it would be due to his own lack of skill, and Marquis of the Eastern River would also rightfully obtain the Kuan Pang's 6 variants. Others wouldn't be able to say anything. Of course, everyone knew it was unfair. Marquis of the Eastern River had set one foot inside the royal noble realm. It was plain to see that Wuxia would lose without a doubt. You don't dare to fight, yet you still opened your mouth to shame my Jiangzhou clan. Marquis of the Eastern River coldly continued, our Jiangzhou clan is very humane and will spare your life. However, you will need to cut off one arm and one leg for your sin. Marquis of the Eastern River said this in order to cut off the path of retreat for Wuxia, leaving him with no other choices. After Marquis of the Eastern River left, Wuxia also rode his snail away. After they left that place, Xiaofan couldn't help but ask, young noble, why didn't you let me take action and kill all of the cavalry of the Jiangzhou clan? No need to rush. The Jiangzhou clan isn't the only group coveting the Emperor Merit Law. Just wait, we will capture all of them at once, this would be a great matter. Maybe we can boil all of them into a giant meat pot. Wuxia calmly said. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to look at Wuxia, and she asked, you really want to fight against Marquis of the Eastern River? Regarding this matter, everyone would undoubtedly think that Wuxia would lose, but Li Shuangyan thought differently. She just felt that this was a little strange. You should ask Marquis of the Eastern River, this was not my decision. Wuxia's eyes narrowed and cheerfully said. Seeing his eyes narrow, Li Shuangyan felt a bit alarmed. From her experiences, whenever Wuxia narrowed his eyes, it would not end peacefully. After Wuxia left, his duel with Marquis of the Eastern River was spread to all of the evil-infested ridge, especially the items they were betting with. The Jiangzhou clan's Wise Heart Jewel Box, forget about this, no one knew what this was and they didn't want to mess with the Jiangzhou clan. However, the Kunpeng 6 variants, this was a thing that incited greed in all existences. An Emperor Merit Law, Min Ren's strongest Emperor Merit Law. When cultivated to grand completion, this law could sweep through the entire world. Many sects without Emperor Merit Laws were very tempted. Suddenly, many great characters' eyes were flashing. They wanted to find the whereabouts of Wuxia. At this time, to many people, the duel between Wuxia and Marquis of the Eastern River was no longer important. If they could capture Wuxia before the Jiangzhou clan, then they could torture him for the Kunpeng's 6 variants. So, Wuxia's location suddenly became the most important matter in the hearts of many. Before this event, no one cared about him, but at this moment, it was completely different since he had the Emperor Merit Law on his body. Someone is following us. Currently, Wuxia left the dangerous area, but Xiaofan said in a serious manner. Wuxia couldn't help but smile as he said, nothing is strange about this. Even I would be drooling for the Kunpeng's 6 variants. Who could resist an Emperor Merit Law? The cultivators that were following Wuxia did not number in just ones or twos. Many royal nobles and sect masters were personally tailing him. In a short period of time, no one dared to make a move. People were wary of Gu Tieshou's emperor's possession that may be lurking nearby to protect Wuxia. However, as time passed, there were experts that couldn't wait any longer, so they suddenly made an upheaval. A palm suddenly appeared to grip Wuxia. At this moment, he was a fat sheep that everyone wanted a mouthful of. Li Shuangyan immediately unleashed her sword and cut off the hand, resulting in a pitiful scream. Li Shuangyan was not the heaven's proud daughter in name. She was a royal noble, and if she was serious, even the previous generation's royal nobles wouldn't be able to beat her. Even though Li Shuangyan cut off a hand, she couldn't stop all of these greedy cultivators. A short time later, many cultivators were testing the water again, but Li Shuangyan repulsed all of them just like before. The Jiangzhou clan's Jiangzhou Tie is also following us. Up ahead, Xiaofan told Wuxia. Wuxia smiled and said, go a bit faster, pretend like we are running for our lives. However, do not go too fast, we are in no hurry to get rid of them. Hearing this, Xiaofan immediately sped up, with a sense of panic, and fled deeper to the east. Sure enough, the moment Xiaofan sped up, many cultivators who were following them immediately appeared. They knew that Wuxia was aware of their tailing, so they no longer needed to hide and decided to chase him down. Bang! Bang! Many cultivators roared and hurriedly unleashed their life treasures straight at Wuxia. Li Shuangyan snorted and released a giant lotus blossom that turned into sword energies. It transformed into a natural shield and repelled these attacks. "Where are you escaping to?" a cultivator couldn't help but shout, and he sped up to reach Wuxia's location. Armr! Xiaofan kept on running and caused loud rumbles. The earth and mountains were trembling. He was running as if he was under panic. Seeing Wuxia trying to get away, many experts hurried to catch up. Li Shuangyan had to fight all of them off by herself, and struck them away one by one. There were a few royal nobles that didn't rush things. They followed behind Wuxia's group, coldly waiting to let the impatient ones make the first move and let them test the waters. Suddenly, it became a spectacular scene. Numerous cultivators chased Wuxia, who was riding a giant snail. This looked like a bunch of ants chasing to bite a giant elephant. Jiang Zuotie, with a cold gaze, was also following behind them. He was not only staring at Wuxia, but also monitoring all directions. Even until now, there was still no trace of Gu Taizhou. Seize the Emperor Merit Law, Ya. In the dangerous area in the east, many sects were just digging for treasures. At this moment, when Wuxia's escape was creating such a big commotion, it alarmed these stronger powers. Seeing the group chasing after Wuxia like ants trying to bite an elephant, many of them also joined in for this battle to seize the treasure. As a huge snail, Xiaofan was running around in panic and trampled many trees. The moment he crossed a huge mountain, boulders began to roll. He appeared to be very frightened and confused. Xiaofan's appearance while escaping to the east made the chasing cultivators even more courageous. Suddenly, Wuxia was like a plump fat lamb that everyone could take a bite out of. Chapter 122, Kill It. The murderous shoutings and the rumbling sounds of the giant snail escaping spanned for 1,000 miles. In the area that Wuxia was escaping to, many people were searching for treasures. With reddened eyes, they became greedy as well and started to follow. Sect Master of the Crimson Heaven Sect, King of the Soaring Eagle Small Nation, Lord of the Draconic Hydras, Sect Master of the Pan-Ku Sect, on the snail's back, Li Shuangyan was radiating immortal lights with her holy blooming lotuses. The moment her void imperfection physique activated, no techniques could penetrate the area and she easily repelled all of the experts that chased from behind. At first, many sect masters didn't make a move. However, seeing Wuxia become more and more frightened as he ran away and how more people were joining the chase, they couldn't wait any longer and rushed straight forward to capture Wuxia alive. Li Shuangyan uttered a battle cry and her void imperfection physique unleashed its amazing potential. All other techniques couldn't approach her while her sword swung in all directions and forced back the big characters in the blink of an eye. However, the number of pursuers increased more and more. Even if Li Shuangyan had heaven-frightening power, she still couldn't handle all of them. After a while, Li Shuangyan was caught in a bitter struggle and had one hand support her arm from fatigue. At this moment, countless people's eyes were reddened with only the Kuan Peng's 6 variants in their sight. The chase exploded into an all-out battle, everyone lost their rational minds. No matter whether they were great sect masters or lords of nations, they all wanted to be the first to capture Wuxia before he fell into the hands of others. Gu Taizhou didn't follow him. Along the way, Jiang Zuotie didn't make a move. He only observed Li Shuangyan struggling against the whole situation. This time, he was sure that Gu Taizhou was absolutely absent. "Little demon, where are you escaping to?" Jiang Zuotie finally took action. He deafeningly roared and rushed forward with an intention to kill. The moment he made a move, all of the other royal nobles couldn't wait any longer, they also rushed towards Li Qie. With so many royal nobles in the mix, no matter how heaven-defying Li Shuangyan was, she couldn't repel all of them. Suddenly, Li Qie's group was caught in a dangerous situation. Rush in there. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Qie smiled and told Xiaofan to carry them into the no-man's area. Xiaofan acted as if he had thrown all caution to the wind and used all of his energy, as if he was drinking his mother's breast milk. He made thunderous sounds and, in one breath, blitzed into the no-man's area. During the chase, everyone inadvertently went inside the dangerous area, but they didn't see any heavenly beasts nor longevity spirits, so everyone became more daring. At this moment, when Li Qie went inside the no-man's area, all of the chasing cultivators couldn't help but pause. Everyone stopped in their tracks. We will go in. Jiang Zuotai also paused. Finally, he decisively commanded and led the charge. With his command, the iron cavalry behind him, like the winds and clouds, also rushed in and followed his charge. It's Marquis of the Eastern River and Jiang Zuo clan's cavalry. Seeing Marquis of the Eastern River's sudden appearance as he led the cavalry, many people were surprised. They suddenly realized that Marquis of the Eastern River never went back to the Jiang Zuo clan to grab the treasure. He had always been inside the evil-infested ridge and was simply hiding. The Jiang Zuo clan has went in, so what are we hesitating for? A lord of a small nation roared, and he brought his disciples inside. That's right. With the birth of the godly monarch's treasure, all of the longevity spirits and heavenly beasts have ran away. We should kill our way in, not only for the Emperor Merit Law, but also the godly monarch's treasure. In a flash, many experts from the great powers suddenly surrounded Li Qie with many layers of entrapments. Grandpa Jiang, this isn't something that your Jiang Zuo clan can take all for yourself. At the moment when Jiang Zuotai wanted to take action, a royal noble blocked his path. So, only you would dare to compete for the Emperor Merit Law with my Jiang Zuo clan? This royal noble also coldly said, even though the Jiang Zuo clan is powerful, but do you dare to become the enemy of the rest of the world? My Panku sect, along with the alliance of 16 other grand sects and powerful nations. Does Grandpa Jiang really want to become our enemy? This is true, the Jiang Zuo clan cannot have a monopoly on the Emperor Merit Law. At this moment, the sects that were trapping Li Qie also loudly exclaimed. Everyone's mouths were watering with greed towards Li Qie. No one was willing to let go of an Emperor Merit Law. Suddenly, the forces surrounding Li Qie were arguing with rising tension. Gentlemen, how about hearing me out? At this moment, Li Qie, who was comfortably sitting on the snail, smiled and said, in my opinion, everyone should still just back off and save your own lives so that you all can enjoy it at home. Little demon, it is not your turn to speak, here. At this moment, Jiang Zuotai coldly yelled. In his eyes, Li Qie was a fish on a chopping block, he couldn't do anything to defend himself. Li Qie was not annoyed by Jiang Zuotai, and he cheerfully smiled, I am full of good intentions. If you all don't appreciate my goodwill, then your blood will stain this ground red. Li Qie's words led to an explosion of sneering. Everyone was laughing. A disciple from a grand sect pointed at Li Qie, while laughing till his stomach hurt, and said, ha ha, ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this entire year. How can a meaningless little demon like you say something like this without feeling abashed? You don't know life from death. Your end is about to come, yet you still aren't enlightened. Marquis of the Eastern River chillingly said. Li Qie glared at him and leisurely said, dogs will never stop their natural urges to eat shit. Virtuous monarch Jiang Zuo was a hypocrite his whole life, and his descendants don't seem to be any better. It seems like your Jiang Zuo clan was born as cowards that go back on their words. At this moment, some people couldn't help but give dismissive glances towards Marquis of the Eastern River. Earlier he wanted to bet against Wuxia, but now, he changed his mind and wanted to seize the Emperor Merit Law. Not staying true to his words, truly an act of villains. Marquis of the Eastern River was livid. After a pause, he coldly spoke, "You are merely a fish on a chopping block, the bet between you and me no longer counts." Wuxia smiled, looked at everyone around, and then said, "Never mind. Since all of you don't know life from death, then today, don't blame me for being cruel. A mountain of bones was destined to be erected here today. Still the same words, whoever blocks my path, kill without mercy." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, another commedious uproar of laughter filled the air. Everyone looked at Wuxia like they were looking at an idiot. Even Marquis of the Eastern River had to laugh. Then, he sneered, "Truly foolish. Your death is in front of your eyes, yet you still think that you are an invincible character, acting all pretentious." Bang! Bang! But before Marquis of the Eastern River could finish his words, this giant mountain suddenly cracked. Boom! A loud noise ensued, and a vast and unparalleled aura filled the heavens. In a flash, a giant shadow bursted out from the mountain. A huge heavenly beast appeared in front of everyone. This heavenly beast had the appearance of an ape, with giant bones rising from its back. These bones were sucking and emitting countless black lights, like ferocious spears piercing the sky. There were 2 wings behind this great ape. The moment they were spread open, it blotted out the sun. Countless amounts of profound Tao and murderous universal laws fell down from the sky, like giant iron chains, emitting clanking sounds. Chapter 123. At this point, the great ape exuded a stormy atmosphere. Under its torrential pressure, half of the experts were immediately paralyzed where they stood. "A heaven extermination devil ape," someone aghastly screamed, "a 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beast. Run!" At this moment, everyone was scared shitless, even the arrogant Jiang Zuo was also deathly pale. He yelled and turned around to escape. Little animal. My Jiang Zuo clan will never let you go." At this moment, Jiang Zuo struggled to speak, but he still ferociously spat out the words. Wuxia was not angry, and he revealed a faint smile, instead. He nonchalantly said, "Even if your Jiang Zuo clan wants to forgive me, I will not forgive your Jiang Zuo clan. Given a chance, I will personally go to your clan and, sooner or later, I will annihilate your Jiang Zuo clan. During the era of immortal Emperor Min Ren, all of you should have been slaughtered. If Min Ren didn't ask to spare you, then there wouldn't be a Jiang Zuo clan today. You, Jiang Zuo was speechless from anger. Wuxia didn't want to chatter with him for long, so he directly beheaded him, as well as Marquis of the Eastern River. Escape. In the no man's area, many cultivators pissed their pants from terror while screaming in fear. At this point, all of them were using their fastest speed to escape, but running from the massacre of a heaven extermination devil ape was not such an easy matter. A 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beast. The heaven extermination devil ape, the slower cultivators or the uninformed ones, who had just entered the no man's area, saw the great ape from afar and their legs became weak from horror. They quickly turned around and fled. Even the cultivators in the dangerous area immediately ran away after hearing about the great ape. At this point, not mentioning the great sects and nations, even the group of heavenly Prince Qingxian would still turn around and leave. In this place, 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were almost invincible. Even enlightened beings were not enough and would just be devoured and massacred. Oh, any cultivator who entered the no man's area couldn't escape their fates of being massacred. Even if they were faster, compared to the great ape, it was not enough to reach the apex. Finally, the great ape murdered his way to the boundary of the no man's area, where it finally stopped and no longer chased on. When it was standing at the boundary and glanced at everyone, the escaped cultivators in the dangerous area all lost their wits and their souls escaped from their bodies. Ultimately, it turned around and headed back to its nest. It killed all the way here and was successful in killing all of the cultivators who invaded its territory. After the massacre was over, there were only a few cultivators that made it out of the no-man's area alive. In order to chase Wuxia for the Emperor Merit Law, there were more than 100 sects and a few dozen thousands of cultivators. However, in the end, those who were able to escape with their lives did not number more than 1,000, and they were only those who lagged behind at the beginning. Seeing the great ape leave, these terrified cultivators finally fell down to the ground and their legs were so weak that they couldn't stand up. The entire evil-infested ridge was silent and filled with the stench of blood that penetrated the high sky without dissipating, causing others to feel nauseous. The great sects and nations who didn't enter the no-man's area were in an indefinite state of panic. Many people who scouted the area didn't find any fierce beasts, so they all assumed that the no-man's area was safe without longevity spirits or heavenly beasts. But suddenly, there was an unequaled heaven extermination devil ape. This completely shattered their illusions. A 1,000,000-year-old heaven extermination devil ape could even easily slay an ancient saint. Here, it was invincible, no one could contend against it. Heavenly Prince Qingxian was in the common area. Having heard that there was a heaven extermination devil ape in the no-man's area, his face became very dignified. "Your Highness, do you want to bring the Emperor treasure along?" The old man next to the prince whispered. The prince was in quiet contemplation while he maintained his frightening gaze towards the no-man's area. Without enough power, wanting to trespass the no-man's area would only lead to one's demise. "Brother Qingxian, I will go back to the sect to see if I can bring an emperor treasure to help you out," Leng Qingfeng said. At this point, Leng Qingfeng was trying his best to help Heavenly Prince Qingxian. He wanted to climb up the giant behemoth that was the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. "Then I will bother Brother Feng." Heavenly Prince Qingxian gently nodded his head and spoke in a deep manner. Chapter 124. Knowing that there was a great ape entrenched in the no-man's area, both Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Xingtian didn't dare to enter. Against this great ape, whoever went in would surely die. When the cultivators couldn't get up from the ground, near the border between the dangerous area and the no-man's area, they all saw someone casually coming out. Wuxia. Seeing Wuxia leisurely ride his snail out of the no-man's area, all of the cultivators became dumbfounded. These cultivators who came back from their death all thought that Wuxia had died in the hands of the heaven extermination devil ape. However, they didn't expect for him to walk out in such a leisurely relaxed manner, as if he was taking a stroll in his own garden. What rendered them in disbelief was that they were only alive by coming late to the no-man's area. The vanguards were entirely annihilated. But at the moment, Wuxia being alive made everyone widen their eyes. He was truly downright horrifying. At this point, Wuxia hung the heads of Jiangzhou Tai and Marquis of the Eastern River on the highest tree. He looked at the stunned faces of these nearby cultivators and slowly said, "If everyone is still interested in my Emperor Merit Law, then I welcome all of you to come after me. I don't mind having too many enemies. The more I have, the worst thing that could happen is that blood will flow like the rivers and corpses will turn into mountains. This land is very difficult to enrich. Outside of blood, I'm afraid nothing else could feed this land a hearty meal." The pale and ashy faces of those who were sitting on the ground widened their eyes and glanced at each other in confusion. They couldn't imagine such a result. There were tens of thousands of cultivators and experts from the ancient clans and great countries, but they were all buried in this place and their blood flowed like the rivers. Yet Wuxia, whom everyone considered a fat sheep, escaped unscathed. This matter was too strange. Right. You deliberately led everyone to the nest of the heaven extermination devil ape. At this moment, a sect master level character faintly guessed the event that had just transpired. So what if this was the case? Li Qie bursted out in laughter and said. You are a murderer. You are a mass-murdering fiend. A cultivator angrily exclaimed. Hearing this, Li Qie didn't become flustered and he calmly said, a murderer? Are your hands not stained with blood as well? As an experienced cultivator, don't be a prostitute and act as if you are a saintess. Of course, I don't care if you call me a murderer. However, before you start to oppose me, first count how many heads you have. Otherwise, maybe your head will have the opportunity to be hung up there as well. Finished speaking, Li Qie pointed at the heads of Marquis of the Eastern River and Jiangzhou Tai that were hung on the tall tree. Both Jiangzhou Tai and Marquis of the Eastern River died with their eyes wide open. Seeing the heads of these two, many people felt a chill in their hearts. How powerful was the Jiangzhou clan? And how tough was Jiangzhou Tai? One could say that his whole life was stained with blood on his hands. Today, his head was left hanging there by someone else. I have an emperor merit law. I welcome everyone to come and take it, but before coming at me, you should leave your last words behind for your descendants. Finally, Li Qie elegantly and mysteriously floated away with his snail. He left behind gentle and sweet-sounding words as he was leaving. From start to finish, no one took action against Li Qie. Today, many people were scared shitless. As they watched Li Qie's departure, their hearts were unsure. After almost breaking their heads from thinking, they were still unclear. The cultivators that entered the no-man's area were basically completely slaughtered by the heaven extermination devil ape. Especially the first group, not even one was left alive. However, Li Qie, who led everyone to its nest, was completely safe and sound, without even a hint of harm. To them, this will always remain a mystery. The one round of massacre left the evil-infested ridge's eastern side to become silent again. In a short period of time, many sects that were interested in digging for treasures in this area began to calm down. The appearance of the great ape had scared many people. At the moment, many experts were very cautious even when going into the dangerous area, thinking that there were hidden heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. Meeting them would surely end in their own deaths. After Li Qie left, he didn't enter the no-man's area, and instead, went searching for that frog. Finally, he found a trace of the frog in the dangerous area. Li Qie stood on top of a peak. He looked at the rolling hills before him and finally murmured, not bad. Definitely greedy enough, having ate so many good stuff yet not afraid of his stomach exploding. Do we keep on chasing? Seeing Li Qie observing the mountain in a daze, Li Shuangyan asked. No, if it truly wanted to escape, it would be impossible to chase it. Li Qie shook his head and said, its true escaping speed is not something you can imagine. You have another countermeasure? Li Qie revealed a bright smile and said, when it is full, it will become sleepy. Since it will definitely be sleeping, we will make a nest for it. Li Qie brought Li Shuangyan to find a suitable location. Finally, he chose a swamp. Squinting his eyes while scouting this place, he told Xiaofan, plow this swamp once for me. The mud must be new, like a hot, freshly baked bun that just came out of the oven. Xiaofan couldn't help but say, I am a snail, not an ox, what am I gonna plow this swamp with? Even though he was complaining, he still took action and crawled into the swamp. Then, the swamp water started to billow upward, as if it was being boiled. Li Qie and Li Shuangyan were preparing something else. Li Qie was picking a lot of different spirit medicines and dan grasses. He even picked some strange trees and plants that Li Shuangyan didn't know the names of. He then burned the majority of these grasses and plants into ashes, and he began to dig different types of clay mud and minerals that also couldn't be named by Li Shuangyan. Under his instruction, the two of them were like two little kids playing with mud. They mixed the mud and minerals carefully, then stirred them with the medicinal ashes. What are we trying to do? This matter of mixing mud, as a heaven's proud daughter and princess of Old Ox Country, it was her first time making a nest for it. Wuxia smiled and said, to a satiated toad, having a comfortable nest where it can sleep, nothing could be better than this. Of course, after it goes to sleep, I don't know how long it will take for it to wake up again. Finished speaking, Wuxia revealed a bright and devious smile. Li Shuangyan naturally knew that Wuxia was scheming against that frog. At this moment, she was too lazy to ask why Wuxia knew about these things. As for the frog, Wuxia knew it like the palm of his hand, as if it was a pet from his household. Li Shuangyan also knew that whether she asked or not, Wuxia would say that he calculated with his fingers, or that it was common sense. Naturally, she wouldn't believe any of it. What on earth is this frog? However, Li Shuangyan still couldn't help it and asked. Even a life ring of a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit was thrown to the ground by Wuxia, like trash, and then it was awarded to Su Pei. However, at this moment, he couldn't give up on the chase for this frog. Towards Li Shuangyan's question, Wuxia squinted his eyes with a strange expression. Seeing his appearance, Li Shuangyan didn't ask again. After following him for so long, she was very clear of Wuxia's personality. Li Shuangyan lowered her head and stirred the batch of mud. Of course, she certainly had never done such a dirty task before, so she was not used to it. It was a very busy matter. She had to put the ashes in, then pour in some water and mud. This was something only mortals would do, but today, as a heaven's proud daughter, she had to do it. It gave her a somewhat overwhelming feel. Seeing Li Shuangyan being so clumsy, Wuxia couldn't help but smile. She was as cold as the misty ice. With a beauty capable of toppling cities and kingdoms, she had a chilling yet charming temperament, truly a heaven's proud daughter. Such a woman was like an ordinary little mortal girl, doing such a trivial task. If someone else could see this scene, they wouldn't believe their own eyes. The descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the princess of Old Ox Country, the heaven's proud daughter, Li Shuangyan, was doing such dirty work, no one would believe such a thing. Wuxia smiled and painted more mud on her white as snow face, then he said, with effort comes rewards. You will find that this trip to the evil-infested ridge will absolutely be worth it. Don't get mud on my face, so filthy. Li Shuangyan's pretty eyes glared at Wuxia and she angrily snapped. The alluring appearance of a young woman, this coquettish tone, it truly made people's hearts beat faster. Such a beautiful and seductive style, this was something only Wuxia could meticulously enjoy. Eventually, Wuxia made a muddy hole that had the faint sweet whiff of grass. Even from the far distance, this slight sweet smell could still be discerned. It will definitely love this nest till death. Wuxia cheerfully smiled at the masterpiece in front of him. As for Li Shuangyan, she snappily glared at him. This muddy hole in front of them was made mainly by her effort. After Wuxia and Li Shuangyan returned, Xiaofan had plowed across the swamp. Like a freshly steamed bun, very hot, this smell of dirt and mud could be sensed from far away. Wuxia threw the finely made mud hole into the bog, and the muddy hole finally sunk under, only revealing the entrance. Chapter 125, Everything is prepared, just missing the east wind. Nantian Hao coldly glared at Wuxia and said, this thing that can't comprehend life from death, do you really think that, with the 9 Saint Demon Gates protection, that you can prance around arrogantly? Opposing my heavenly southern kingdom will only result in death. Even if you want to scram right now, there is no longer a chance. Wuxia's eyes solidified. He stared at Nantian Hao and emotionlessly said, the heavenly southern kingdom is nothing. Before you ruin my good matter, immediately scram. Otherwise, I will kill you. With just you? Hearing Wuxia, Nantian Hao bursted out in laughter. With a condescending manner, he looked at Wuxia and smiled, not to mention just you, but even for your cleansing incense ancient sect, if my heavenly southern kingdom wanted to destroy all of you, it would be as simple as crushing ants and insects. Many cultivators that were watching from the distance really felt that Li Qiye's words were too outrageous. The heavenly southern kingdom was an existence that could be considered an ancient kingdom. From the legends, they had existed since the desolate era all the way till now. Destroying the heavenly southern kingdom was only wishful thinking. This little demon is really arrogant and no longer wants to live. He didn't stop to see who his opponent is. To oppose the heavenly southern kingdom when the cleansing incense ancient sect is in its current decline. He is seeking the path towards death. Hearing Li Qiye's insane speech, a cultivator shook his head and said, "Teach him well, don't kill him too fast." At this time, Nan Tianhao revealed a cruel smile and coldly said, "First, torture him slowly so that he would know the final consequence of making an enemy out of my heavenly southern kingdom." The disciples who encircled Li Qiye also laughed. One of them viciously smiled and said, "Little demon, only you with your physique accumulation realm, if we all take action at the same time, then it would be too unfair towards you. I, alone, will teach you a lesson. How do you want to die? Maybe I can lower your pain before your death." At this moment, Nan Tianhao stepped forward while accompanied by two old men. They were both royal nobles and were the Dao protectors of Nan Tianhao. To have two royal nobles as his Dao protectors, this was enough to show the power of the heavenly southern kingdom. Now, Nan Tianhao and the two old men headed towards the mud hole, wanting to capture the frog. In reality, he didn't know what the frog was, but the treasure in his hand had always been tracking this frog, so he knew that this frog had a remarkable value. Seeing Nan Tianhao reaching his hand towards the mud hole, Li Qiye lost his calm and shouted, "You must not." In a flash, his shadow disappeared and he swooped towards Nan Tianhao to strike. "Little demon, where are you running?" The heavenly southern kingdom's disciples that entrapped Li Qiye took action, wanting to stop him, but the Kunpeng leapt upward. Under the heaven transformation, the disciples simply couldn't block him. His shadow flashed and, in the blink of an eye, he pounced on Nan Tianhao. Scram! Li Qiye's speed was so fast that it shocked the two royal nobles next to Nan Tianhao. They instantly changed their palms into giant mountains and grabbed over towards Li Qiye. He originally wanted to attack Nan Tianhao, but with the two royal nobles suddenly attacking, he could only desperately block, with both hands, the incoming palms of the two royal nobles. They were royal nobles. The two giant palms could even break through mountains, let alone a junior with shallow cultivation. Bang! A loud explosion occurred. The two giant palms cutting down knocked Li Qiye flying into the forest. He broke through tree after tree. At this point, the cultivators in the far distance couldn't bear to look. Under the attack of two royal nobles, even a body made out of steel would be shattered into little pieces. Seeking your own death. With such a shallow cultivation yet still dared to oppose regional monarch Nan Tian, truly arrogant. A cultivator shook his head and said with pity, "This thing that doesn't know life from death." Nan Tianhao sneered with disdain and dipped his hand into the mud hole to catch the frog. Chapter 126. However, Nan Tianhao didn't know the origin of the toad. He simply didn't understand the method, along with the technique, to capture it. He assumed that his named hero cultivation was enough to catch a small frog inside a mud hole. Croak, however, when his hand was stretched out towards it, a frog's croaking came about. In the midst of the light, the frog used a speed, faster than lightning, to disappear. It was too fast to see, and it left everyone confused. After failing to catch it, Nan Tianhao was left in a daze. He didn't think that this ordinary frog could be this fast. No, Li Qiye, who was struck flying away, saw this scene and became both angry and startled. He expended so much effort, but it was all in vain because of others. "Oh, you are still not dead, very good. Since the frog flew away, Nan Tianhao withdrew his hand. He looked at Wuxia, who was crawling up, with a sense of astonishment and said, "Good, I want to see how thick your bones are. Take your time and teach him lesson, until he can't stand any more, then stop." Nan Tianhao coldly sneered and ordered his disciples. These dozens of disciples gave off a ferocious laugh and surrounded Wuxia in a flash. "He's still alive after suffering a palm from royal nobles?" Seeing Wuxia still alive and kicking, many cultivators were surprised. One of them said, "So naive. He had the chance to escape, yet he chose not to. Isn't this courting death?" At this moment, a disciple from the heavenly southern kingdom, who was part of the blockade, deviously smiled, "Little demon, we actually want to see how thick your skin is. Today, we will let you have a taste of our torture methods. Even if you are made out of steel, you will definitely scream and beg for forgiveness." At this point, Wuxia's expression was chilling to the extreme. It felt as if a storm was coming. He coldly said, "All of you deserve to die." Wanting to capture the escaped frog once again would be next to impossible in the future. Just this thought made Wuxia furious. "Beat him. Break his arms and legs, first, then drag him over here for me." Nan Tianhao's expression turned cold, and he cruelly said, "Little demon, you can only blame yourself for offending someone that you shouldn't have. In the next life, when you reincarnate into a man, you absolutely shouldn't become an enemy with the heavenly southern kingdom." The disciples of the heavenly southern kingdom viciously said as they attacked Wuxia with their life treasures. "Scram!" In his almighty fury, Wuxia roared. His silhouette flashed and rushed forward. This disciple revealed a cruel smile. Using a body to ram into his life treasure, this was the same as seeking death. Bang! The life treasure broke into pieces. Bam! Bloody rain began to pour. This disciple was struck. It was like a baby being hit by a giant hammer, and he became meat paste on the spot. The little fragments of his bones were flying between the rain of blood droplets. "Don't!" The other disciples were frightened. They gathered their courage with a roar and cut towards Wuxia with their life treasures. Boom! But at this moment, Wuxia was a raging tempest. He didn't use any techniques, but only his powerful body to go on the offense. On top of his fate palace was a traversing Kunpeng. Under the heaven transformation, his speed was extremely fast. The hell-suppressing godly physique allowed his body to become the most terrifying weapon, weighing millions of jin. This body of flesh was many times more frightening than a raging dragon. Finally, the last disciple had the chance to pitifully scream. However, as his scream was being let out, his head was crushed and brain matters, mixed with fresh blood, spurted out into the air. Life treasures and flesh, regardless of which, when impacted by the hell-suppressing godly physique, all would instantly be shattered. The weight of millions of jin was like the suppression of giant mountains. Treasures and bodies were not able to withstand the impact of this godly body. Before, even the extremely powerful body of the sky-shouldering ape was not able to beat the hell-suppressing godly physique of Wuxia, let alone these disciples from the heavenly southern kingdom. This sudden change shocked everyone. Without any techniques or actual physique methods, or the power of the Grand Tao, without any universal laws, it was only the power of the flesh. It was invincible and was able to smash all of the enemies blocking his path. "You deserve death." At this point, Wuxia gazed at Nan Tianhao. His eyes became truly frightening, it was more terrifying than a devil. He stared at Nan Tianhao and, step by step, inched forward. Each of his steps caused subsidences on the ground. Under the hell-suppressing godly physique, the earth itself was like a piece of paper. "Kill him." Being targeted by Wuxia's gaze, Nan Tianhao yelled as he had sudden chills behind his spine. The two royal nobles also lost their colors. They roared together and royal noble weapons clashed towards Wuxia. Li Qiye thunderously roared, "Scram!" He directly rushed forward to clash with the weapons. Bang! Bang! The two weapons of the royal nobles essentially couldn't stop Li Qiye. They were indeed powerful and were able to wound Li Qiye, revealing his blood, but the godly physique was too hard and the weapons couldn't kill Li Qiye. Under the shock of the impact, the two life treasures began to show crack after crack. It pained the hearts of the two royal nobles. These were the life treasures that they had expended tremendous effort to refine. Kill! Seeing Li Qiye's unstoppable momentum, Nan Tianhao loudly screamed and summoned a longevity treasure. The moment it came out, it turned into a giant grindstone, and it carried the potential of the winds as it approached Li Qiye. Bang! The moment it touched Li Qiye, a huge explosion occurred. The longevity treasure shattered on the spot, and Li Qiye continued unabated as he was rushing towards Nan Tianhao. Nan Tianhao's expression greatly darkened. He turned his hand to summon a life mirror, wanting to stop Li Qiye. Bang! One could easily predict the result of the impact. The life mirror was destroyed and Nan Tianhao was struck flying away while spurting out blood. The sound of his bones shattering rang in the air, causing others to have the creeps. If the life mirror didn't block Li Qiye beforehand, then he would have surely died. Young master, leave first. The two royal nobles lost their colors. They both flipped their palms, summoning more life treasures. With these two life treasures appearing, the power of a heavenly sovereign pierced the heavens. Wave and wave of universal laws poured downward. Glorious sounds appeared as the heavenly sovereign suppression was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. The earth began to crack underneath this sudden pressure. Heavenly sovereign life treasures. Seeing the two royal nobles summon these treasures, many people changed their expressions. These were heavenly sovereign life treasures. They were capable of killing enlightened beings. Boom! Li Qiye's powerful body slammed into the universal laws that were coming down from above. Suddenly, the two treasures were shaking non-stop, as if they could fall down at any moment. Seeing this, not only royal nobles, but all of the spectators were left aghast. What kind of physique was this? It could even shake heavenly sovereign life treasures. This was too terrifying. As for Nan Tianhao, seeing such a scene, he naturally lost his colors and turned around to run. Dissolve him! Both of the royal nobles trembled in fear and deafeningly roared. The two life treasures combined into one and all of the universal laws condensed into a giant cauldron, wanting to trap Li Qiye inside. In a flash, it exuded true flames, wanting to refine Li Qiye. Seeing Nan Tianhao trying to escape, how could Li Qiye let him go? He loudly yelled, "Kill!" After one shout, he summoned the two invisible dual blades. Zeng! The invisible dual blades suddenly vibrated, as if they felt the fiery anger of Li Qiye. In the blink of an eye, the two emperor blades were unsheathed and the emperor's aura leaked out. Emperor's power! The moment the emperor blades exploded forward, the two royal nobles immediately lost their minds. They were too close to the invisible dual blades and could only feel the sensation of death. XSH! The moment the emperor blades flashed by, the emperor's power appeared and disappeared in just a second, but this was enough. The twin emperor blades decapitated and destroyed the universal laws. Even the heavenly sovereign life treasures were cut in half. The heads of the two royal nobles flew up in the air and their bodies fell straight down to the ground, spurting blood into the air like a geyser. Even though the emperor blades appeared then disappeared in just a flash, it was already enough to thrill the souls. Suddenly, the spectators couldn't help but shiver as if their souls were cut by a blade. Their entire bodies felt a cold chill and became weak. XSH! At this time, Li Qiye danced in the air with the blades in his hands. Nan Tianhao was escaping in astonishment, however, everything happened so fast that he couldn't make it too far. Open! Nan Tianhao loudly screamed, and a godly armor protected his body. However, after a whoosh, the godly armor was of no use and all of the universal laws were proven false. With the named hero power of Nantianhao, he essentially couldn't block the invisible dual blades that carried the Emperor's aura. Nantianhao's body was nailed to the ground. The man was lying there facing upward, motionless. His blood left his body, making gurgling streams. At this time, he was only left with one last breath. Right now, everyone was shaking. Noticing the unexpected event, Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan, who came running from afar, were amazed. They didn't dare to take action. At this moment, Li Qiye's anger pierced the high heavens. He wanted to personally kill the group of Nantianhao, who would dare to ruin his good business. Li Qiye seemed like an evil god carrying a furious wrath, causing others to shiver without feeling the chill. No one dared to look straight at him because they couldn't believe that such a terrifying aura could be emitted from a 15-year-old boy. Li Qiye came closer to Nantianhao and coldly glared at him. Finally, his towering rage rescinded. Even if you are my enemy, I still could have spared your life. However, ruining my matters, even if you are a son of an immortal emperor, would still kill without mercy. Li Qiye gazed at Nantianhao and slowly spoke. You dare to kill me. My heavenly southern kingdom will annihilate your 9 clans, and massacre your incense ancient, Nantianhao said bitterly as he was lying there. Crkkk, but before Nantianhao could finish his words, Li Qiye, with one hand, pulled out his head and spine in a flash, painting a visceral scene. Nantianhao's eyes were still wide open. He didn't even have the chance to pitifully scream. Li Qiye casually threw Nantianhao's head away, and he slowly spoke, "The Southern Heavenly Kingdom doesn't have the qualifications to threaten me." At this point, the whole scene was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, they didn't even dare to make a loud breathing noise. In the far distance, cultivators were left with a chilling fear that creeped up from behind their back. Chapter 127. Many cultivators at this time didn't dare to meet Li Qiye's gaze. No one could believe that when this 15-year-old boy was angry, he would act as if he was possessed by an evil god, becoming merciless and brutal. They finally understood that when this young boy was being arrogant, it was not because he was foolish and ignorant, but because he was this powerful and was always a ferocious giant. People shivered at the thought that even royal nobles were massacred. How fierce was this boy? Even the regional monarch of the heavenly southern kingdom was not spared. How outrageous was this boy? Many cultivators secretly felt glad that they didn't offend this young man. Otherwise, they would have been massacred as well. "We shall go." Finally, Li Qiye only said these words. Xiaofan didn't dare to demur. He turned into a giant snail and brazenly carried Li Qiye and Li Shuangyan away. "Oh mother, this brat is truly the devil. He's so crazily ferocious." After Li Qiye left, a cultivator finally woke up from his daze and couldn't help but sigh. The cowardly people felt their legs becoming weak as they sat straight down on the ground. Remembering Li Qiye's expression when he was possessed by the evil god earlier, they couldn't help but tremble. This devil was matchless in cruelty. His aura earlier was unstoppable, not even the gods or Buddha would be able to block him. Why is this kid so scary? Isn't he a mortal physique? A cultivator from the last generation emotionally said, "Have you ever seen a mortal physique destroying a life treasure? This is the physique of a raging dragon. Could it be the solar immortal physique?" In the legends, immortal Emperor Min Ren possessed the solar immortal physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. The moment it came out, he was invincible in the 9 worlds. He swept through all oppositions. A cultivator couldn't help but make a quiet conjecture. Impossible. From the start till now, no one was a natural-born immortal physique. Immortal physiques are truly invincible in the 9 worlds, but immortal physiques require tortuous training to complete. It doesn't only require one of the 12 appropriate Xiantian physiques, but also the correct immortal physique merit laws. From the past till now, there have not been that many immortal physique merit laws available. A demon monarch shook his head and said, "Does this mean that immortal Emperor Min Ren left behind a merit law for the solar immortal physique?" A cultivator emotionally asked. Emperor merit laws were indeed peerless, but immortal physique merit laws were supremely unparalleled. Any immortal emperor would be able to create an invincible emperor merit law, but only immortal emperors with immortal physiques would be able to leave immortal physique merit laws behind. Without the physique, how could they even create immortal physique merit laws? It could be said that immortal physique merit laws were way more valuable than emperor merit laws. A sect master inside the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom shook his head and said, "This is certainly impossible." In the last millions of years, the Cleansing Incense ancient sect never had the rumors of passing down an immortal physique merit law. Even though immortal Emperor Min Ren had the solar immortal physique, he didn't pass this down. This was not a secret or anything. Then what is that brat's physique? It was so heaven-defying. It could even shake the heavenly sovereign life treasures. Someone lost their colors and said. A cultivator from the last generation sighed and said, "It could be a king physique merit law, or a saint physique merit law. Even though he is a mortal physique, he is absolutely cultivating a physique merit law. It's just that no one knows what it is." The Cleansing Incense ancient sect is truly unbelievable, Even though it declined into a third-rate small sect, it still has an emperor merit law and a physique merit law that even the grand sects and powerful nations do not have, Another cultivator reminisced and said, "An emperor lineage lasting for millions of years without falling, these are not simply words. A skinny camel is still better than a fat horse." In fact, not just one person was envious. Who wouldn't want to have emperor merit laws and physique merit laws? They were things that captured the souls of people, but in order to seize them, they need to think about it carefully. Last time, a few 10,000 cultivators were led by Wuxia to the heaven extermination devil ape and got completely annihilated. Who is to say that such a matter wouldn't happen again? Remembering the scene where blood flowed like the rivers, everyone shivered. The frog had escaped, but Wuxia had not given up. To him, even if the evil-infested ridge had more treasures, they were still not as valuable as this frog. He had chased it for 10 more days, but he couldn't capture it. After it had been alerted from last time, it became even more cautious and careful. Catching it would be even harder than traversing the sky. While Wuxia was in steadfast pursuit of the frog, other cultivators were benefiting from their excavation at the dangerous area. Even though they couldn't enter the no-man's area, the dangerous area was still very safe, so they found many spirit medicines and treasures. However, some people were becoming more anxious as they lost their patience, like Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Shengtian. For people with backgrounds like Heavenly Prince Qingxian, ordinary treasure metals and godly steels couldn't get into their sight. This time, he only came for the legendary item inside the evil-infested ridge. Rumors has it that there was an extremely magical item inside the ridge, very mysterious, and that it was an item from the gods' era. Tao Child Shengtian also heard some news regarding the legends of the treasures of the gods. He knew a few inside stories, so with the appearance of Heavenly Prince Qingxian, he was sure that there was truly a treasure inside the evil-infested ridge. Since Heavenly Prince Qingxian was always wavering in the east, Tao Child Shengtian could almost be completely sure that the legendary treasure was in the deepest area of the east. The treasure of the gods, or even the weapon of the godly monarch in the legends, how could Tao Child Shengtian not be tempted? Compared to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, the heavenly god sect needed this treasure even more, especially the weapon in the legends. Tao Child Shengtian even asked his ancestor to lend him an emperor treasure, but his request was not answered, leaving him to be worried. Boom! When Tao Child Shengtian and Heavenly Prince Qingxian were both anxious and while Wuxia was searching for the frog, suddenly, in the deepest area of eastern evil-infested ridge, there was a loud explosion. Afterwards, everyone in the ridge saw a heaven-frightening scene. A bloody light shot out like a pillar all the way up to the sky and illuminated the entire eastern region. After a good while, this pillar of bloody light finally dissipated. What is that? Seeing the bloody light that penetrated the sky, everyone in the evil-infested ridge was astonished. This scene was too shocking. Without a doubt, there was a great change taking place in the depths at the eastern side of the evil-infested ridge. Could it be that the legendary godly monarch weapon is really coming into being? Seeing this scene, a cultivator emotionally exclaimed. Until now, there was already a speculation that the evil-infested ridge has a godly monarch weapon and the treasure of the gods. At this moment, with this bright pillar of blood, it once again proved the previous rumors. Suddenly, this news about the treasure and godly monarch weapon was spread far and wide, and everyone really believed that these treasures were entering into this world. Go, we shall enter. Seeing the bloody light that pierced the sky, Heavenly Prince Qingxian decisively said. The old man next to him couldn't help but ask in a serious manner, Your Highness, the no-man's area is guarded by the heaven extermination devil ape, and I'm afraid that there is more to it than just the great ape. There are even million-year-old longevity spirits, and once targeted by those, it is a road to disaster. From the looks of things, those fierce beasts seem to be suppressed by the godly monarch weapon. They are all hiding away in the no-man's area. Wasn't the last time because the little demon, with the surname Li, led them to the nest of the heaven extermination devil ape, which was why all of them died? Heavenly Prince Qingxian said. Grandpa Guan pondered for a moment, then he replied, We can't predict the actions of 1 million-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. It is better to be careful. We should be cautious and advance with the slowest speed. We shall walk while hiding all of our auras in order to not disturb them. Heavenly Prince Qingxian gravely said. Seeing that the prince had made his decision, Grandpa Guan no longer tried to advise him. Instead, he just told him to be careful. Heavenly Prince Qingxian led his troops to enter the no-man's area. Not long after, Tao Child Shengtian brought the nobles of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom into the no-man's area as well. The two of them entering caused quite a stir amongst the cultivators. It is truly a godly monarch weapon and the treasure of the gods coming into being. At this moment, everyone went wild with excitement. Come, we shall also enter. Even the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom had entered, so the other great sects and powerful nations, as well as secret heritages, couldn't maintain their calm and also declared their participation. However, the no-man's area is protected by the heaven extermination devil ape. Going in is so suicidal. A sect master was hesitant. His heart was dreary of the frightening great ape. I heard that as long as we don't go near the lair, we wouldn't alarm the beasts like the heaven extermination devil ape. We will go behind the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Whichever route they choose, we will also go the same way while maintaining a low profile. There is no need to disturb the spirits and beasts. I heard that these beasts were suppressed by the godly monarch's power, so they all hid in their lair and are not willing to come out. A cultivator shared his wishful thoughts. Even though they knew the no-man's area was occupied by powerful beasts, but after seeing the heavenly prince and the Tao Child entering, how could they not be tempted? The moment the bloody light pierced the sky, Li Qiye also saw this scene. He lost his colors and murmured, At last, it happened. Wretched brat. Destroying the balance. One day, I will find your descendants and repay this debt. What is that thing? Seeing this light, Li Shuangyan was also surprised. She realized that something extraordinary was about to happen. Is this place really the land of the gods in the legends? Is there really a treasure of the gods? Li Shuangyan didn't believe in the story regarding the treasures of the gods, but at this moment, this occurrence was quite different. Chapter 128, Treasure of the Gods? If there really is a treasure of the gods, it wouldn't be their turn to get it. Li Qiye sneered and said. Li Shuangyan glanced at him and asked, what is it then? Obviously, Li Qiye knew the evil-infested ridge very well. The god of death. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed, then he continued, the god of death has been hungry for millions of years. Finally, it can no longer tolerate it. Whenever Li Qiye squinted his eyes like this, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but shiver. She understood that this matter was much more terrifying than her imagination. We're going. Li Qiye commanded Xiaofan. Young noble, where to? Xiaofan never questioned Li Qiye's commands, he immediately obeyed. Back to the cassia lotus tree. Li Qiye continued, those bags of straw are only going to their deaths, to become delicious nutrients. There is no way they will be able to suppress that devilish thing. Li Qiye rode the snail back to the cassia lotus tree. Seeing his return, the group of Gu Taizhou couldn't help but sigh in relief. Gu Taizhou asked, what happened over there? Even though he didn't allow the disciples to leave this peaceful ground, he still saw the bloody light up in the sky. A disaster. Li Qiye jumped down from Xiaofan and told Gu Taizhou, Elder Gu, if there are still disciples outside, tell them to return immediately. All disciples, from now on, are not allowed to leave outside of this tree for more than 10 zhang. I have recalled all of them. I will tell them and not allow them to leave. Seeing his solemn demeanor, Gu Taizhou hurriedly responded. When the bloody light lit up the eastern sky, Gu Taizhou didn't know whether it was an auspicious or ominous sign, so he immediately recalled all of the disciples in order to avoid any unexpected events. In reality, after the light appeared, Gu Taizhou was always waiting for Li Qiye to come back. Without Li Qiye, he, as the first elder, was anxious and even a bit afraid. Right now, Li Qiye had unknowingly become the foundation of the cleansing incense ancient sect. They had complete confidence in Li Qiye's strategies. On the contrary, without his presence, they became uncertain. While Gu Taizhou was conveying his command to the others, Li Qiye approached the cassia lotus tree. Before it, he sat down on the ground and clasped his hands together to form a cross. Then, he silently prayed to communicate his intention. That year, I joined forces with you and slayed the evil existence. You already know that this existence didn't die. I had planted a seed here in preparation for the future, in order to stop the evil existence from being reborn. Using the lotus flower to hold the branch, he handed it to Tu Buyu and said, use your true flame to refine it and turn it into ashes. Remember well, use the lotus flower to carry the branch. Otherwise, the lotus bone will fall into the ground and disappear. Tu Buyu remembered the words of Li Qiye and used both of his hands to create a pure green flame. This flame turned into a cauldron, and he threw the lotus, along with the lotus bone, inside, and he refined them into ashes. Tu Buyu plucked many lotus flowers to carry the branches, and he refined all of them. To be able to use the true flame of the cauldron of life to create a pure green fire cauldron, you didn't let the god of war formula down. Li Qiye nodded his head and praised. Tu Buyu wasn't arrogant. He cultivated the god of war formula, so he naturally knew the amazing mysteries of the god of war formula. If he couldn't do this, then he would have brought shame to the formula. At this time, Li Qiye took out a jade bottle and shouted, "Holy water is coming." The moment Li Qiye's words came out, there was an immediate spring of flying water from the sky. This stream of water came from the highest point of the giant tree and it came straight down into the jade bottle in Li Qiye's hand. The space inside the bottle was not small, but after a short period of time, the jade bottle was completely full. After the stream disappeared, Li Qiye put away his jade bottle. At this time, Tu Buyu was also finished with turning the lotus flowers and lotus bones into ashes, and stored it in a treasure box. At this point, Nanhuiren also copied the appearance of Li Qiye from earlier. He sat in front of the tree, with his hands clasped together into a cross, and quietly and continuously muttered. Wuxia slapped the back of his head and said, "What are you doing?" Nan Huiran dryly chuckled, then he smilingly said, "I am learning from Big Brother. I'm praying to the godly tree and asking it to bestow a treasure for me. I see that this godly tree has its own awareness, and it will definitely be able to hear my prayers." Wuxia slapped the back of his head yet again, then he glared at him and said, "Even if this tree has its own awareness, you still wouldn't be able to communicate with it." Even Protector Mo glared at his own disciple and angrily scolded, "If you can earnestly pray and communicate with it, then you are no longer Nan Huiran." After being scolded by his master, Nan Huiran was still laughing with his shameless thick skin. This tree has its own awareness. At this point, Li Shuangyan was standing next to Wuxia while staring at this giant cassia lotus tree. She couldn't help but gently ask Wuxia, "Did this tree really turn into a god?" Wuxia glanced at her, then back at the tree, and he finally said, "If there are gods in this world, then it would indeed be considered one." However, here, Wuxia paused and didn't say anything else. Hearing this, everyone here, including Li Shuangyan, Tu Buyu, and Xiaofan, all of them were in awe. Immediately, all of them, including Nan Huiran, stood in a dignified and respectful manner. They looked at the cassia lotus tree in front of their eyes and couldn't help but feel a sensation of fear and respect. The gods, they were legends from the ancient eras. The point in time when there was no one shouldering the heaven's will, no one claiming to be immortal emperors, there was the legend of the gods. There used to be a saying like this: before the immortal emperors, the gods ruled over all generations. Whether this saying was true or not, one knew for certain. However, the gods were existences that were revered by all. Wuxia said that if the world had gods, then it would be considered as one. In other words, the cassia lotus tree in front of them was capable of standing next to the gods. Even if there were no gods in this world, it was still frightening enough to leave people aghast. Before, Gu Taizhou and many disciples only considered the cassia lotus tree an extremely giant tree. At best, it was only a demonic tree that formed its own awareness. But now, Wuxia's words left them in awe. At this moment, not to mention the disciples, but even the protectors and sectional leaders were shivering in fear. Nan Huiran was scared to the point where his legs became weak. He quickly kneeled to the ground. "My grandpa god, my ancestor god, no, grand character tree god up high above, this brat is young and ignorant and didn't know that you were an existence higher than even the heavens. 2 days ago, this lowly servant was a little naughty and peeled some bark from your body. O grand character tree god up high above, please show your benevolence to this lowly servant. This brat is truly sincere and is admitting my mistake." At this time, Nan Huiran was truly sincere. He pressed against the ground and slammed his head down out of reverence for the great tree. Bang! 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 However, when Wuxia's words had just ended, the entire eastern region shook, and then the muddy earth pierced the sky. In the far east, inside the no-man's area, suddenly, there were gigantic bony outgrowths that extended from the ground. Each of them was 10,000 zhang long. The more frightening part was that each of them was as black as lacquer, and they were surrounded by black energy. In just a second, the entire eastern region, that was azure with its clear water, was suddenly covered by strands of black energies. They emerged and hunted across the entire no-man's area without much effort, turning it into a hell zone. Anyone seeing such a scene would have to cringe with an ominous feeling in their hearts. Rar, at this point, a loud roar came about. The heaven extermination devil ape rushed out from its nest and its terrible presence permeated throughout the no-man's area. The heaven extermination devil ape, seeing this 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beast, everyone was shivering in fear. Even a character like Heavenly Prince Qingxian couldn't help but greatly sour his expression. However, when the great ape had just erupted outside, inside a ravine in a far-off distance, another long roar emancipated, and a longevity spirit also flew up. "Oh mother, a 1 million-year-old longevity spirit," everyone trembled in fear. A 1 million-year-old longevity spirit and heavenly beast, their auras were like a large tsunami that swept away all of the eastern region. The cultivators' faces were as white as sheets, and the weaker ones fell to the floor in fear. It's over, it's over." At this moment, a cultivator lost his wits. He was scared to the point where his soul flew about. It was too late to escape. It could even be said that in the face of a 1 million-year-old heavenly beast and longevity spirit, even an enlightened being wouldn't be able to escape. However, the heaven extermination devil ape and the longevity spirit in the sky essentially ignored the invading cultivators. They let out a long scream and, with a bit of hesitation, they eventually abandoned their nests and ran away from the eastern region. The longevity spirit rushed north while the great ape went west, and they disappeared in the vast desolace. Now, Wuxia narrowed his eyes. He observed the giant pillaring bony extrusions without saying anything for a long time. Even Xiaofan became surprised. He felt a sinister omen and muttered, "What is that thing?" "It used to be skeletal remains." Wuxia revealed a smile and said, "It had died for millions of years, yet it still wants to borrow the bones to revive. What kind of evil existence is that? A 5 million-year-old heavenly beast? Or a 5 million-year-old longevity spirit?" Xiaofan became emotional. Each bony pillar was 10,000 zhang high. One could only imagine how monstrous this evil existence was. Wuxia calmly smiled, "It's not a heavenly beast nor longevity spirit, but something much more terrifying. The other two could be killed, but this mysterious thing is difficult to slay. It is incredibly hardy beyond imagination. As long as some of its roots are still there, it will remain alive and plan for its resurrection." Xiaofan and Li Shuangyan couldn't help but become alarmed. There is such a thing in this world. Truly daunting. Let us go. We will go see. At this point, Wuxia smiled and said, "Maybe we could dig out its last hope, and maybe we'll even get some good things out of it." As Wuxia was riding the snail to the eastern region, many cultivators were glancing at each other while seeing this apocalyptic foreboding. Is this really the treasure of the gods coming into being? I feel like it is more of an evil devil coming into being. A sect master saw the bony outgrowths with his pale white face. This place is ominous. Old man Guan, standing next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian, stirringly said. Heavenly Prince Qingxuan's eyes became powerful, as if he could see into the deepest parts of the no-man's area. Finally, he slowly spoke, "It may be ominous, but so what? The extremely ferocious area of the heaven and earth will surely give birth to a godly item. This is the thing that we need. What ominous and dreadful existence in the world would dare to be arrogant under the godly presence of our ancestor?" Hearing this, old man Guan felt some truths. Their ancient kingdom was a lineage of 2 immortal emperors. It was enough for them to disdain all of the 8 desolaces. They were here with preparations. Even against a bigger danger, they could still escape unscathed. Heavenly Prince Qingxian did not hesitate and brought everyone to continue heading towards the deepest part of the no-man's area. At the moment, the heaven extermination devil ape had escaped, so they didn't need to be slow. They directly pushed deeper inside the area with a much greater speed. Since Heavenly Prince Qingxian had rushed in, Dao Child Xingtian didn't want to lose. Thus, he also gravely said, "We will also enter." The national teacher, enlightened being C2, said in a worried manner, "Young noble, I'm afraid this is very dangerous." "I know this." Dao Child Xingtian continued, "We have entered the treasure land, so we cannot go home with empty hands. Furthermore, if there really is a treasure of the gods, there has to be hidden dangers. Where in this world will there be a godly treasure that is easily obtained? If there is a godly monarch weapon, I will need such a thing to help me accomplish my supreme ambitions." Finished speaking, his eyes revealed a scary, yet determined, glare. Young noble is powerful and wise. Enlightened being C2 agreed. In order to accomplish a great deed and step on the road to become an immortal emperor, one needed such ambition, and such firm Tao willpower. Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Xingtian, one by one, went into the depths of the no-man's area, leaving many sects and countries that were hesitant, behind. Even these juniors, Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Xingtian, had went in. The spectators couldn't help but become tempted. The sects and countries here had more than an ordinary amount of power, and they even had royal nobles from the last generation leading them as well. We will also go in. With the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom and Heavenly God sect opening the way, what are we scared of? A sect master gravely said, even if we can't seize the godly monarch weapon, if we were to be able to get 1 or 2 godly treasures, it would still be worth the trip. Finally, many great sects all came to this conclusion after the 2 young men entered into the depths of the no-man's area. There were some small sects and cultivators who gave up on the idea. The sudden protrusions of the bony outgrowths surrounded by black energy were too creepy, causing others to feel uncomfortable. Thus, a few of the heritages decided to give up. Chapter 130, The well-informed turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake looked to their young master and said, "Young master, in this old man's opinion, this isn't a good place to go. It is definitely ominous. We have harvested so much more in this trip than the last, why the need to risk such a great danger? Plus, the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom and the Heavenly God sect had both went in. Our Flying Dragon Lake won't get too many good things, why the need to compete against them?" Under the guidance of the old turtle, Flying Dragon Lake's young master gave up on going in. He brought his fellow demons back to the common area. However, the young master was still very curious about the legendary treasure of the gods. Thus, after arriving in the common area, he told his demon monarchs to erect a heavenly mirror in order to observe the no-man's area situation from afar. Outside of a few sects that didn't enter the no-man's area, the ones that were the most decisive were sects like the Violet Cloud sect. The Tao elder of the Violet Cloud sect noticed the strange signs and had a bad feeling. In addition, he had harvested a lot during this trip and didn't want to risk it, so he brought his disciples to leave the evil-infested ridge entirely. Sects that didn't enter the no-man's area was only part of the minority. Most of them still chose to follow Heavenly Prince Qingxian into the deepest parts of the eastern region. Without frightening existences like the Great Ape, all of these sects summoned their treasures and flew into the sky. Their speed had become a lot faster. The first to reach the objective was the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Xingtian. However, seeing the spectacle in front of them rendered them dumbfounded. Before their eyes, there were only bones as far as the eyes could see, countless bones laid on top of each other and formed a mountain. All types of skeletal remains were here, humans, demons, heavenly beasts, and longevity spirits. There were even more bones with unknown names. Scattered all over the ground, some were as big as a fist, some were monstrous like a mountain, and there were even some that were several miles long. All of the creatures here suffered a violent and unnatural death while they were alive. There were quite a few life treasures and special weapons strewn about, but they had lost their spirits and became mere scrap metals. The existences here, while alive, must have been extremely powerful. Before their deaths, they tried to fight it, but in the end, their fate ended here. When a cultivator dies after they reach a certain level, their flesh, or the most powerful part of their body, would remain. However, all of the existences here turned into bones. There was only one explanation. And that is, when they were alive, something stole all of their essence, whether it was longevity blood or the world's energy. Everyone shivered at the sight that was filled with skeletons on the ground. As the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian was in a daze, the rest of the cultivators from behind arrived and also saw this scene. They all became speechless as a chilling fear crept upon their spines and nervousness loomed in their hearts. What exactly had happened here? Seeing all of the bones, a sect master became deathly pale and said, "This matter was too frightening. We shall go in." When everyone was still immobilized from fear, Heavenly Prince Qingxian went ahead and wrapped his body in an azure aura. His eyes were still sharp and the old men around him kept on continuing to advance. Dao Child Shengtian didn't want to lag behind, so he also brought his royal nobles and went further in. At this time, many sect masters and lords of the grand sects and powerful nations all judged each other in order to decide what to do next. They were smitten by the mountains made from bones. Since we have already arrived, it doesn't make sense to go back. Of course, since there are so many people here, it is clear that there must be a stunning treasure. A lord gravely said, then he brought his men inside. Seeing Heavenly Prince Qingxian advancing, many cultivators became more courageous. They bit their teeth and they all followed him into the area. Very few people went back since they were already here. Li Qie rode the snail at top speed, but he was still the last person to reach the eastern depths. When they finally reached the bones that were scattered across the ground, not only Li Shuangyan, but Xiaofan was also shocked. What the hell is this place? Seeing mountains of bones up ahead, even Xiaofan, who had seen many ferocious grounds, got the creeps and could feel a grim future up ahead. Li Shuangyan's expression greatly changed and murmured, "What on earth kind of place is this? It is only a feasting ground. There is still some distance until the real nest." Li Qie looked at all of the bones in front of him and smiled. Feasting area? Li Shuangyan lost her colors and said, "What kind of evil creature is this? Is it still alive? It shouldn't be alive." Xiaofan carefully looked at the bones and said, "All of the bones here are from a myriad of years ago. In my opinion, most of these bones were all from before the Emperor's era." "What you say is correct." Li Qie smilingly added, "To be exact, they were slain during the ancient Ming era. However, no one can say that they had successfully killed such a ghostly thing for certain. Even if one exterminates it 1,000,000 times, as long as a single root remains, it will have a chance of reviving. Originally, it shouldn't have the chance to rise again, but unfortunately, Li Qie's face became cold as he paused. That year, when he as the Dark Crow, along with immortal Emperor Min Ren, they came to this place and joined forces with the Kasha lotus tree to eradicate this evil creature. They actually burned the entire place down and refined the earth in order to destroy the evil creature's chance of resurrection. Later on, they brought the evil-infested ridge back to the cleansing incense ancient sect and turned it into their personal property. At that time, Li Qie was afraid that it would leave behind a potential disaster for the sect, so he left behind 2 extremely powerful preparations to suppress this place. Even if that evil creature had a glimmer of life, it wouldn't be able to revive. And Little Silly was one of these preparations. Unfortunately, someone had infiltrated this place and killed the 2 means left by him and Min Ren. This matter had ignited Li Qie's killing intent. The moment Li Qie's countenance became cold, Xiaofan and Li Shuangyan no longer dared to inquire further. They passed through the feasting area and then stepped on a desolate land that consisted of scorched earth for 10,000 miles. The ground was littered with an unbelievable amount of cracks, as if this land had been burned by the strongest flame in this world. Who did this, that year? Truly frightening. It was definitely a heaven-defying invincibility. If it wasn't an immortal emperor, then it would still be someone very, very close to one. Xiaofan walked on top of the dried-up land. Even though millions of years had passed, he still felt the strands of energies that moved on this scorched earth. It was an unbeatable aura. Incinerating the 8 desolaces, refining the grand earth. This is what is referred to as not leaving a single grass behind. Li Qie slowly said. At that time, even though little brat Min Ren was already invincible, he still had not shouldered the heaven's will and was not an immortal emperor. In order to destroy all of the life essence of that evil creature, he incinerated everything in this place. Millions of years had passed, and this land had remained barren and without a single sign of life. Finally, under Xiaofan's service, Wuxia and Li Shuangyan eventually made it to their destination. This was a sunken ground. It was originally a vast piece of earth, but in the ancient era, it had been penetrated and turned into a huge crater. From a glance, one couldn't see the bottom. It looked like the bloody mouth of a prehistoric fierce beast, causing others to be wary at a second glance. When Wuxia arrived, he found that everyone was standing in front of the crater and staring at the bottomless pit. His arrival attracted the attention of many people. They all turned around and saw the giant snail, and they had a multitude of different expressions. "Oh, so fun. Everyone is here." Seeing so many people, Wuxia cheerfully laughed and said, "Did anyone see the treasure of the gods, yet?" In this place, there wasn't just many great sects and powerful nations, there was also Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Xingtian. Even the Jewel Pillar Sacred School's Chen Baojiao was also present. Seeing Wuxia, everyone had a different reaction. Heavenly Prince Qingxian was surrounded by an azure energy so no one could see his expression, but his eyes were extremely profound. It pierced the souls of people, causing them to be wary of him. As for Tao Child Xingtian, he already quarreled with Wuxia, so his expression was not very good. He simply gazed at Wuxia, expressing his chilling distaste. As for Marquis of Suppressive Might, standing behind Tao Child Xingtian, needless to say, seeing Wuxia caused him to gnash his teeth. He was defeated by Gu Taizhou and had to lay in bed for a long time. Eventually, Marquis of Violet Mountain took his position. Although many people hated this arrogant little demon, they had heard of Nan Tianhao's pitiful death. Rumors has it that Wuxia had an emperor treasure on his body. Even though they didn't see it, or confirmed whether it was true or false, they were still very afraid. Therefore, everyone could only coldly glimpse at him. "Yo, Miss Chen is also here, yeah." As for Wuxia, he didn't care about the gazes of others. He smiled and came to greet Chen Baojiao, and he confidently said, "Miss Chen, this place is very dangerous. It could be said to be 9 parts death and 1 part life. In my opinion, for safety reasons, Miss Chen should go with us. I will absolutely keep you safe. My character has always been good for beautiful and charming girls, like Miss Chen. I have never asked for payment." Wuxia's action silenced a lot of people. In front of so many people, without any hesitation, he unreservedly teased Chen Baojiao, this supreme beauty. This was too arrogant. Chapter 131, Little Demon, stop bragging in this place. If there really is danger, then I'm afraid you would be too slow protecting just yourself. Chen Baojiao angrily glared at Wuxia. Even though she said this, her impression of Wuxia was not bad. Chen Baojiao was a supreme beauty with features capable of toppling cities and countries. The moment her white eyes become exposed, they were fascinatingly soul-stealing. "Miss Chen, this is playing with fire. You shouldn't throw your beautiful gazes carelessly. Even though I am a gentleman, I cannot guarantee to maintain my calm with you sitting in my lap." There were countless suitors and fans, amongst the younger generation, throughout the Grand Middle Territory who adored Li Shuangyan, yet she had to be married to a bag of straws. Countless geniuses' hearts were broken, and their eyes reddened with jealousy. "We shall go," finally, Tao Child Xingtian, who was boiling with anger, threw out those words and jumped inside the crater with his royal nobles, disappearing in the darkness. "Go!" Heavenly Prince Qingxian also jumped in right after him for the godly monarch weapon. In reality, these people had been observing this crater for a long time.
Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Xingtian opened their heavenly gazes to look at the situation beneath, and they felt a bit in control of the situation. Hurry, hurry, I heard the treasure of the gods is right at the bottom. Seeing the two giants leaving, the other great sects and powerful nations also followed suit. Suddenly, the cultivators everywhere started to jump down, like dumplings into a pot. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes. He saw that Chen Baojiao still hadn't left, so he started a conversation. Miss Chen, how about we talk for a little bit? We have nothing to talk about. Chen Baojiao coldly glanced at Li Qiye. At this moment, in her angry eyes, Li Qiye was no different from a womanizer. Miss Chen is greatly misunderstanding something. Li Qiye leisurely said, even though I must have Miss Chen, it is not for your beauty. I am short of a maid by my side, so I will leave a spot for Miss Chen. You, Chen Baojiao suddenly turned red and glared at Li Qiye. She was very angry. At the end of the day, she came from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, but to become his maid. This was too insulting. Little man, if you keep talking, I will rip your mouth off. Finally, Chen Baojiao bitterly said. Li Qiye didn't seem to mind. He was still nonchalant and continued to speak, staying by my side is your honor. Not only for you, but also for your Chen clan. Finished speaking, he formed a mudra with his hands in front of his chest. Even though Chen Baojiao was furious, her eyes spewed out fiery animosity, and she wanted to tear Li Qiye's mouth apart, but after seeing Li Qiye's mudra, she became shocked and stared at Li Qiye in astonishment. You, what are you? The charming and alluring eyes of Chen Baojiao became frightened as she was looking at Li Qiye. What do you think, Miss Chen? Li Qiye leisurely said as he sustained his mudra in front of his chest. This time, Chen Baojiao clearly saw the mudra without any doubts. She became emotional. This was the secret mudra of her Chen clan, an outsider wouldn't know of this. We'll talk a little bit. Li Qiye gave a wide smile to Chen Baojiao. Chen Baojiao took a quick glance at the old man controlling her carriage, then she nodded her head, fine. The mudra left her stunned since it was a secret exclusive to her clan. Li Qiye looked at the bottomless crater once, then he smiled. He was not in a rush. He turned around and left. Li Qiye brought Chen Baojiao to a safe place without anyone else. He then glanced at the old man following behind her and said, I will speak privately with Miss Chen, all right? The old man looked at Chen Baojiao, and she slightly nodded her head. Then, she said, Grandpa sure, it is fine, you can take a break. The old man didn't say anything and quietly receded. Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan also left without being told by Li Qiye. Good, now you can talk. At this moment, Chen Baojiao looked at Li Qiye. His knowledge of the mudra was too shocking to her. Li Qiye motioned his finger and smiled, come here, I will tell you a secret. Seeing Li Qiye's secretive demeanor, Chen Baojiao's curiosity was piqued. She couldn't help but inch closer with her head. Li Qiye shook his head and spoke, this isn't important. What is important is that you have the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique. Because you were born with this physique, it led you to the current situation. This is why your blood energy is stagnated, and your true fate is blocked. Even though your talents aren't bad, but no matter how much effort you put in, you will never find a suitable physique merit law. You will never be able to step into the virtuous paragon realm, or even the heavenly king realm. The tyrannical valley immortal spring physique? Chen Baojiao memorized this name, but she had never heard of this physique before. Li Qiye smiled and said, it is not strange that you haven't heard of this physique. Your Chen clan's ancestral grandmother didn't tell her descendants because this physique essentially was impossible to appear again. Its possibility of appearance is even lower than an immortal physique. Who are you? Chen Baojiao, in her shocked state,
stared at Wuxia and asked. Me? The cleansing incense ancient sect's prime disciple, Wuxia. Wuxia grinned and sat down on a rock nearby. Then, he patted the spot next to him and said, "Come sit down, talk with me about your Chen clan." Chen Baojiao stared at Wuxia, who was even younger than her. This seemingly harmless young man astonished her. He was unfathomably frightening. Eventually, she slowly went over and sat down next to Wuxia with some caution, then she coldly said, "What do you want to say?" Seeing Chen Baojiao acting as if she was afraid of a thief, Wuxia couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he leisurely said, "There is no need to be so alarmed, we will just talk about family things." He looked at Chen Baojiao and continued, "How is your Chen clan right now in the Jewel Pillar Sacred School? Is it still ruling over the Jade Valley country?" "Ruling the Jade Valley country?" Chen Baojiao bitterly responded, "The Jewel Pillar Sacred School is in control of the Jade Valley country. My Chen clan is only a regional monarch of One Direction inside the Jade Valley country, our jurisdiction is no more than 100,000 miles. In the past, her Chen clan's ancestor was the progenitor of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, and the Jade Valley country belonged to her clan. Unfortunately, their Chen clan had declined for a very long time. Even as the first branch of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, at the moment, they could only be a regional monarch of One Direction. Even though Chen Baojian was a princess, it was only bestowed to her later since she had values that could be exploited. Dao child Xingtian wanted to marry her, and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wanted to be in-laws with the Heavenly God sect. To the school, the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect was a powerful backing. This was why, she, who was only a regional princess, became an official princess. It was only so that she would be worthy of Dao child Xingtian. To the school and to the country, she was only a tool for political marriage. She vehemently opposed this marriage and was not willing to be married to Dao child Xingtian. However, growing up in the Jewel Pillar Sacred School and living in the Jade Valley country, in such a powerful heritage, her face was not her own. Even when her parents wanted to shelter her, they were still not able to be the masters of this matter. One can only say that your ancestors were too honest. Wuxia slightly shook his head and said, "It is a shame for your ancestral grandmother's efforts. In the end, even her dowry is gone. However, the good news is that at least her first branch is still lasting till this day. What is the meaning behind your words?" Hearing this, Chen Baojiao asked as she stared at Wuxia with a bit of perplexity. Wuxia revealed a wide smile and said, "Do you feel that your Chen clan is named after your ancestor, or your ancestral grandmother?" "Of course it was from my ancestor, his surname is Chen." Chen Baojiao angrily exclaimed, "This is clearly written on the family's historical annal. This is where you are wrong." Wuxia shook his head and said, "To be exact, your ancestor followed the surname of your ancestral grandmother. At that time, your ancestor's surname was not Chen. Even though he was born at the very bottom, he was not a bad man. His only flaw was that he was too honest of a person. That year, your ancestral grandmother was from the royal family of the Jade Valley country. She was originally a princess and then became the empress of the Jade Valley country. Later on, your ancestral grandmother married your ancestor, and he was really in love with her, so he took her surname, Chen. They formed the first branch of your Chen clan, and the vast territory of the entire Jade Valley country became the dowry. Regarding her family name, she always thought that it was from her ancestor. However, regarding the legends of the Jade Valley country, she truly had heard some rumors before that actually referred to the matter that the country belonged to her ancestral grandmother. However, heritages and the origin of the Jade Valley country were destroyed under the contemporary ruling party of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. There were very few people that knew that the country originally belonged to the Chen clan. They all assumed that after the progenitor established the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, he then created the Jade Valley country. Later on, your ancestor established the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Li Qie continued, this person, Ya. Everything about him was excellent, outside of being too honest. He said that whoever was the wisest will be the ruler for the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Unfortunately, in the end, your Chen clan lost the school along with the country. Here, Li Qie couldn't help but sigh out of lamentation. The progenitor of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School and princess of the Jade Valley country, this was a distant memory. Back then, when he was the Dark Crow, Li Qie had met the progenitor of the school when he was younger. Seeing that this young man was not a bad person, he taught him a thing or two. However, at that point, he didn't guide him to become an immortal emperor. At that time, he was impressed by the princess, instead, and she even had the qualities to become an immortal emperor. Alas, she didn't have any ambition. She only wanted to be a virtuous wife and a good mother. Later on, as the Dark Crow, he made her form a vow and passed on to her the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. Even though she was a good candidate, her heart was not into becoming an immortal emperor. In the end, Li Qie had to give up on grooming her. Chapter 133, Evil Root Underground, 1. Later on, he even tried to pull some strings for them. It was fitting because they saw eye to eye. As the witness, he contributed and pushed this couple forward. At that point, he wanted to groom an immortal emperor, but since the princess' heart was not into it, he could only give up. From then on, he paid little attention to the Jade Valley country. Even so, having been taught by Li Qie, the progenitor of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School didn't shame Li Qie. He became one of the strongest virtuous paragons in that generation, and he could be considered invincible. Eventually, he established the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. During that era, the world all knew that the progenitor was a grand completion saint physique, and he was considered the strongest within that era. The truth was that they didn't know that the Empress of the Jade Valley country, behind the curtain of being a virtuous wife and good mother, was even stronger than her husband. She had the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique at grand completion. If she took action, she would absolutely be able to suppress the strongest contemporary virtuous paragon. Li Qie didn't force the loving couple, nor did he bring them along to the cruel war for the heaven's will. He only gave them his best wishes. Later on, he traversed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and found a suitable candidate to become the next immortal emperor. How do you know all of this? Chen Baojiao stared in astonishment at Li Qie. This was impossible. As a child of the direct branch of the Chen clan, she didn't know all of these secrets. However, this 15-year-old boy knew everything about the Chen clan. This was unthinkable. This is nothing, there are no secrets in this world to me. Li Qie prosaically uttered, but there was absolute confidence in his words. Chen Baojian sat there for a long time without saying anything. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, is my problem solvable? It's possible. Li Qie nodded his head and said, as long as you cultivate the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. This will not only solve your problem, but in the future, you will have the opportunity to sweep through the 8 desolaces, and have a chance to climb to the peak. You have this physique merit law. Chen Baojiao hurriedly exclaimed. Li Qie leisurely said, in this entire world, since the beginning of time, only I will have the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. There is no one else besides me. At this point, Chen Baojiao's plump and full breasts were quivering up and down akin to incessant, powerful waves, and exuded an air of irresistible charm in a magnificent spectacle. Li Qie stared at her and smiled, since you don't want to marry Dao child Xingtian, everything is easy to solve. Follow me. As for the Heavenly God sect and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, I will take care of them for you. Marry you? Chen Baojiao's charming eyes became wide open, and she glared at Li Qie. No, Li Qie shook his head and said, how about becoming my maid? I just so happen to be missing a capable assistant. You Chen Baojiao's face was flushed red, and she angrily glared at Li Qie. She bit her teeth and stared at him with hatred, then she exploded, "Little demon, are you trying to insult me or not? If you keep on spewing rubbish, I will tear your repulsive mouth to pieces." Li Qie glared at her as he remained carefree. Then, he said, "Beauty, it is truly capable of toppling cities and kingdoms, but in my eyes, it is simply a container made out of skin and flesh, it is just a fair human skeleton. Dao Child Shengtian loves it, even everyone else loves it, but this doesn't mean that I will value you. In my eyes, it is only because of the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique. Even though you could be considered to be a supreme beauty, but in front of me, don't think too highly of yourself. Geniuses, so what? Peerless beauties, and then? If they are of no use to me, then they can't reach the apex. In my eyes, they are no different from ordinary people. If they block my path, be they geniuses or beauties, I will still kill without mercy." Li Qie slowly articulated those words with a mundane tone. However, within these words hid a domineering presence that was enough to proudly lord over the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a murderous and bloody sensation. Chen Baojiao could smell the stench of blood after the last sentence. She had heard of Li Qie's recent actions. He buried more than 10,000 experts and slayed Nan Tianhao in cold blood. He was definitely not a kind-hearted person. Li Qie slowly continued, "How do you compare to Shuangyan? She has a saint fate, a king physique and a king wheel. She is the princess of Old Ox Country and the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Do you think she is any lesser compared to you? Yet she is still my maid, so what do you think? Standing next to my side, you will be able to climb to the peak. In the future, you will understand how wise this choice was." In a flash, Chen Baojiao was shocked. She originally thought that Li Qie was arrogant because he married Li Shuangyan, but she didn't know that Li Shuangyan's status was only a maid that was next to him. Thinking about it, Li Shuangyan followed all of his commands, so these were not outrageous words. She was in internal conflict. Li Shuangyan was a recognized genius in the Grand Middle Territory. She took action several times and she was clearly stronger than Dao Child Shengtian, but she was willing to stay beside Li Qie as his maid. Compared to Li Shuangyan, she had nothing to be arrogant about. Chen Baojiao sat there in a daze. One could say that wherever she went, she would be considered the moon that was surrounded by the stars, always dazzling. At this moment, her pride was shattered, and she couldn't be proud even if she tried. Think about it carefully. In the end, Li Qie gave her a glance and said, "Of course, I won't force you. Once you figure it out, you can find me at any time. Remember, don't be too late and waste the best time to cultivate, this would be self-destructive for your future. Also, sooner or later, there will be someone else who will stand beside me, and there will no longer be a spot for you." Finally, Chen Baojiao and her carriage driver left first. Then, Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan returned. Li Qie and Chen Baojiao talked for such a long time, but Li Shuangyan didn't know the topic. Li Shuangyan, seeing Li Qie smile as he watched Chen Baojiao's departure, she glanced at him and asked, "What did you see in her?" Of course, Li Shuangyan didn't think that Li Qie was valuing her beauty. If he really craved her beauty, then he would have already directly took her by force and killed Dao Child Shengtian with his arrogant nature. Her physique. Li Qie smilingly said as he comfortably stretched his tired back. A saint physique? Li Shuangyan was shocked inside, but she felt this was impossible. If Chen Baojiao was a saint physique, then many people would have known about it sooner. If she truly was a saint physique, then the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wouldn't be willing to marry her off to Dao Child Shengtian. One has to know that the school had many physique merit laws, including saint merit laws. If they could develop a grand completion saint physique disciple, then unless a grand completion immortal physique came out, this would be akin to invincibility. No, a Hotian physique. Li Qie shook his head and said, the Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique. Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique? Li Shuangyan was a bit surprised. She had never heard of this physique before, so she asked, just a Hotian physique? Hotian physiques could be said to be worthless. Many great sects and powerful countries all had disciples with Hotian physiques. Xiantian physiques were much more superior, which rendered Hotian physiques to be completely useless. Don't look down on this physique. Li Qie said, if she could reach grand completion with this physique, then even with your grand completion immortal physique, it would still be a challenge to you. From the past till now, this physique had only appeared 3 times, and she is the 3rd. An earthquake shook in Li Shuangyan's mind. A grand completion immortal physique, this was such a frightening existence. There was a legend that there were immortal physiques at grand completion. Even though they didn't become immortal emperors, they maintained the qualifications to challenge immortal emperors. Grand completion immortal physiques symbolizes invincibility. Even against an immortal emperor, even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to withstand his attacks. If her immortal physique reached grand completion, this would be completely feasible. However, to think that a Hotian physique at grand completion could challenge an immortal physique, this was an impossible matter. There is such a physique in this world? Li Shuangyan murmured. You and her are a pair, nothing could be better. In the future, when both of you join forces with 2 grand completion physiques, you two will be unbeatable in the entire world. Fighting against forbidden burials, trampling the ancient earth, nothing is impossible. Li Qie narrowed his eyes. Li Shuangyan was touched. Grand completion immortal physique, and 2 of them at that, how terrifying was this? From the past till now, she had never heard of 2 grand completion immortal physiques coming from the same power. But, she is betrothed to Dao child Xingtian. Li Shuangyan worried for Li Qie and said, you are stealing from the Heavenly God sect and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Why not? As long as she is willing to be my maid, should the Heavenly God sect dare to block my path, I will stomp it to destruction. Li Qie smiled and said. His ambition and determination was not stoppable by anyone. One day, he will bring an invincible force to kill all the way back to the immortal demon grotto. One day, he will annihilate the immortal demon grotto. When Li Qie brought Li Shuangyan back to the crater, they saw Chen Baojiao standing there as well. There were not many clans or sects here, the rest of them all went down with the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Qie smiled towards Chen Baojiao and asked, so? Still hesitating? Finished speaking, he rode the snail down below. Chen Baojiao slightly scowled and rushed down below in her carriage. The moment they went inside this bottomless crater, they found that the area below was much bigger than the entrance above, like a large pottery jar. Plus, there were many caves here with staggered branches, like a bee's nest. It would be very easy to become lost once inside. Standing under the cavern, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but exclaim while looking at Li Qie, could it be that this place used to have a great tree? And this place was the main root of the tree? The scene in front of them truly looked like an area where there used to be a great tree with countless holes, or rather, the places where the roots used to be. Correct. The evil Taifa tree, born in a very ancient era and rooted in this small world, it was an existence comparable to the gods. Li Qie nodded his head and said. Chapter 134, The Evil Taifa Tree. Hearing this name, Xiaofan felt the creeps all over his body, and he lost his colors. I have heard of the legends regarding this existence. This thing is like a fiend and will not die after many slayings. No matter who meets it, death will be their only path and they will become its meal. However, since the ages till now, I've never heard of anyone seeing an evil Taifa tree. There are gods? Chen Baojiao, who was standing to the side, heard about gods and she couldn't help but ask, there really are gods in this world? Li Qia glanced at her and said, You tell me, why are you here? For the treasure of the gods or the godly monarch weapon? When asked by Li Qia, Chen Baojiao lifted her head to meet his gaze, and she replied with a serious tone, The legends of the gods' universal laws. The most ancient of the laws, they are able to break through all obstacles and return to the origin. So you are here for the universal laws of the gods. Li Qia understood. Chen Baojiao had a limited physique and wanted to break through her own predicament. Thus, when she heard that there was a treasure of the gods, she wanted to aim for the universal laws of the gods. Li Qia smiled, then he shook his head as he said, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. There are no universal laws of the gods, here. I am not clear if there are gods in this world, but at the very least, there are no laws of the gods in this place. Humph, this is your first time here, how would you know whether or not this place has treasures or universal laws of the gods? You are simply speculating at best. Chen Baojiao coldly snorted. She was naturally not willing to just give up. Finished speaking, she and the old man went towards the other direction. You are not stopping her. Seeing Li Qia's relaxed state, Li Shuangyan glanced at him and said, In my opinion, she was willing to go with you. With such an arrogant attitude, it is not a bad thing to let her suffer a little bit. Li Qia slowly spoke, he was in no hurry at all. Xiaofan said, That old man, her driver next to her is also not simple. I believe he is an enlightened being. Even if she is going to suffer, it will not be too dangerous. Come, we will go find our objective. Li Qia analyzed his current position a little bit. He finally went into a different direction and went inside another cave. The moment Li Qia went inside, other cultivators underground were extremely excited as well. They only wished that they could search the entire crater and find all of the treasures. There were more than 100 different sects and countries here, along with more than 10,000 cultivators. When Heavenly Prince Qingxian, along with Tao Child Xingtian and their people, went into the cavern, some sects followed them while others chose their own paths. However, whether it was the cultivators who were following them or the ones that chose their own paths, they all had amazing results. The caves were complex, but under this vast underground world, there were many hidden treasures. There were not only rare and strange plants and grass, but also treasure metals and godly ores. Even the exceedingly rare true fate godly ore was present. In spring water, a grand sect master saw the spirit spring and excited exclaimed, Hurry, hurry, bring all of the spring water to me. In spring water, ah! This is the best water to nourish in fish. Onyx tree, a demon monarch couldn't believe it as he was looking at an ancient tree 3 feet ahead. He was moved and excitedly said, An onyx tree, this is the treasure of our demon branch, ah! He then immediately dug up this amazing treasure. Ah! A 6 runes treasure metal, I am rich now. A cultivator dug out an exceedingly rare Saint Copper, and he uncontrollably jumped up from excitement. A bone transformation fish, in the underground Een River, someone caught a mysterious fish. Where are you running? This drill wind rat was found by us first. There were many strange and wonderful treasures underground. In this moment, many cultivators were very excited and wished that they could dig every inch of this land. This place used to be a treasure ground by itself, and it was then entrenched by the evil Taifa tree. The treasures here had once been taken away, but after millions of years, this treasure ground was able to give birth to many strange plants and grass, along with treasure metals and godly ores. However, when these cultivators were drunk with their harvest, underground, many tree roots silently came out from the mud. Some were as big as an arm while others were the size of a hair. They were like spirit snakes and were impossible to be noticed. And these tree roots were moving like a poisonous snake that hid in the darkness, waiting and moving. Ah, suddenly, there was a miserable shriek. A tree root, the size of an arm, suddenly crawled out and penetrated the chest of a cultivator. Little brother, the abrupt change happened too quickly, rendering many of his fellow disciples to be shocked. Poof! But in a flash, this tree root drained the blood of this cultivator and, like a snake, it drilled down into the ground. Then, it suddenly appeared on the other side and stabbed another practitioner. Activate! The frightened cultivator roared and slashed forward with his saber towards this tree root. It cut through the root, but the remaining fragment still pierced through his chest like an arrow. The dying cultivator couldn't believe this scene. As the root invaded his chest, it sucked up all of his blood, like a leech, then it suddenly went underground again. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the events that transpired right before their eyes, everyone felt a cold chill that reverberated throughout their bodies. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, waves of tree roots rushed out from the ground and attacked the other cultivators. Demon's Pawn. A royal noble finally took action. He unleashed a torrential aura with a godly light that was capable of destroying everything. In a flash, he destroyed one tree root after another. However, these roots were much more frightening than their imaginations. Even if they were cut in half, they could still escape and hide underground. Only a complete destruction would be their true end. Momentarily, there were many pitiful bellowings inside the complex maze. Many cultivators met the disaster of being penetrated and being drained of their blood. Bang! Many experts started to take action, especially the royal nobles. They were extremely domineering and each of their moves destroyed an attacking root. The strongest was still Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Surrounded by his surging azure aura, he swept through any places that he treaded on. All of the roots, no matter how huge they may be, would have to retreat in the presence of this azure light. Qingshuan's Emperor Treasure, seeing such a strong aura, many cultivators that were following behind him were shocked. With Heavenly Prince Qingxian opening the way, it became more secure. Activate! Dao Child Shengtian also didn't fall behind. He rampaged and destroyed waves and waves of the tree roots' onslaught. Kill! There were many sounds in the cavern below. There were the sounds of killing, screaming, and also the cheering of people obtaining treasures. They were all woven into one melody. The deeper the path, the stronger the attack of the roots became. Many more cultivators suffered, but the big sects still continued to go deeper. To them, the treasures here were too tempting. Plus, no one had seen the treasure of the gods yet, so no one was willing to give up. Because there were so many mysterious plants and metals underground, all of the cultivators became even more convinced that there was a treasure of the gods here, just like the legends had claimed. Li Qiye found his path and was also met with attacks from the tree roots like the other sects, but to Li Qiye, this was not a problem. Poof! Suddenly, an arm-sized tree root rushed out from the ground and stabbed towards Li Qiye with a lightning-like speed. The tree root's speed was fast, but Li Qiye was even faster. He suddenly grabbed this tree root and crushed it in his hands. However, even though the tree root was crushed, it turned into smaller, needle-like roots and went straight for Li Qiye's skin, wanting to penetrate his muscles. However, once the hell-suppressing godly physique came out, his body became terrifyingly stout and the tree roots simply couldn't pierce through. Li Qiye coldly laughed and pulled with a disastrous force. Bang, bang, bang! In one fell swoop, the long tree root was torn down alive. These roots were very long. Every time Li Qiye tore them apart and down onto the ground, they were like serpents that coiled around him. Suddenly, Li Qiye was densely covered by 3 layers of these roots. Scram! Li Qiye slightly shook his body with the hell-suppressing godly physique, exerting millions of jin. Just a simple shake was enough to crush everything. The roots on his body broke into many snags and were still wiggling. They tried to burrow underground to escape. Then, Li Qiye activated his Fate Palace and the Kunpeng leapt up. The Kunpeng opened its mouth, like a giant that could consume the entire ocean, and easily swallowed all of the root branches. Then, the Emperor's power of the Kunpeng's 6 variants easily crushed all of the tree snags. Compared to Li Qie, Li Shuangyan was simply a fairy with her void imperfection physique. She was like a blooming holy lotus that emitted sacred lights. The tree roots wanting to stab Li Shuangyan could not get close to her. They were even afraid of her aura. Li Shuangyan swung her sword and swept through the air. The sword edge annihilated all of the tree roots. However, the simplest and most direct was still Xiaofan. He hid inside his giant shell. It had a great origin and was incredibly fortified, the roots couldn't pierce through it. He rolled down towards the depths of the cavern, like a boulder, and bluntly crushed all of the tree roots he passed by. Chapter 135, XSSH. The deeper Li Qie went, the more often the tree roots attacked. They became increasingly thick and had stronger power. Towards the deeper area, the tree roots seemed to be made of steel and bronze. To the dismay of others, even life treasures wouldn't be able to easily cut through them. What is this? Li Shuangyan was surprised. At this moment, the metal tree roots began to attack her. 10,000-year-old ancient roots of the evil Taifa tree. We are coming closer to its nest, so it is pressing its attack. Li Qie continued, use the lotus ashes, don't mess around with them. As long as we can find its main root, the other roots won't be able to do anything. With that, Li Qie sprinkled the lotus ashes and Xiaofan and Li Shuangyan did the same. Sure enough, the ancient roots immediately retreated and didn't dare to approach. They were very wary against these lotus ashes. Suddenly, the cave right behind Li Qie was packed with branches of the ancient roots. It seemed as if poisonous snakes were creepily staring at them. So magical. Li Shuangyan couldn't believe how amazing the seemingly ordinary lotus ashes were. They were even able to deter the ancient roots of the evil Taifa tree so that they didn't dare to come closer. The 6 Dao lotus is the bane of the evil Taifa tree. These are the ashes of the true ancient tree, so the true root of the evil Taifa tree still wouldn't dare to get close. These things were only 30,000-year-old at the very most, so they naturally can't compete with it. If touched by these ashes, that would be their end. Finished speaking, Li Qie threw out a handful of lotus ashes as if he was a shooting arrow. Seeing the lotus arrow coming, all of the ancient roots immediately retreated in rapid succession. However, there was still one branch of ancient root that was struck. It immediately struggled around on the ground and died a pitiful death, like a dried, dead snake. The 6 Dao lotus. Li Shuangyan asked with some astonishment, is that the giant tree in the south? Yes, but also no. Li Qie continued, the truth is that the 6 Dao lotus was the previous life of the Kasha lotus tree. In this world, I'm afraid the 6 Dao lotus is no more. As they were speaking, they stepped inside a giant cave that was made out of rocks and had no end. The creepy thing was that these rocks were as red as blood, and they oozed out a fog-like mist. The entire cave was hazy with this bloody mist, nearly blinding the people within. Walking into this huge cave was akin to walking into a hole made out of blood. The inside permeated a stench of fresh blood, as if it used to house a frightening fiend. Where is this place? Stepping into the cave, even Xiaofan was a bit afraid. He felt uncomfortable, as if there was evil magic in the air. The soul of the evil Taifa tree used to be here in the past. Li Qie gravely said, and his sight swept through all 4 directions. At this time, Li Shuangyan gently pulled on Li Qie's sleeve and hinted at another direction with her chin, and then said, over there. Li Qie focused his sight and saw a shadow in the far distance. This shadow was wrapped by the bloody mist so other couldn't see it clearly. It looked like a human from afar, but also not like one. At a second glance, it was more like a small dragon flying around. Poof! In the blink of an eye, the 2 invisible dual blades of Li Qie flew out, as fast as lightning. towards the shadow in the bloody mist. However, the shadow was extremely agile. It felt the danger of the invisible dual blades, so it immediately escaped with an unbelievable speed. The blade swung back into Wuxia's hands, but it couldn't cut the shadow and, instead, had allowed it to escape. The shadow knew how frightening the blades were, so it didn't appear again. That was the main root of the evil Taifa tree? Seeing Wuxia's failure, Li Shuangyan worriedly asked. No. At this time, Wuxia's eyes became fierce, and he coldly uttered, "That year, someone opened the evil-infested ridge and something else went inside as well. The main root of the evil Taifa tree isn't in this place." Xiaofan also went around the bloody cave, but he couldn't find anything else. If it isn't here, then it must be in a different place. Wuxia continued, "It has to be in the other direction. Come, we will go." Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan hurried to keep up with Wuxia. They didn't dare to ask anything. Wuxia knew this place like the palm of his hand, and he even knew the area where the soul of the evil Taifa tree used to be. Even though Li Shuangyan was extremely curious, she knew that this was not the time to ask. However, in a different direction, even the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian was having trouble. Farther in their direction, they found that there were less and less caves. As the caves converged, it was as if they were all coming together. All of the cultivators and sects that went in different directions were now coming together. However, they found that the tree roots became stronger and stronger. The ancient roots appeared more often, and with even more power. And further in, even royal nobles couldn't handle them. Such a situation forced the sects to work together, and all of the royal nobles worked as one. But even then, it was still not very favorable. When they had no other places to go and were backed into a corner, countless tree roots, like the current ones, blocked the exit. With countless rustling noises, the tree roots flooded this entire space like a tide. Sounds of screaming appeared left and right. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, but under this situation, even many royal nobles couldn't stand strong. A bit of inattentiveness resulted in them dying to the ancient roots and being drained of their blood. In this place, there were not that many big caves left. The two strongest groups were Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Tao Child Shengtian. Because of this, their two caves had the highest number of cultivators. In this chaotic battle, Chen Baojiao and her old servant were also shunted to the cave with Tao Child Shengtian. At this moment, there was no turning back. Chen Baojiao didn't have any other choice besides going with the big group, but the ancient roots attacking from behind became even more numerous, like the flow of the ocean. At this time, all of the cultivators were at a dead end. They felt that they were caught in a trap. Strong ancient roots blocked their retreat and were chasing them deeper into the caves. It felt like they were being lured deeper into the nest. At this moment, the main root of the evil Taifa tree viewed the intruding cultivators as a delicious meal. It was entrenched on its spiderweb, waiting for its delicious meal to come. However, for unknown reasons, wherever Chen Baojiao went, she especially attracted the roots of the evil Taifa tree. They attacked her far more vigorously compared to the others. Chen Baojiao naturally didn't know that she, with the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique, was rare across the ages. Her blood essence was the most delicious feast in this world to the evil tree, as well as the best supplement, so she was attacked far more than others. At first, Chen Baojiao was able to handle it, but later on, she couldn't cope any longer. Fortunately, the old man by her side took action. People began to realize that Chen Baojiao was attracting major fire by a large amount of tree roots, so many of them quickly ran away from her so that they wouldn't be pulled down as well. Under the crazy onslaught of the evil Taifa tree's roots, Chen Baojiao and her old servant were forced back into a tunnel. This was a dead end without an escape path. Careful, Chen Baojiao was almost stabbed to death by an ancient root. The old servant took action and cut the ancient root down completely. At this point, he finally revealed his true strength.
Hua, hua, hua. In this moment, the roots and branches became crazy, and they pushed Chen Baojiao into the wall. Suddenly, all of the roots went inside this cave of death, like a flood, drowning this hole along with their delicious meal. Kill! The old servant loudly roared, and his enlightened being aura pierced the sky. In a flash, he rushed to the tree and slashed off countless roots, but an infinite amount, like the tides, kept on coming. Bang! The old servant, once again, started his massacre. He swept through everything again, but the vanguard of the tree roots were not deterred. Seeing this old man's true strength as an enlightened being, many cultivators in a different path were astonished. A poof sound appeared and blood rushed up in the air. Even though the old servant was powerful, he had to protect Chen Baojiao while killing the roots. A momentary lapse of focus let an ancient root penetrate his shoulder. The old man cut off the ancient root, but it had already been rooted inside his body. This greatly changed the old man's expression as his entire body shivered. "Grandpa sure," Chen Baojiao frightenedly screamed. She wanted to go save the old servant. "Hide behind me," the old man screamed and unleashed a heaven-punishing move. However, at this moment, the ancient roots had formed a giant nest, wanting to devour the two of them. In the back, there were also countless tree roots rushing in, encompassing the entire cave of death. Dao Child Xingtian had already retreated to another cave, but seeing this scene, he couldn't help but lose his colors. He wanted to rush up, but enlightened being C2 held down his shoulder. "Young master, don't be impulsive." Enlightened being C2 said. "Excess rich." At this time, inside the cave of death, the old servant were pierced by two ancient roots on his shoulder yet again. By now, he was completely bloody and tattered. Chen Baojiao was frightened and immediately held on to him. Chapter 136. Seeing Dao Child Xingtian's group in another path through the myriad of gaps between the webs made out of the ancient roots, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but shout, "Long Xiangtian, kill!" While the old servant was protecting Chen Baojiao, he unleashed his enlightened being power once again. At this moment, his body had been pierced through by the roots, and he could only risk his life one last time. Dao Child Xingtian, in the other path, heard the cries of Chen Baojiao. He greatly changed his expression, then hesitantly took a step forward. "Young master, please reconsider. Even the Chen clan's enlightened being sure isn't able to handle it. We going in is merely seeking death. We should take advantage of when these evil plants are not attending to other things and rush to the deepest area to find the treasures." Enlightened being C2 said. Zthi. At this point, countless stems and roots submerged the cave of death like the tide, and the entire pathway was sealed. Bang! But then, in the blink of an eye, the entire world shook and the area subsided. Everyone became greatly alarmed. Everyone saw a person, with an extraordinary velocity, violently rushing in by himself. Under his impact, the earth was mere tofu. He easily penetrated cave after cave, and he could even rush up from the depths of the ground with an unstoppable rampage. In an instant, 10 caves were plowed through, not even the earth could stop him. Bang! He directly swept to another direction with an unstoppable momentum and drilled through the cave of death. Go! Wuxia fought his way in and carried Chen Baojiao, along with her old servant, out from the crack in the blink of an eye. Brum! Brum! At this moment, all of the ancient roots became crazy and chased after Wuxia, who escaped with Chen Baojiao, like millions of poisonous serpents. Seeing Chen Baojiao taken away by Wuxia, Dao Child Xingtian's expression sank, but he didn't say anything. "Young master, while the evil plants are chasing after them, if we don't go now, then when would we leave?" Enlightened being C2 deepened his voice. "Go!" Dao Child Xingtian quietly uttered with a chilling expression and brought his group towards the depths. They would not give up until seeing the treasure of the gods.
Bang! Li Chia, like a tyrannical dragon, crashed through the ground via many holes. And right behind him, countless roots were pursuing. Since their delicious meal being taken away, these ancient roots were truly enraged. In a flash, not only the ones from the back, but ones from all directions came striking at Li Chia. Excess. In just a moment, rustling sounds that could cause your scalp to tingle penetrated from all directions. Flooding with numerous ancient roots, they were all aiming for Li Chia. Now! Finally, Li Chia brought Chen Baojiao and her old servant to a trap that they had prepared beforehand. Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan hid here earlier and saw the tidal flood of the ancient roots. They immediately appeared and roared, unleashing the ashes everywhere. Suddenly, countless lotus ashes were thrown out, hitting all of the furious ancient roots. This change occurred too fast, and the ancient roots couldn't flee in time. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, all of the ancient roots, like poisonous serpents, were crushed and whimpering on the ground, shaking the earth. Hole after hole inside the crater were collapsing, causing the cultivators who were penetrating even deeper to be frightened. It was as if this area was submerging. A short while later, all of the roots were dead on the ground, like strips of dried serpents. The evil Taifa tree's roots, once met by the lotus ashes, its nemesis, would be dead for sure. When all of the tree roots were dead at this place, only silence ensued. The event that Li Chia was anticipating did not happen. It still isn't coming out. It really is smart. Li Chia murmured as he looked at all of the dead tree roots. Earlier, he brought Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan to another hole in a different direction. Since they still couldn't find the main root, Li Chia guessed that the main root was always on the move to escape the hunt. Thus, Li Chia set a trap to kill a large amount of evil plants in order to provoke the main root and lure it out. However, even after killing so many, the main root still did not appear. Not bad, it can even endure this. Li Chia was disappointed that he couldn't wait for the main root to appear. This underground area was huge, wanting to hunt the main root that could traverse freely was not an easy matter. Chen Baojiao, at this moment, was in a daze. She had no idea that, in the end, the one to save her was Li Chia. Even Dao child Xingtian, who was her fiancé, didn't help her. It was Li Chia who came to the rescue. Ah! Suddenly, the old servant pitifully bellowed and fell to the ground with a seizure. The roots were cutting his body and rivulets of the roots were visible along his muscles. He had been stabbed by many evil thorns. Even though he cut the evil root, these remains inside his body continued to grow and he couldn't suppress them. Grandpa Sure, the frightened Chen Baojiao wanted to lift the fallen old servant. Don't move him. Watch out for the evil roots, they might enter your body. Li Chia snapped. He immediately separated Chen Baojiao from the old servant, then he told Xiaofan, rip open his wounds. Xiaofan immediately tore open the wounds of the old servant. Li Chia then poured the holy water over the wounds. The old servant's body immediately quivered in pain and he couldn't help but to scream. How is Grandpa Sure? Chen Baojiao urgently cried. Her face was pale as a sheet of paper. The evil plants inside his body were like leeches sprinkled with hydrated limes. They crawled out from the wounds, then fell dead onto the floor, motionless. Once they have entered the body, only the holy water from the 6 Dao lotus could force the roots out. Otherwise, it would entrench inside the flesh and suck the blood of the human. When Xiaofan applied golden medicine on the old servant, he was finally able to breathe and open his eyes. Grandpa Sure, how are you feeling, now? Chen Baojiao hastily called. Seeing the revival of the old servant, she was ecstatic. The old servant sat up with Chen Baojiao's support. He struggled to take a deep breath, and then he answered, Young miss, I can't die just yet. Old man, your cultivation is not bad. Your deep enlightened being's cultivation was really well hidden. Xiaofan said, just a bit of rest and you will recover. Young noble Li, for saving young miss and this old man, I am very grateful. The old servant finally stood up and voiced his appreciation towards Li Chia. Li Chia slightly nodded his head. Then, he eyed Chen Baojiao and said, even though you haven't made your decision, I won't let you be eaten by the evil plants. At this time, Chen Baojiao lowered her head in silence. This time, there were a few things that moved her heart, and unknowingly, she had already made her decision. What to do now? Being unable to lure the main route out, Li Shuangyan worriedly asked, after a trap has been sprung, it won't fall for it a second time. Li Chia narrowed his eyes and said, this thing is wily, however, I still have one more method. Even if it is a demon, it will still have to drink my feet washing water. Come, we will go to a different cave. I don't believe that it won't come out. As he wasn't able to lure it out, Li Chia wanted to use a different secret card. That year, to destroy the evil Taifa tree, Immortal Emperor Xueshi left behind a preparation, here. Later on, Immortal Emperor Min Ren also fortified it after this place became the private property of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, in order to sweep through the surviving roots in the future. Finally, Li Chia took the group of Li Shuangyan to a different place. Chen Baojiao, along with her old servant, also followed him. There were no more routes as they were traveling to a different location. The truth was that not only Li Chia, but even the other cultivators in the other caves came to realize that the evil roots were no longer appearing. The truth was that the main route underground was aware of the danger, and it felt that someone was hunting it. Thus, it became a ghost, lurking underground, and it no longer took action. It was laying dormant and waited, instead. Eventually, Li Chia and the others came to a large cave. This rocky cave was very big, however, without Li Chia leading the way, others wouldn't be able to find it. There was a thing that looked like a giant box yet also a Tao platform. It was unknown what godly ores this thing was made from. It emitted a faint light along with a brilliant ray, resembling a blood diamond, very beautiful. A sword was hovering on top of this Tao platform. On a closer look, this sword was not made from godly ore or treasure metal. This black and white sword that was suspended on top of the Tao platform, with careful observation, was found to be made from two types of woods, one side black and one side white. Black was like the obsidian stone, white was as white as jade. Seeing this white and black sword, others would think that it was made from jade. However, Li Chia was not captivated by the sword. His gaze was on a frog on top of the Tao platform. It was an ordinary frog, only, its belly was bigger. It was lying on the Tao platform, motionless. Li Chia stared intensely at this frog. His eyes became incomparably red-hot and murmured, truly unable to find the destination after wearing out iron soles, then inadvertently finding it without any effort. Chapter 137, Treasure of the Gods. 1. Li Chia regained his wits and slowly walked towards the frog lying on the Tao platform. He didn't expect that this frog, which had escaped earlier, was now lying here motionless. What is that? Chen Baojiao looked at the Tao platform ahead and was stunned for a moment. Then, she murmured, "Shu." Li Shuangyan softly whispered and gestured for Chen Baojiao to keep quiet. She was also staring at this frog on the Tao platform. She knew that Li Chia yearned for this frog day and night, and he unsuccessfully chased after it for hundreds of thousand miles. Li Chia went onto the Tao platform but this frog was still not moving. There was a seed the size of a thumb on the back of its neck. It was long and barbed in its blackness and not easy to discover. "Little thing, look at you, what treasure did you find?" At this moment, Li Chia understood why this frog did not run. The problem was the seed on its head. Even Li Chia had to change his expression. He squatted down and stared at the seed. Then, he slowly spoke, "Unfathomable. So many years have passed but it still managed to survive till now. Anyone who knew the origin of this seed would be shocked. The seed of the evil Taifa tree was a rarity throughout the ages. That year, the seed of the evil Taifa tree had matured for tens of million years. It was then that its nemesis, the six-Tao lotus, took action along with Li Qia and immortal Emperor Xuexi to ambush it at this place. That battle was incredibly deadly. One had to know that the evil Taifa tree had grown after a countless number of moons, growing here since the desolate era. It was the supreme evil lord of this separate world. However, after being ambushed by its nemesis, the six-Tao lotus, along with the dark crow, Li Qia, and immortal Emperor Xuexi, even a powerful being such as itself couldn't escape death. When its main body was destroyed, the evil Taifa tree wanted to send its seed away. However, it was burned by the supreme immortal flame of immortal Emperor Xuexi and penetrated by the six-Tao reincarnation technique from the six-Tao lotus. It could be said that the seed that escaped into the ground had no hope of survival. Unexpectedly, after million years passed by, the seed that basically had a death sentence could heal its wound, only, it didn't have a good opportunity to germinate. This frog was the nemesis of spirit medicines and immortal plants. After it was full, it rushed into the cave and found this seed. The frog, at first, wanted to consume it, but the seed wasn't just for show. It rode on the frog's head instead. Both had heaven-frightening origins, and they were assaulting each other. Eventually, the frog's neck was clamped by the seed and neither could do anything to the other. The frog was intelligent, it found this place and wanted to borrow the Tao platform to kill the seed. Unfortunately for it, Li Qia also came to this place. "Little thing, you are no good." Li Qia crouched down next to it and cheerfully said, "Such a seed. You won't be able to escape it. How about we make a deal, you follow me, and I will help you remove it. Otherwise, after a long period of time, it will take root on your head. At that time, your fate will be miserable." The frog looked at Li Qia. After a long time, it let out a cry. Without a doubt, it was agreeing with Li Qia's proposal. This is how it should be. Li Qia smiled. He took out the lotus ashes and lightly sprayed it on the seed. The seed couldn't handle it and immediately shrank, rolling up as if it wanted to protect itself. When the seed fell down from the neck of the frog, it tried to run away. However, with the lotus ashes sprinkled on its body, it was running away with the speed of a tortoise. "You want to run away? Don't even think about it." Li Qia caught the seed in a treasure box filled with lotus ashes and buried it inside. Even though the seed was formidable, the lotus ashes were its weakness. Being buried in the ashes, it was up to the mercy of Li Qia, so it could only contract its thorns and it went to sleep. Li Qia obtained the seed of the evil Taifa tree. Then, he motioned his palm towards the frog and laughed, "Little thing, it is time for you to come back home. In this world, only I can tap into your true potential." At this point, the frog was quiet. Then, it jumped into the palm of Li Qia. As it was lying on his palm, it slowly turned into stone. In the end, it transformed into a tiny cauldron with the shape of a frog. Seeing the frog turning into a tiny cauldron, not only Li Shuangyan, but even Xiaofan was astonished. This is not any mythological beast, but a heavenly cauldron. Li Shuangyan exclaimed in amazement. They chased this frog the entire time, so the group of Li Shuangyan thought that this ordinary frog was a mythological beast or immortal spirit. However, they didn't expect it to be a heavenly cauldron. Li Qia carefully put away the heavenly cauldron and smilingly said, "I did not say it was an immortal spirit or mythological beast. That's right, it is a heavenly cauldron. A supreme peerless heavenly cauldron." Of course, he didn't say this phrase. The group of Li Shuangyan couldn't help but glance at each other. Heavenly cauldrons were indeed rare and hard to obtain, but this was not the style of Li Qia. No matter how precious a heavenly cauldron was, how could it compare to a precious million-year-old longevity spirit? Could it compare to precious immortal gold? It definitely couldn't compare. However, Wuxia did not look for the treasure metals and godly ores hidden beneath the evil-infested ridge. He even threw down the life ring of a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit like scrap metal, yet he gave so much value to this heavenly cauldron. This made Li Shuangyan and Xiaofan realize that this frog was certainly not a simple heavenly cauldron. However, since Wuxia didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask. At this point, Wuxia picked up the floating sword on the Tao platform. This sword was like the black and white obsidian ores, naturally forming into a sword. This sword was extremely heavy. It was more substantial than any other life treasure created by godly steel. The moment the sword was in his hand, in a flash, it instantly unleashed two rays of lights. One was as luminous as the immortal's brilliance while the other was as aphotic as the devil's aura. The two rays twisted together and continually circulated, like a Tai Chi yin-yang fish, without beginning or end. It clearly defined yin and yang. Grasping this sword was controlling righteousness and evil and controlling yin and yang. Inside the aggregation of the black and white rays, there were floating ancient runes. This light was as vast as the endless oceans. Inside this ocean, there was a hidden boundless grand Tao, encompassing the ancient profound truths since the start of time when the gods and devils ruled. After millions of years, I didn't expect it to absorb the two primal forces. Conflicting yet harmonious, it truly is a creation from the heaven and earth. Holding this sword, Wuxia emotionally sighed. This sword had a heaven-frightening origin. When the sixth Tao lotus was fighting against the evil Taifa tree, he, along with immortal Emperor Xueshi, ambushed the tree. Its soul was destroyed and its fate was determined. Knowing that it would die, the ancient primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree, comparable to the gods, escaped from its body and hid underground. One had to know that the primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree was unfathomable. If the evil Taifa tree completed its Tao during the desolate era, then its primordial foundation lived during the legendary era that was completely unknown. Keep in mind that the evil Taifa tree reached its God transformation Tao by growing above the primordial foundation. The primordial foundation from this era was impossible to trace. Back when the primordial foundation escaped, Wuxia, as the Dark Crow, along with immortal Emperor Xueshi, were not able to chase after it. In a flash, the primordial foundation of the sixth Tao lotus also left its body. The two wrapped around each other and fought to the bitter end. They both rushed underground. Afterwards, Wuxia and immortal Emperor Xueshi couldn't find the primordial foundations of the evil Taifa tree nor the sixth Tao lotus. For both the evil Taifa tree and the sixth Tao lotus, losing their primordial foundations meant death. Wuxia didn't expect that both of these primordial foundations fought to the bitter end and twisted into one to become a sword. The primordial foundations had too many things inside of them. This was truly the inheritance of the godly tree and the evil tree. Good sword, Xiaofan was aware. After seeing this sword, he emotionally said, if there was a godly monarch weapon, at the very best, it would be just like this. This is the godly monarch weapon? At this point, Chen Baojiao was also shocked. Seeing the Tao platform absorbing the blood diamond rays, she said, so to speak, this is the treasure of the gods? Chen Baojiao was here for the godly laws. The godly monarch weapon was not tempting to her, but their laws moved her desires. Treasure of the gods? Wuxia bursted out in laughter and shook his head. There are no gods in this place, so it does not have a treasure of the gods. If there was really a treasure of the gods, did you think it will be your turn to get it? Then what is inside? Chen Baojiao stared at the Tao platform that was as big as a huge boulder. This Tao platform seemed to be used to hold valuable things, especially when it was emitting blood diamond lights. Anyone would guess that there would be extraordinary things inside. I'm afraid you don't want to know. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said, the inside is filled with the temptation of the devil. Opening it would be opening the devil's box, and also the moment the devil will come. Li Qiye's demeanor didn't seem like he was joking around. It left Chen Baojiao and the group of Li Shuangyan to be surprised. At this time, they realized what was going on. "Come on, this is when we shall be hunting devils," Li Qiye commanded the others. The group of Li Shuangyan didn't dare to linger. They immediately stood on top of the Dao platform. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask, "There are really devils here? What do you think?" Li Qiye glanced at her once and said, "The roots that were chasing you earlier are what? Do you think that those are just tree roots with their own consciousness? They were only the things growing on its body." Hearing Li Qiye, Chen Baojian became afraid. Thinking back on the tree roots like the flood, if there was something that could be considered as devils, then those roots, earlier, indeed belonged in that category. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.